Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a kind request to please take your seats as we are going to begin in next 1 minute. Once again, to all the esteemed guests present here, a kind request to please take your seats as we are going to begin in next 1 minute. Thank you. Check, check. Check. The stage is set, the room is set, and so are we. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and one and all present here. This is your host and host for the day, Mini Devan, and I'm here to ensure that all of you have a fantastic day ahead. But before we begin and before I introduce you all to this fabulous, fabulous day that we have set for all of you, I would just request all of you to please be a part of this day. All the respected dignitaries, all the esteemed guests, I would just request all of you to please put your hands together, welcome yourselves, welcome one another, everybody who are sitting together as one big family in this room today to Imagexx Summit and Awards 2023. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Breakfast किया है? I'm sure किया होगा. You've had your breakfast, right? I can't feel the heat in the room. Come on. Can I have a huge round of applause, please? That's more like it. That's more like it. Now what I'm going to do is, now that I know that you guys are here and you guys are present in this room, I would just request all of you to just follow what I'm going to say right now so that I know for a fact that you guys are charged up for the day. जैसे कि हिंदी में भी कहते हैं दोस्तों, कुर्सियों की पेटी जो है वो बांध लीजिए because अब उड़ान होने वाली है. Today I'll make sure you go back home with lots and lots of valuable insights, but also loads and loads of fun. So what you're going to do right now is, please put your left hand up in the air, just coffee for a bit. Just ma'am. Caffeine will make you glow, but so will the red blood energy that I'm going to put in right now. So left hand up in the air. Come on guys. I can see everyone, no cheating. You look very pretty, but you need to put your hand up. Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, right hand up in the air, guys. Come on, right hand up. All right, left. बहुतों को confusion है left right में, हाँ? Reflexes काम नहीं कर रहे हैं सुबह. चलो, left. Come on. Right, left, right, left, right. Both hands up in the air. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, 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 clap. Come on, come on, come on, come on. We need some energy in the room, guys. Clap, 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 clap. That's more like it. अभी पता लग रहा है कि दिल्ली में लोग बैठे हुए हैं and you know the temperature is up here, right here. As they say, sky is the limit. So that's the agenda for today. Once again, a very, very, very warm welcome to Imagexx Summit and Awards 2023. So, without any further ado, it's time for me to introduce all of you to this magnum that we have today right here, Imagexx. So just to give you a little brief of what the day is about, what are we going to have, what's the agenda today, let me introduce you all to Imagexx, which is a highly anticipated PR and corporate communication event that recognizes, also celebrates the achievements of outstanding professionals in the industry, just like all of you gathered here today in this room. And I know that all of us are representing different agencies today, different brands today, but the good part is that we are also celebrating the hard work that we have put in since so many years. And of course, today, it's not just acknowledging that hard work, it's also celebrating it together as one big family sitting in this roof, and all of this is set by Imagexx 2023. To give you a little more insight, this event provides a platform for industry leaders to share their knowledge and insights, network with the peers, and showcase the latest trends and innovations in the communication strategies as well. So please feel free to network throughout the day, communicate throughout the day, and also let's make this a two-way street where both of us, people here on the stage, and of course people here sitting right across me, are talking, having fun, and most importantly, smiling. So Imagexx is also dedicated to honoring the hard work and dedication of individuals who have contributed to the growth of communication industry, and of course, help the brands meanwhile to connect with their audiences effectively. And to know a little bit more, I would like my team to please play an AV right here on stage for all of you. Can we please have the AV? Can we please put up your hands in the air? Come on, make some noise. This one's not just for Imagexx, but for all of us. Like I said, it's years of hard work that actually brings you to a moment like this, where we celebrate it all. So Imagexx is set to be the biggest celebration of communication professionals and leaders across the countries. But while we are celebrating this moment, it also gives me immense pleasure to thank all our sponsors, all our partners who have actually supported us, been there for us to actually make this dream come true. So without any further ado, Adgully's Imagexx 2023 is presented by none other than Ad Factors PR, co-powered by Gracell PR, Hill and Knowlton Strategies, Kaizen, Media Mantra, Value 360 Communications, Gold Partner 80dB Communication, Silver Partner Mavericks, Communication Partner Teamology, Corporate Partner PepsiCo India, and of course the Industry Partner PR Professionals. I'm so sorry, but this actually marks for a huge round of applause once again for all the partners, all the sponsors, and of course all of you who have made time for us to join us today. Thank you so much for joining in. Now it's time for me to actually invite someone very special on stage, like they call it in Hindi, the Karta Dharta of this magnum that's right here in front of you. So शायद मेरे कहने की ज़रूरत ना पड़े, इस बार तालियां खुद ही बजे. So please welcome none other than Bijoya Ghosh, founder and CEO Adgully, for opening remarks. Huge round of applause, please. Come on. Ma'am, can we please have you on stage? Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. Minnie, thank you. Thank you for kind of setting the tone for Imagexx 2023. Good morning, everybody. We kind of tried to change the format a little bit. We thought people were traveling from outside of Gurgaon. So we thought we'll start the event first. We'll felicitate the winners, and then we'll roll on with our panel discussions. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to Imagexx Summit and Awards 2023. We are honored to have industry luminaries and supportive peers here today. Imagexx has become a leading platform for the PR and corporate communications industry in India. Effective communication is crucial in our fast-paced world. PR and corporate communication build trust, enhance reputation, and drive business success. India's PR and corporate communication industry has evolved from a supportive function to a strategic driver of growth and engagement. Our professionals embrace innovation and technology for impactful campaigns. At Imagexx, we are proud to elevate the role of PR and corporate communications, making it indispensable across sectors. But we must acknowledge the challenges ahead. The world is changing rapidly with technologies like AI reshaping the media landscape. As industry leaders, we must stay ahead, anticipate trends, and innovate. Authenticity, transparency, and ethics are vital in today's information overload. Our messages must resonate and build lasting trust. By leveraging data-driven insights, AI, and emerging tech, we unlock new opportunities. Today, we have industry experts setting the agenda for PR and corporate communications in India. Welcome to all, and let's look forward to a fruitful and engaging day ahead. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming and cheering us. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much for your kind words. And like she mentioned, that we have tried to change the format a bit, but for the better. And I hope you go back home with, equal amount of fun, smile, and of course, some valuable insights as well, like I said. So without any further ado, let's move ahead. And it's time for me to actually move towards a very, very special segment for the day. So now it's time for the much awaited special awards that are planned, set specially for all the beautiful, hardworking people that we have here today. And it's time for us to actually before we anticipate this moment, it's actually time for us to talk a little more about it. So while I'm at it, let me also tell you, before we delve into the further agenda for the day, which I'm sure you already know about, there are stellar panel discussions, keynote addresses, and of course, the later award ceremony that we all know about. But right now, at this remarkable event, we also have the privilege of presenting some truly, truly special awards to the individuals who have made exceptional contributions to the communication industry. Now, while we are at it, it gives us great, great pleasure to actually acknowledge and celebrate all these awards. So please put on your seatbelts, like I said before, because it's time for us to actually begin with the first category for this special award. So please keep your fingers crossed. It's time for me to reveal the awards. And the first category is the Adgully Young Guns of the Year. So yes, we are talking about all the young guns, the youth, and in this category, the first award goes to, any guesses? Anybody who's like very confident and can vouch for it? Hands up in the air. Sab confused hai. Chalo, मैं बता देती हूँ. All right. Adgully Young Guns of the Year. And in this category, the first award goes to Abhishek Pathak, Digital Media Manager, PR Professionals. Congratulations, Abhishek Pathak. Also, can we please have, once again on stage, Bijoya Ghosh, founder and CEO at Adgully, and of course, our esteemed guest, K. Yatish Rajawat, CEO, Center for Innovation in Public Policy, on stage to felicitate all the winners. Once again, with a huge round of applause, please welcome Bijoya Ghosh and K. Yatish Rajawat on stage. Sir, can we please have you on stage? And once again, please welcome Abhishek Pathak. Welcome, sir. Please put your hands together once again for Abhishek Pathak. Congratulations. Well done. Well, hard work truly pays off. Once again, congratulations, Abhishek. Next up, please put your hands together for the next winner in the same category, Prerna Dalakoti, Senior Manager, PR Professionals. Congratulations, Prerna. Well done, well done. Congratulations once again. Next up, please put your hands together for Sanya Bhatia, Senior Manager, Value 360 Communications. Can we please have Sanya Bhatia on stage? Sanya, if you can hear me, please join us. Meanwhile, I would request next winner to come on stage. Shambhavi Singh, Account Executive at Factors. Afsha will collect the award on the behalf of Shambhavi. So congratulations. Please put your hands together for Shambhavi Singh. Thank you, Afsha, for doing the honors on behalf of Shambhavi. As Shambhavi couldn't be here for some personal reasons, but thank you so much, and once again, congratulations, Shambhavi and Afsha. Next up, please put your hands together for Tanya Shandilia, Director, Kaizen Mumbai Branch Head, Kaizen. Can we please have Tanya on stage? Huge round of applause for Tanya. Well done, Tanya. Congratulations. Please, a huge round of applause for Tanya Shandilia. Next category is Adgully Young Guns of the Year Corporate. And in this category, the first award goes to, any guesses? मैं ही बता देती हूँ. Paroma Bhattacharya, Senior Manager, Executive Communications, Ignite. And due to some personal reasons again, Paroma couldn't be here in person today, but she's here on video. Hi, Paroma.
A big thank you to the Adgully team and the Imagexx Award jury for this honor. I'm truly humbled by this recognition and would like to thank my mentors for always encouraging me to take on new challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next up in the same category is Shrimoy Kasturi Banerjee, Assistant Manager, Corporate Marketing and Communications, Viacom 18. Also, Shrimoy also couldn't be here in person, but we have her on the video.
I couldn't be there personally. I'm sweating it out here in Bombay. But a big thank you to Adgully and Bijoya ma'am for giving me this honor. I must thank my team at Viacom 18, Nina, who's the head of the department, and Ritam, my boss. They're always a great source of encouragement and support. And I am here today because of them and their support. So thank you once again and have a great day.
Thank you. So this was Shrimoy Kasturi Banerjee from Viacom 18. Next category is Corporate Communication Person of the Year. And the first award in this category goes to Abhilasha Gupta, Global Head Corporate Communications and Public Affairs Tech, Mahindra. Congratulations, Abhilasha. Well done. Well done, Abhilasha. Thank you so much for joining us today and congratulations once again. Next winner in the same category is Akansha Jain, Head PR and Communications, Bharat Pay. Can we please have Akansha on stage? Huge round of applause for Akansha Jain. Congratulations, Akansha. Next winner in the same category is Anand Vaidya, Global Lead PR and Corporate Communication, WebEngage. Again, Anand couldn't be here in person, but we have him on the video. Can we please have Anand?
Thank you, Adgully team, for this award. Truly humbled and honored to be recognized among industry peers who are present at Imagexx today. This award goes out to my lovely team at WebEngage, who's been doing some great work. We've been growing 100% year on year, and this award is a testament of all the hard work that has gone behind this accomplishment. I'd like to thank Ankur Gattani and Ablesh Singh, my CMO and CEO, who's given us so many opportunities and put their undying faith in me. Kudos to the Adgully team for doing the great work that you're doing in the industry. Congratulations to all the winners. Cheers.
Well, thank you so much. This was Anand Vaidya from WebEngage. The next winner in the same category is Bhaskar Majumdar, Aegis Head Communications, CSR and Digital from Aegis India Consulting Engineer. Congratulations, Bhaskar Majumdar. Congratulations, Bhaskar Majumdar. Once again, well done and thank you for joining us today. The next winner in the category Corporate Communication Person of the Year is none other than Juhi Hingorani, Chief Manager PR, Audi India. Please put your hands together. Come on, give it up for Juhi Hingorani. Welcome, Juhi. Congratulations. Next up, please put your hands together for Nitin Thakur, Head of Communications, Oyo. Can we please have Nitin Thakur here on stage? Huge round of applause. Nitin Thakur. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Congratulations. Next winner in the same category is the lead corporate communication from Router, none other than Soumya Chawla. Can we please have Soumya here with us on stage? Congratulations. Thank you so much, Soumya, for joining us, and congratulations once again. I must say you have a fabulous smile. Thank you. Next up, we have our category Marketing Communications Professional of the Year. And the first award in this category goes to Anju Williams, Marketing Director, ST Telemedia Global Data Center, India. Please put your hands together for Anju Williams. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us today. Congratulations. The next winner in the same category is the Deputy Director, Marketing and Corporate Communication, MediaTek, none other than our very own Anuj Siddharth. Please put your hands together for Anuj Siddharth. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you so much. Really kind of you to say that. Anuj, once again, give it up for Anuj Siddharth. And now, I would request all the winners to please once again come back on stage with your awards for a group photo. Come on, everybody on stage. Everybody, come on, come on, come on. Let's have a group photo. And while you guys are coming, I would also like to acknowledge 4 more awards. Due to some unfortunate reasons, these 4 people are not here in person today. But it gives me immense pleasure to acknowledge all these 4 awards as well while you join us on stage. Please put your hands together for Bhavna Imran, Communication Leader, South Asia, Corteva Agri-Science. Also, I would request Sanya Bhatia to join us on stage as she was not, now she's here. Welcome, Sanya Bhatia. And I would request Bijoy ma'am to present the award to Sanya Bhatia as well, as she is back. Once again, Sanya Bhatia, the winner of Adgully, Young Guns of the PR, Professional Senior Manager from Value 360 Communications. Thank you so much, Sanya. Thank you. Congratulations. Also, I would also like to congratulate Bhavya Sharma, Director Communication and ESG Urban Company, for winning the Corporate Communication Person of the Year, and also Sonia Yuria, Corporate Communication Person of the Year from Amazon Prime Video India. Can we please also request Juhi to join us on stage? Also, with that, I would also congratulate Amit Nanchal for winning Corporate Communication Person of the Year from PepsiCo. All right, guys, 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on stage and for giving us this beautiful, beautiful photo, which I'm sure we'll recollect year after year. Thank you so much. Once again, also thanking Bijoy Ghosh for joining us on stage with K. Yatish Rajawat for felicitating all the awardees. Once again, well done, congratulations. And while you are taking back your seats, I think before we move on to our next segment, I would request all of you to actually, once again, put your hands up in the air. Just for a second, guys, put your hands up in the air. Come on, everybody, all the people in the room. Everyone, sir, I can see you, ma'am, up in the air. और अब जोर से ताली बजानी है for all the winners, for all the people who were nominated, and everybody in this room. Thank you, thank you. That's more like it. All right, so now it's time for me to move ahead towards another much awaited session. I know all of us were waiting for it. It's time for the opening keynote. And the subject for this opening keynote is preparing for an AI age. Now that we all know we are slowly transitioning into AI culture, AI age, we all already have so much in the market, and I'm sure there's always longing for more. But what's the future of AI? Is it a boon or a bane? And to talk more about this and give us some valuable insights, I would request all of you to please put your hands together once again for K. Yatish Rajawat, CEO, Center for Innovation in Public Policy. Please put your hands together once again for K. Yatish Rajawat. Sir, can we please have you on stage for the opening keynote? Zor se baja do yaar. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Hi, Sunil. So, for those of you who don't know me, I used to be a journalist for many years, ran a couple of newspapers, have the unique so-called opportunity of running both multiple language newspaper and English newspapers, running both a business newspaper and a journal newspaper. But today I'm not going to talk to you about newspapers. Now I work in public policy, and I wanted to talk to you about something that is actually disrupting your industry and disrupting your life as we speak. So I'm going to focus basically on how you can prepare for it and what are the skills that you actually need to inculcate right now so that you are not outdated and become dinosaurs while we speak. And the reason you are in very so-called acute stage of becoming dinosaur is because the change that is coming is exponential in nature. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit about my organization because, I can't miss a pitch in a room full of PR professionals. So CIPP is basically a think and do tank. We work in three broad areas. Emerging tech is one of the areas that we work in. We also work very closely as an organization in livelihood and employment. We are in 3 states, all in the northern India, UP, Haryana and Punjab. We are building up livelihood centers and employment centers there. Our work in the livelihood space is on the ground in terms of building these centers. Our work in emerging tech is more public policy research. So our interest in basically AI comes from our work in emerging tech. So let me now kind of take you to 2 parts of AI. So for those of you who have been hearing the AI word repeatedly for the last couple of months at least, AI is not new. AI is possibly now 60-odd years old. It's come into being, it's come into the so-called hype stage because of the fact that it started touching your lives daily. And more importantly, why it has started touching your life is because of generative AI. And what is generative AI? Generative AI is basically machine learning or a computer that is able to generate text, image, video, and 3D modeling. So while AI was always in your life, whenever you went on Facebook and the Facebook popped up something which was engaging you, you interacted with AI. Whenever you did search on Google, you interacted with AI, but it didn't really affect your life. Now with generative AI, it affects, I think, every PR professional life because you're in the business of communicating in forms which are text, video, and image. And all those three forms, so to say, can be generated by AI. And it can be generated in a better manner. It can write better than you. It can, or almost as close to possible as a, 7-year-old professional in the PR or journalism industry would be able to write. It can create a better presentation. So effectively, it is taking away what was called as, it is the base of your skill, which is writing a good press release, writing a good pitch, making a great presentation. But what it cannot do, or rather, let me just present you what it, okay. These are the generative so-called AI tools available in the market at this point in time. And if you look at them closely, most of them are open source, which means that they are free to use, which means they are business to consumer. That means like Google search, they are available for you to use. But they are just the tip of the iceberg, so to say. What is actually going to affect you is not these tools. What is going to affect you is the business tools that companies like Microsoft, Amazon, and Google is going to offer to your clients. Now, these enterprise level tools are far more superior than any of the tools that you see here. You know, you all heard of OpenAI. Sam Altman was in town yesterday. But OpenAI is 2021. What Google has launched in the last 2 months is a generative AI that can even generate code for you. They have it, and the product is called Cody actually. Cody is so advanced that in 4 prompts, you can train it to learn any computing language. So that means if you write 4 sentences of English, it can convert those 4 sentences of English into any computing language, Python, C#, Java, SQL, whatever you want, in a matter of seconds. So that's the level of advancement that these enterprise level tools are having. If you think that OpenAI or Bard does a great job of producing an essay, then you should look at what the text-to-speech or speech-to-text Chirp, which is again a Google product, which is the enterprise product, does in terms of writing long-form essays or in converting unstructured data into a presentation. What is unstructured data? Unstructured data is basically, data which is possibly existing in a PDF or written by hand. So that is the advancement that these tools promise. And I'm sure that most of your organizations, if not your organization, at least the organization that you serve, whether it's a small FMCG company or a large engineering company, will take these enterprise tools. Now, I am not an expert on the PR industry. So I asked the AI to actually generate what is called as a knowledge graph. Now, knowledge graphs are very useful for anybody trying to learn a subject, okay? And this is what the AI generated for me in a matter of microseconds. Now, look at the most crucial part of it, which Bhaskar pointed it out to me, which is 4.1, which is right at the end of it, which is measuring PR outcomes. Now, I believe that most of your careers or your appraisals are determined by outcomes. And most of you use third-party tools from one of the PR agencies to present your outcomes. Now, look at a scenario where your reporting boss measures the outcome of every article that you got printed or every TV interview that got printed from AI. and they take into account not just print, but also digital, TV, and social media. And they don't pay any PR agency to do that impact assessment. And they put that in front of you while they're appraising you as an agency or they're appraising you as a professional. Now, this is where we are getting, and we are already here in some sense. So if you were to look at a large FMCG company, which has say the largest PR budget, the first thing that the PR manager they should do is hire an AI to measure the PR outcomes so that they can do a better evaluation of their agency or they can do a better evaluation of their own team. So in this scenario, what happens to all your skills? What happens to your old skills and what are the new skills that you need? Do you think that needs a change? I mean, it's an open question. Do you think your skills will need an upgrade? It will. There's only one person who believes that it will. I don't know whether the rest of you believe it will or not, but I believe that there is now a change in the base skill level. Okay? So some of you who are facing clients or some of you who are facing media or social media, you are facing the other side of the picture, and there your skill is largely around a personal relationship or somebody you know or something that you know. Now the something that you know, you can assume AI knows it too. So that part of the skill is old. What is new and what will remain new is how do you now adapt to this environment? How do you learn? Which new skill do you have to learn? Do you have to, will you continue with the same mental model that that you currently have? What is the mental model of a PR person? Allow me to give an outsider's view of it, okay? Your job is to present your client or your company in the best possible measure possible, and you think that it can be done the best through media, and you use various tools in your arsenal, which could be a press release, a press conference, a social media post, a social media video to enhance that image. Now the production part of it, which you typically depended on a creative person to do, is best now done through generative AI. So in a sense, if you're a client-facing person, or if you were a media-facing person, and you were depending on somebody creative in your background to develop the press release or to develop the pitch, that part of it is easily done by you yourself. So therefore, I'm sorry about that awkward new versus old placement, but this is what AI does sometimes, you know. The AI also hallucinates, and it can go awkward many times. You know what AI hallucination basically means? So I don't know how many of you have seen the movie I, Robot. There's a very famous line in that movie called Ghost in the Machine, okay? And when they talk about Ghost in the Machine, they talk about basically that even super intelligence at some point in time gives you awkward and garbled answers. And that is called hallucination in the AI world. And the only thing possibly protecting some of the tasks and some of the skills that you currently have is the hallucinatory part of AI. Because sometimes it is not able to digest some of the unstructured data that you throw at it. And I'll give you why multiple intelligences are needed when you throw unstructured data. So for instance, you are in this room, I'm saying something, there is something on the screen, there's a colleague sitting next to you. This is unstructured data. That means you are listening to something, You are seeing something and you are absorbing something right at that moment. Now, unstructured data typically is very difficult for an AI to absorb. Structured data of any kind, that means anything that exists in text, image, PowerPoint, or video, can be absorbed and assimilated by AI very quickly. And you'll be amazed at what it produces when you give it structured data. So then, therefore, why people in this room will do much better than people who are not there. You know why? Because you guys are spending your time in actually networking, okay? And networking is something that AI cannot do, okay? So please understand this, that if you were spending 2 days in a week networking, you have to actually spend 5 days in a week networking. Because that is something, and that is a skill. Interpersonal is a skill. If you thought your skill was writing or writing a great press release, if you thought your skill was presenting a great pitch to your boss or to your client, that skill is, the base skill there, is getting outdated. I mean, all of us know that there are multiple kinds of intelligences. Now, the kind of intelligences which can be embedded in an AI are quite evident. Can somebody tell me which one are these which would be embedded in an AI? Out of these 8 or 9 skills, which one do you think is best imitated by an AI? Pardon? Linguistic, okay. Any other skill? Pardon? Linguistic, logical, mathematical. Yes, absolutely. That was the first skill that it incorporated. Anything else? So, I mean, there are 3 skills here, okay? Linguistic, logical, mathematical, and musical, okay? These intelligence can be easily embedded, copied, done better by AI than humans currently. Currently. That means it will only improve and become better than humans as we go forward. Because AI runs on an exponential base. Now look at the other skills, other intelligence which AI cannot. So, your existential questions of life and death, that intelligence AI cannot because it never dies. So it cannot even relate to that. Your interpersonal skills, your ability to understand other people, judge them by their facial reactions, judge them by their body movements, that AI cannot get. Though it is getting very good at reading facial tics. So people have started using AI in assessment when people are, and it can identify whether you are cheating or not, just by the movement of your eyes. So I met a company day before yesterday which does that. And it's remarkable that they've been able to capture all the facial changes that happen when you are cheating. Bodily kinesthetic, intrapersonal, spatial is another skill that 3D modeling and creating architect map that AI is learning and will soon be there. So what skill do you need? Interpersonal, of course, for I think a PR professional is very crucial. But I think that what you also need is, you also need to learn what AI can do for you. And that is called as prompt engineering, okay? If you go back, mid-90s, late 90s, there were people who were teaching how to do searches, okay? Most of you are young enough, I think barring Nitin or Bhaskar, but there was a time that, you were taught how do you search through PDFs, or how do you search through all the education sites, or how do you search through all non-profit sites? Okay? How do you search within files? So that is something now in the AI world which is called as prompt engineering, that you need to learn. Because now, instead of making a presentation on a PowerPoint, you can make a video presentation to your boss, which could be far more impressive, far more to the point, and you would not need to hire an agency to do that. You would not need to pay Shutterstock or any of the third-party video providers for montages in that. You would not need a scriptwriter. And in that world, the base skill of the creative guy cannot be mediocre. He can't be a mediocre person and imagine that he will continue to be employed. Because even a client, there are already agencies, at least advertising agencies, which are taking the first cut presentation using AI. I don't know how many of you have had the experience of getting a brief from the client which has been written by AI. Anybody has got a brief, well-written brief, very pointed, very clear, written by an AI? Yeah, so if the brief is happening, then the first cut pitch is also happening. And if the first cut pitch happens, then the refinement also happens on something that the AI produces. So the job of the creative guy is not producing something from zero, but actually improving something that has been developed by AI. And that all of you can do. So in a sense, some of the skills that we thought were soft and we thought were not very important are becoming hard in this world. And one of those skills is actually thinking. I know it is the most underrated skill and we don't give it enough value, but thinking is actually the most important skill that you will have or need to develop if you need to evolve as any kind of professional in any kind of industry which is being affected by AI. And how do you develop the skill of thinking? Basically, this is a skill that you can only develop if your mind is not soaked with dopamine. So how many of you guys are on your mobile phone at the moment? How many of you are looking at your mobile phone every 14 seconds or 3 seconds or 4 seconds? The average person actually looks at his mobile every 4 seconds. You know what happens when you look at your mobile every 4 seconds? Your mind basically becomes soaked with dopamine. And dopamine is the same chemical which is used by cocaine, which is triggered by cocaine. So it is the same kind of addiction. But a dopamine-soaked brain, which is overstimulated, cannot think. So if you would notice that by the end of the day, you are so tired that you are unable to even have a long conversation with your spouse or with your family. Now, you're not physically tired, but your brain has been so overstimulated through the day that it is unable to create a conversation. And conversation is the simplest form of creativity because it is impromptu, it is generated at that particular point in time, it is generated without any input from any other device. And more people are getting basically addicted to their phones. You look at the best CEOs, okay? You look at anybody, okay, take one example, Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg actually does not allow his own children to have a touch screen. And he actually banned a touch screen in the school they went. The only reason for that was that he believed that if dopamine if his children become dopamine addicted, they won't be able to think. And here, everybody else is addicted to either Facebook or Instagram or any one of these products that he has made. So if you are addicted, you will never be able to think. The other skills on this slide are all connected to thinking, except possibly collaboration. But if you can't think, you can't create. If you can't, and every form of communication is some form of creativity. The form may change. It could be, a text, it could be an image, but it is communication at the end of the day. So as I said, who is the creative person is changing. All of you need to be creative. All of you need to be actually thinking people. All of you need to spend time to think. So I think I'm running out of time. I'll just conclude this. I want to leave one message behind with you. There's a gentleman by the name Stephen Johnson, and he gives a very simple technique for thinking and thinking creatively. Stephen Johnson says that at least once in the day, for at least between 30 minutes to 1 hour, you should be bereft of all your devices. Your brain should not be stimulated, and you should be walking. So walking has been walking for at least the last 100 years. If you look at any thinker in the world, whether it's Bertrand Russell, Carl Jung, or Freud, they've all come up with brilliant ideas only when they have been walking. And walking is underrated, but walking without music, there should be no music to stimulate your mind. Walking should be at a place that you are aware of, familiar place, where you don't have to be, worry about traffic coming in or not. So Charles Darwin actually prepared what is called as a walking garden. So it was a 200-meter circle around his house, which was so familiar to him that he could walk in that path with his eyes closed. And that is when you think. And only when you think will you be able to think creatively. Only when you're able to think creatively will you be able to offer something in any collaborative relationship that you have. And the relationship will only become +1 if you bring something creative to that relationship. Every time you meet your boss, you have an idea for him. So thank you very much. I hope this was of some help to you guys.
Thank you so much. Once again, give it up for K. Yatish Rajawat, CEO, Center for Innovation in Public Policy. Zor se bajao, yaar. Thank you so much for your valuable time, sir, and thank you so much for sharing such valuable insights as well. All right, so sir has already set the bar high, and now we'll venture into the first panel discussion set for this day, especially for all of you. I know all of us are really excited, but before I introduce the subject for the first panel, it gives me immense pleasure to tell you that the subjects that we are going to cover today are of great value. Everything ranging from integrated communications to building trust in broadcasting news to, of course, nurturing the next generation communication professionals. AI, as Sir already spoke of. So everything and anything that's surrounding the adapting digital world and beyond. So to begin with, the first panel, we are kick-starting with the subject, nurturing the next generation communication professionals. How to do it, how to go about it, what's the best for the next generation communication professionals, what's not, do's, don'ts. There's so much to talk about this. And to talk on the subject, I would request all of you to please put your hands together for all the panel members. First up, we have Aman Gupta, Head of Marketing, Farmlay. Can we please have Mr. Aman Gupta on stage? Joining Aman will be Amul Kumar Saha, Chief Digital Officer, MMTC, PAMP. Can we please once again welcome Amul Kumar Saha. Welcome, sir. Next up, joining them, we have Amrita Preetham, Head of Public Relations and Marketing, Book My Forex. So please put your hands together for Amrita Preetham. Welcome, ma'am. And the session will be chaired by none other than our very own Aman Dhal, founder, Comms Credible. Please put your hands together for Aman Dhal. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please, for our esteemed panel members and, of course, the session chair. नहीं आई आवाज नहीं आई है जोर से बजाओ यार much better. Thank you so much. Once again, we are going to discuss. Okay. Well, to that as well. ज़रूरत नहीं पड़नी चाहिए आप लोग ही बजा दो ना यार. Okay. So the subject, once again, nurturing the next generation communication professionals. And of course, set of beautiful people joining us for the panel. And once again, a reminder that the panel discussion is for 30 minutes. So we'll request you to please keep the time in mind. And when there'll be last 10 minutes left, we'll ring a buzzer for you guys to sort of be ready on how to wrap it up. Once again, please, let's begin the first panel discussion of this day, nurturing the next generation communication professionals. Over to you, Aman. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'll admit that I wasn't prepared for this one. My colleague Priyanka was supposed to do this session, but due to some medical emergency, she could not come and join. But what I can assure you is it's a blessing in disguise, because I'm going to ask a lot of out-of-syllabus questions to these panelists. And I think it's a very interesting topic, what we're going to discuss today, inspiring the next generation communication professionals. And I'm going to take a leaf out of the movie Kal Aaj Aur Kal, where there was a legendary family which has been shown, the Kapoor family, and where Raj Kapoor kind of struggles between the grandfather, the father and the son. And somewhere, I have got these folks who are leaders, and they have their task cut out in trying to inspire the younger folks and stay inspired to deliver for their founders and the CEOs. So I think to begin with, I'm going to ask this question. How do you keep yourself inspired? Because there is so much that happens in terms of on a daily basis, organizations have become so dynamic. Your deliverables are ever changing. And there is a set of young professionals who want to work in a very defined way. So how do you ensure you are inspired and at the same time are inspiring them to do not only X, what have been told to them, but also Y that comes on any given day? So maybe I can start with Aman.
That's a great question to start with, honestly, Aman. And yes, it's, the younger generation, as you were discussing just before this, before you came out of the discussion also, they don't really listen so much verbally or through the ears as much as they do through the environment that's set around them. So as leaders, I think you can just be the perfect examples for them. So And that's where the question around how do you keep yourself motivated to turn up each day and be equally excited because you've already been doing it for, let's say, 10, 12, 13 years. And the way it works for me is if you can actually associate yourself at a very fundamental reason with the brand, because then you get aligned 100% with building that particular brand. So having clarity on the brand's mission, positioning, proposition, and the consumer insight becoming a life goal for you. So that is a personal skill that every leader, I think, you can't fake it. So you need to make it a truth for your own self. And then very natively, it starts to percolate within the team. Coming to the second question, especially for all the younger folks sitting here, there's this thing around specialization that starts to creep in really, really early into the career. And I've seen many careers not take off the way they could have because of this. So while at one level it's important to have clarity in terms of what you need to do, at the other level it's also important to have that amount of faith in the team and in your manager and your mentor. And it's, of course, it's a two-way street. So as long as from the managers and the mentors perspective, you're able to show them that how does these little pieces which might not make sense to them fit into and create a bigger picture through which they can drive impact. I think then the excitement level just comes across. And then they don't really think so much about, did I really join the team for this? But yeah, if as a manager I'm unable to show them the bigger picture or the reason why they are being expected to do this, then also that's a folly at my part. So that's at least my way of doing it.
Yeah, so I would like to also add, like Aman just said, that, what inspires me, first of all, is, like you said, that totally aligned with company's goal. Like, with me, I have been with this brand since the idea was on, still on presentation. And, from the initial beginnings when I'm one of the founding members. So it is so ingrained with me, that it inspires me every day. So, and also, secondly, I look up to a lot of industry leaders, people who are in their 50s and 60s and they're leading big brands and whatnot. And they're actually, walking the talk. So that actually inspires me a lot. And I follow a lot of leaders across the globe, who are actually trendsetters. They have launched a lot of PR campaigns, which are globally famous, popular. That also inspires me a lot, that, I get a lot of learning looking at those campaigns. So it's an inspiration to follow those best practices, and, probably, keep doing your job. Secondly, how to inspire your younger generation. I feel the younger generation, give a lot of importance to the impact they leave, on the kind of impact, they create for any kind of work. So, instead of just telling them, that you have to do this, that, etc., you have to show them that what kind of impact their work has created. For example, when you show them that this is the PR piece, this is the article that has come in a newspaper, and look at the impact it has created. This is you, and you have brought this impact. Or show them a piece of blog that, they have written, and show them the ranking, and show them that what competitors have taken the kind of steps because of that blog. So I feel that because initially I was finding a lot of challenge in keeping them inspired, and this is what has helped me most to keep them aligned with company's goal, show them what kind of value they bring to the table.
I think before I go to Amul, I'm going to just ask, because I think a lot of the response with Aman and Amrita, they've covered a lot of aspects. Is there, especially on any given day, is it about inspiring them? Or are they really inspired? It's more about mentoring them so that they know what actually inspires them.
So, I hope I'm audible. I would rather talk about identifying resources
who are going to be part of any organization and seeing if they are in line with the frequencies of what that brand identity is. Uh, and maybe if there is no alignment with the brand identity, we could look at things like, are they passionate about what they're doing? If there is passion ingrained in them with what they do, it's much easier to be able to motivate them about the outcomes of what they're going to do. Some people could consider themselves to be introverts. Some of them could be extroverts who talk a lot. But then at the end of the day, being able to guide them in the direction. So let's just take an example of an article that she's talking about. Being able to guide them about what our brand identity is, what they are bringing onto the table, and the final outcome that comes out into the market, that the competition is looking at, the rest of the market is looking at, the amount of impressions that those articles are generating, at the end of the day, generates enough and more motivation for those set of young folks to be able to carry along the way. And it's equally important to be able to show them the bigger picture. Because at times we are so caught up in our silos, and even the resource who, especially on the brand side, who may not have a colleague on the PR front, they could be the only resource or the lone horse equivalent. It's very important for them to be able to interface with the larger entities, with stakeholders across the board, as well as external agencies. So these are the factors which would allow that person to grow and also see the road ahead. That's something that's very important in my opinion.
We were discussing in the back room before we came here the fact that next generation, is always smarter. Obviously, they have grown up with tools that we might be using now, and we have paucity of time because of a lot of responsibilities. They have kind of command on a lot of tools. And in today's AI age, where there is also a lot of information overload, and we see already there are some warnings coming in terms of AI can really, really be disruptive. It can really could mean loss of jobs, etc., etc. How would you talk about actual intelligence on a daily basis with your teams or people in your industry or otherwise? Maybe Amol, we can go with you. And
so I am a strong believer that technology and hence AI is here to stay. There's no going around it as such. And the conversations around threat to people's jobs or their existence should not be there, because we should look at AI as an enabler of what we do. So if an AI tool is able to, let's just say, allow me to write better grammatically correct English, let's make use of AI as a tool. But then there are softer aspects which are again closer to what our brand may be asking for. So a chat GPT equivalent may not be able to clearly elaborate or clarify the nuances of the gold industry that I come from. That's where a PR professional would be able to add value onto what a chat GPT equivalent is bringing out, and then work on top of that. So I think AI is here to stay, and it's equally an enabler to the resources who are working along with it. And they are also, the new generation are a great proponent of technology, because in my experience, a lot of older generation leaders may not be very close to what a new age of AI is bringing about. So they are sort of ambassadors to the larger organization about the importance of technology and AI as well. So we have to look at it that way.
Amrita, do you want to add something?
So yeah, like he said, AI is definitely an enabler, and I see it, positively impacting our efficiency and productivity as well. You have to understand and make use of it, and in fact, I'm also trying to get some courses done because I really want to effectively use it. Why not save my time, doing, probably I'll use it to cut down on multiple repetitive processes, etc., and make room for more creative work, more strategic work. So I look at like that it definitely creates, doubles your productivity.
Interesting one. Aman, coming to you, I want to ask, there are so many courses today. You have got the upgrades of the world. There are short-term executive courses you can do online. There is YouTube content creator who you can learn with. And there is this big topic about upskilling. When the younger folks come to you and ask, what should I do to upskill myself? What advice would you give to them?
That's honestly very relevant, especially in today's age and how things have moved in the last 2-3 years. Uh, I'm a firm believer that knowledge does exist everywhere. Till a certain age, it's required that you do have a process-oriented knowledge system, which is effectively certified as to the test of time. And beyond that, it's just your personal discipline that can enable learning. Nothing beyond that. So just throwing in some stats, when Canva came on board, sometime around 2016-17, they were around $23-24 million in revenue. Just by around 2020, they were clocking around $500 million in revenue. And when it had launched at that time also, there was a lot of talk around, this is going to eat up designer jobs. Whereas today, when we see it, while it has been an enabler, the nature of creativity and creative jobs has only gone up. And similarly, that happened because no university, and now you have universities coming up in big numbers taking up creativity courses. Upgrads of the world also having dedicated creativity courses. So from where I see it is that impact is what governs it. So a lot of tools, a lot of things will come onto the scene. I'm not a believer that AI is going to lead us to some sort of a D-Day and we're all headed towards it. I'm just not a believer of it. I just feel it's going to keep on continuing. And along those lines, whatever is actually important to drive an impact is going to take the shape of more formal education systems, courses, and then eventually become a part of some of the high-paying jobs, and then even more university courses are going to come around it. But yeah, I think it's going to be a very, very integrated system of learning that we are headed towards. And access to technology, especially access to affordable technology, has probably been a catalyst that wasn't there 10 years ago. So the pace at which people picked up Excel in the first 3 years of its launching, or the pace at which they picked up Canva, was probably much slower compared to the pace at which people are going to pick up a ChatGPT usage. And that's probably because you will find 100 articles without spending 100 rupees to understand how to use it. And that, I think, has been a catalyst that wasn't existing before.
And to answer your question, actually, this is the reason. Like you asked, what would you suggest to your juniors? I have seen multiple videos, and I'm actually planning to take a course so that I will be able to probably guide them, because so far, ChatGPT just launched. There are several AI for images, video creation, and you have graphic members in your team, you have content creators in your team, and you have to lead them. So probably you have to understand it quite well, first of all. And here, I think all channels, whether there are several blogs on it, there are good number of videos on it, but probably you might have to do shorter duration courses also, so that you make the best use of it.
Amul, I'm going to, add a little bit more,
Yeah.
and I'm going to add a question for you. I think we're talking about information overload for ourselves. And the last session was talking about how people have got addicted to screens. Do you also face this? Because you, as a Marcom professional, has to go through a lot of content. And in going through that content, do you get lost in the middle of the day and realize I have wasted a lot of time and my priorities were something else, right? If you are kind of, facing that kind of a challenge and you see a younger folk again, maybe, going through the same challenge, how do you tackle yourself and how do you ensure the team stays on priorities and fruitful during those working hours at least?
Awesome. So just let me quickly touch upon the question that was there prior to this, wherein the objective of a course, say on online that you're referring to, is eventually to educate somebody. And education, I believe, of course, it can be done through online courses, but a big part of it is also, entrusting that resource, it could be a junior folk, to be able to take up all those front-ending discussion with an external party as well, wherein that's a practical experience that they're able to gain, and so on and so forth, that they would be able to independently handle many things going forward. And that's the end objective that we all want to go to as leaders, wherein we don't have to ourselves get down to the level of doing each and every execution work. Now, adding to the information overload bit that you're talking about, let's acknowledge that it exists. Just about every brand is trying to fire a sponsored ad on your scroll screen. And it's important that with the budgets, first of all, that we operate with, we may not be, say, a Coca-Cola or a Pepsi equivalent, most of us are sitting here today. So it's critical for us to be able to understand who our target audience is. So if there is a junior folk that we are working within our organization, it's equally important for them to know what our product and services are. As a result, who the end audience would be. So let's take example of a digital gold product. So if for digital gold, one of our TG is a lump sum Lakshmi, who could be a 35 plus person who wants to be able to invest 100 rupee equivalent on digital gold, then where do these customers reside? And then using digital probably as a route to be able to reach out to them. And then understanding if I can do a print or a vernacular equivalent using the help of that resource, where all can I reach out? How do I reach out to these people? And to answer that, should we be adding to the information overload, or should we be meaningful in the way we are communicating and who we are reaching out to than bombarding across the market? I think that's very important. So that we are also taken more seriously as a brand as and when we reach out to any end customer.
I'm going to have a fun question now. We're talking about next gen communication professionals. We know in the sports, the boundaries are being broken in terms of the barriers are being broken. We have champions who are coming in late 30s, early 40s. Do you consider yourself as next gen communication professionals? And if yes, what would you call people who are just starting their career, who have less than 10 years of experience?
Gen Z, I guess.
So I believe talent or the right set of people can lie about in any age group. So there are people who are senior than me, and all respects to them, they're amazing. And there are also some of the younger folks that I come across my agency as well as my team who tend to inspire me. So it's all about how much of deep thinking they are doing at their end, how much of homework or hard work they're putting in at their end. And it's all at the end of the day about being able to inspire each other. So I hope I'm able to some extent inspire my folks. And on a day-to-day basis, I'm definitely inspired by most of the folks I interact with. And that again is a function of who we have chosen to work with, because the entire interview and interviewing process allows us to be able to connect with the people that we eventually want to work with. Yeah.
I hope I'm not bullying too many bouncers and googlies right now. Aman, what about you?
100%. So honestly speaking, all of us learn both ways, and probably the only thing that stops us from learning around a period of time is the ego, when it sets to come in that, tu mujhe sikhayega kind of a thing comes in. I think all of us sitting here, we are young enough to not have that sort of a ego yet, and we are, at least in our personal capacities, are very, very careful not to develop that, because when that sets in, that is the first step towards becoming irrelevant eventually. There are a lot of folks who are in their 50s and they still very, very humbly learn from the new joinees that are around 23, 24-year-olds. And honestly, I've come across more senior people who are humble because they've probably had access to learning or information very hard. Vis-a-vis the younger lot, one thing I've often come across is there's not that much respect towards that access to education or learning opportunities that have come across their way, which is where I feel that information overload has in some way diluted the discernment abilities, which is where the focus needs to come in, because AI will no doubt very, very carefully make process very efficient. At the same time, diluting mental attention spans. So today we are consuming more often than not 15-second reels over 2.5 hours as against a documentary. So if you ask someone to read a long form, probably a 10-pager, not as many people would be able to do that. And that starts to also reflect when you're doing your brand insight discussions, your consumer understanding, empathy, emotional intelligence. And those are softer aspects which I feel are going to become more and more prized. Because you can't compete with AI. You can probably have it as an enabler for efficiency. But for mental capacity enhancement is something that, I think that's something that they can learn from the senior folks.
In the movie Kal Aaj Aur Kal, Raj Kapoor, if you would have seen the movie, if you have not, I think there was a time when Raj Kapoor says, I don't want to have any responsibility. Let these people fight with each other. Let these people take more responsibility. I'm going to enjoy. Do you people also face similar situations? And what do you do to tackle it?
I guess it's a struggle, on a day-to-day basis, because we are from a generation where we are used to taking a lot of responsibilities, always. I mean, you're always available. You don't have clear-cut, timings or, clear-cut boundaries set, I would say. The younger professional actually, and I really adore them actually, that they have very clear-cut boundaries set for themselves, and they are very clear in their communication. So it is always a bit of struggle, and you will sometimes feel like ending up doing most of the things. Sometimes you will have that feeling that let me only do it. But at the same time, I mean, you have to empower them. Probably that is the only way that probably you can get over this generational gap.
Have you ever kind of said, okay, I'm not going to get into it. Let them manage on their own, because I am kind of fed up. Do you face such situations?
It's a tough one. So not really, and I'll tell you why. Let's talk about that kal aaj aur kal wala example, wherein I look at my past self. We know about when we started into the industry, and that most of the folks here would at some point in time. The amount of hardships that one would go through. You look back at that and it sounds like a breeze. So if you've been able to go past that. So there was a time I was working with Nestle as an intern. I had to go to some of the hinterlands of the country, doing things that required a lot of rigorous effort apart from the brain work that we put in. We've been able to do that. And then I look at my parents' generation, wherein they are from a generation when there was a lot of hardship. There was that savings mentality, unlike say ours, where we are spending a lot more. If they've been able to sail through, I don't think we are rocket scientists sitting here. So I tend to look back at that, inspire myself, and get back onto the work that's required. And if a teammate is not available, then so be it. You'll have to, get your hands dirty, fold up your sleeves, and do the things.
We talk a lot about emotional intelligence. Aman, do you open up to your team emotionally when you are facing yourself a crisis?
Yeah, absolutely. I think probably at times even more than what should be required. But yeah, I mean.
We all do that.
Yeah. So, and I think that's just a plus. I feel once you have a steady team in place that you can trust is as much aligned to the brand's vision, and you're not constantly fighting that war that do I want to retain them, do I not want to retain them. You're very confident about that stable team. Then I think you start operating at a very different level. And over the last 2 quarters, I think that's what we've been able to achieve. So I'm not sure whether it's good or bad, but we know a lot more about what's happening in each other's lives than probably we should be.
You answer that, plus, does your team also open up emotionally a lot to you?
Yeah, they do actually. It's a two-way street. When you give them, you are also, I would say vulnerable, or you sometimes open up to them about the difficulties you may be facing at work and regarding the tasks or day-to-day work. They also open up to you, and they actually look up to you. Ultimately, you are leading them. So they definitely come back to me. And I think it's a good for a team that, you have that kind of synergy amongst yourself.
So it's a tricky one for me because some of my beloved teammates are sitting here today. But I think it's no harm in being able to share your inner thoughts with your teammates. That allows, because as a leader or as a team manager, it's important for you to be able to open up to them. Only then would it be equally relevant for them to be open up to you. And then once you know each other better, then it's much easier to be able to go beyond the boundaries of what is expected to be achieved. Otherwise, all of us will at the end of the day start looking at our work as the time slice or the piecemeal of what needs to be done. So it's very important to be able to connect to each other at a certain emotional level also.
I think in the interest of time, I'll wrap up the session here. There were some very, very interesting insights from you all. And thank you all for, taking my bouncers and gonglis and facing them with a straight bat. Thank you, everyone. Hope you all had great learnings from the session. Please give a big round of applause for all the panelists.
Thank you, Aman.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for such a great and wonderful session. As we all know, this was the first session of the day, guys. Once again, please give it up for the session chair, Aman Dhal, Comms Credible, Aman Gupta, Head of Marketing, Family, Amul Kumar Saha, and of course, Amrita Preetham. Can we please give them a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. Now it's time for me to actually take you ahead towards the next session for the day. And the next session, let me actually introduce the subject to all of you. The next section is on the need for integrated communication. Like we all know how important integrated communication is in today's time and age. And to talk about this and give us some valuable insights, we have with us a wonderful panel jury. Please put your hands together for none other than Ankit Shah, Head of Marketing, Strata. Can we please have Mr. Ankit Shah on stage? Huge round of applause for Ankit Shah. Joining Ankit will be Kiara Sultana, Creative Strategist, HK Strategies. Can we please have Kiara up on stage? Huge round of applause for Kiara. Next up, joining both of them, we have Karan Kumar, Group Chief Marketing and Growth Officer, Art Fertility Clinic. Please give a huge round of applause for Mr. Karan Kumar. Thank you so much for taking out time, sir. Joining all of them, we have with us Shan Jain, Independent Branding and Marketing Consultant, Bridge to Ocean 9. Please put your hands together for Shan Jain. Welcome to the panel. Baja do yaar, tali baja do. Thank you. And to chair this session, we have with us Mamta Dhingra, Mamta Dhingra, founder, independent PR consultant and podcaster, Literal Sutra. So please give it up for none other than Mamta Dhingra, who will lead this session. Welcome, Ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. So these are the members for this beautiful panel discussion on nurturing the next generation communication professionals. Over to you, ma'am. Mic is on?
Can we show? Is this on?
Just say something.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon and a very warm welcome on a rather very warm day. Back in the day in March of maybe 2003, I was completing my post-graduation, and this was the time when we were submitting our thesis, which was, and I chose integrated marketing communications. But then I had no idea that 2 decades hence, we would still be talking about its importance, and I'd be, of all the things, chairing a panel. So thank you so much for having me. And however, the 20 years and what has changed, and I'd just like to throw a few points here, is that I had no idea that advertising will cease to find traces in physical forms. We had no clue that PR will move away from magazine articles and newspapers completely, and media will no longer be about houses and publications. And to top it all, that consumer will not be a demography or a user profile, but a data point who will actually shy away from running to the stores and prefer to experiences over products. Against this backdrop, I welcome everyone, the esteemed panel, joined by Ankit, Shan, Kiara and Karan, and in today's discussion, as we take on the need of integrated communication, let me open the session with you, Shan. So you're someone who's radically driven by data and have been at the helm of leadership roles also across industries and sectors with a great understanding on consumer journeys and go-to-market strategies. As we stand on yet another cusp of technological innovation, disruption, how would you map the changing face of integrated communications?
So very interesting question, and I think that I'll divide it into 2 parts. Firstly, what is integrated communication? And secondly, the relevance of it in the current scenario. So what it is, integrated communication in simple terms is like a symphony of marketing channels, and independently each of these marketing channels are on their own, like very standalone, sufficient. But together, when they come together, obviously they captivate the audience. So you can look at it like a symphony of marketing channels. Why it is important in today's scenario, I think we'll need to understand from it as to what has changed over the last 2 to 3 decades. So the most obvious thing that has changed, and it looks at our faces, is the boom in media, which has led to complete media fragmentation. So naturally, you have to depend on different media for you to be able to communicate the same message, right? Earlier, you could probably just have like one advertising which was relevant and it would play for many days together and still be relevant, but now you can't do that. But this is the most obvious sort of thing, the factor that is changed. But there are two underlying factors which are not so evident to us. One of them is the way that the consumer is making a decision today, right? So in the earlier days, you would have like an ad that would play, and if it was a nice emotional ad or it was relevant to the category, the consumer would sort of remember it, and then when they were in the market to buy, they would be able to refer back to their memory. But today, it's not like that. Today, the moment, there are so many categories, and within each category, there are so many brands that the moment a consumer is in the market to buy, they will first say, okay, I don't remember which one, but let me do a search. So which media becomes important? Search media on digital. Then you're like, okay, but you know, there's so many categories and so much being said, let me look at somebody else who's kind of bought it before me. So which media becomes important? Influencers, right? Then you'll be like, yeah, I don't know about this company versus this company, so let me look at some credible sources. So which media becomes important? PR. So the same message now has to be broken down into different ways. I mean, the purchase process itself has changed, and what we refer to is that earlier it was a lean back way of making decisions versus now it's a very lean forward. Like literally the consumer is doing a lot of work to be able to make a complicated decision, right? And now as a response to this, look at how creatives have changed. So earlier, the creatives were made to a melody and a beat.
Yeah.
Right? And Mamta, let's play a little game. So I'm going to kind of say the first line of it and let's see if you can remember the second line of it, right?
Right.
So let's say washing powder.
Nirma.
Correct. Okay. For example, Roshni Deta.
Bajaj.
Right. Okay. Similarly, like Vajradanti. Anybody wants to take a... Perfect. So this is how creatives were made earlier, right? They were made to a melody and a beat, and these ads are, I mean, I think the general audience is very young. These ads that I'm talking about are at least 20 to 30 years old. They were made that time, and you guys still remember it. So they were made for memorability. But now what has happened is creatives are being made for this active search. Right? So when the consumer is buying, they look at different media. So the way that we make creatives also is to be able to support the consumer purchase process. Right? So the creatives itself have changed. And all these factors now, I mean, don't they sort of start becoming obvious to you as to what is the importance of integrated communication? You've got to break the message down into different parts, be present where the consumer is looking for you, and make it relevant for effectively coming together.
Very
Does that make
interesting.
sense?
Very interesting point. Indeed, I'll move the needle to you, Ankit, now. And you've been an early starter in life and marketing space and seen so many changes also unfold across sectors, events, agencies, startup, front running, building from ground up. Help us understand the way that you have navigated the challenges that may have come or continue to come when you are looking to put things under integrated comms. What is this game altogether for you?
So I will start it with two important things over here. One thing which has happened over a period of time is the audiences have gone matured. Yeah. Right? Today, just to give you an example, there was a time when if there's a Shah Rukh or a Salman movie without even a storyline, it would cross 300, 500 crores. And today people look at what is the content inside it. So the maturity has come in a lot. Plus with this whole digital era or with this whole internet and data disruption, the attention span on a specific format has gone really down, right? And as Shan mentioned, that hence today you see that when you are trying to market anything, it cannot be one single platform or one single space. It has to be across, depending on what is the kind of platform you are choosing. Basis that your messaging comes into place, right? So over a period of time, this is the biggest change that we've noticed, right? That the audiences have gone mature. Today, people go on a Google, they search something, they know that the first three things are a sponsored ad. They will not click on it because they know that somebody is putting. So that is where your SEOs, your PR, because that is where you're looking for an, for something which is more trustworthy, which has to come in organically. It is not something which has been pushed up by money, right? And also the fact that because of so many things and so many options, even the trust levels have gone down. Today for us, we don't even go to a restaurant without checking out a Zomato rating or a Zomato review about a restaurant, right? So that is where the whole integrated marketing, which is a mix of your digital, your search, let it be your influencer, your PR, all comes into place. If I'm missing even one of it, it is like I'm missing a leg on a chair.
Right.
Right. And especially into businesses which are of high values, and especially for startups, right? We are trying to create a market. It is not a common habit. Like when I was with Ola, it was not a habit for people to look at cabs for a point-to-point transfer.
Correct.
It was generally looked at for an 8-hour, 12-hour rental. So we are trying to create a category as well. So it is not only about trying to do sales, but it's also about education.
Yeah.
Right. The current startup where I am working at Strata, it's again an investment platform in real estate. It is a very high ticket size thing. So even if people want to, unless you don't trust, today in India, trust, that comfort is very important when you are investing money, right? And hence you need to be present in multiple ways, in multiple formats. One is to get that attention span, and second, from a startup standpoint, also to educate people that something like this is possible, something like this can be done, and that helps you build your customer journey, let it be from a long-term perspective or from an investment perspective. So I think this is what has drastically changed over time.
But then the real challenge is in keeping the narrative in sync, right? So how do you tread that? How do you ensure that there is that consistency of messaging across so many platforms, that so much is available now? So how, as a communicator, is this an uphill task?
It is a big task because now you have to have skill sets accordingly, right? Yeah. Initially, there would be like you would have one copywriter in your team or one person who would write everything. But today, every platform behaves differently. Yeah. The engagement on every platform is really different, and in a way, that's also a beauty of this thing that always keeps you apprised. You always feel that you still don't know. You keep learning, you keep adapting, and you keep integrating that into your marketing and communication plans. So, it is a challenge, but I see the challenge is for good because that is where the whole adaptation is coming. Probably 5 years, 7 years down the line, no one would have even thought that influencers in itself couldn't be such a huge channel, right? I'm pretty sure everyone over here knows that when Ronaldo just moved those 2 Coke bottles from a PR interview, the market cap of that company lost $1 billion within few seconds. So that's the power of influencers, right? Yeah. Which probably 5 years down the line, before COVID or before TikTok coming in and stopping, no one would have even imagined that this can be something that can happen. So, but the beauty about the industry is it is coming, people are adapting, people are getting used to it and are using it actively today, right? So it is a challenge, but I feel the challenge is for good. It just keeps you on your apprise or on your heels and toes to keep updated about what is happening in the market.
Yeah, I would like to bring you in, Kiara, here into the discussion. Tell us the whole jing bang of thing from a creative lens. Coming from the strategy and the creative viewpoint. Then how do you see this playing out? Integrated communication.
I think it boils down to being able to resonate with your audiences, and a lot of it is tech driven because so much of our behavior change has happened because of that. Yeah. You have multiple touch points. No one is going to see you in just one medium or just one platform, and you have to ensure that as a brand, you're standing for something cohesively. Wherever they may meet you, wherever they may associate with you, they are clicking with you and clicking with the message and purpose that you stand for. That does not mean that you have the same thing everywhere. It also means that you're adapting your messaging and your core purpose into these varied formats that will work for the audience that is receiving them. So it's not just your brand and your purpose, your content and publishing strategy becomes just as significant and just as important to make sure that you are reaching people in a medium and a format that they already understand, that they're already familiar with. So it becomes that hurdle of getting your message across is not lost in translation because you're communicating in a format that they already know.
But that's an interesting point what you're talking about. But here I would also like to bring in the aspect of diverse stakeholders.
Absolutely.
Right? So now I may be an investor and I'm not looking at the Instagram.
Correct.
Right? But an Instagram has the power to bring my brand or my investee company down. Something like what we saw happen to Bonvita. Very, very, very recent example. So how do you keep a track? How do you keep that which communication, which channel is reaching out to which stakeholder, and ultimately what is happening around the brand in that chaos?
So I think that boils down to a lot of homework being done for us as comms professionals.
Yes.
The way we've sort of approached it, and I think that's something that clicks really well even when you're trying to be on the same page as your client. It helps to have a unified creative platform. Now, this is not necessarily something you will take to market, but it's a communication positioning and a creative positioning that enables you to be cohesive across your own earned, paid, shared media. And your campaign may have a message, your campaign may take various shapes and forms, but so long as everyone is in line with and the brand is standing behind this idea of a really robust, well thought through creative platform that roots itself very firmly in that brand's purpose, it becomes very almost instinctive to be able to think of what story arcs will work, what narratives are relevant for which stakeholders, and build out messaging for each of those story arcs and each of those narratives accordingly.
So does that mean we need to constantly keep upskilling? Because if I'm a PR person, I need to know what is happening in the advertising and then know what is happening in the influence space,
Absolutely.
etc.
So to give you an example, when we work on even brainstormings internally, right, it's always ideas over hierarchies. It doesn't matter what team you've come from. It doesn't matter what your execution role may be. In that 1 hour brainstorming that we have, a PR person can give ideas for an influencer campaign. Social media person can give ideas for an on-ground activation, and fostering that kind of integrated thinking at a very individual level, even for creatives, becomes very important. You should be able to take a particular message and think of fun, innovative ways to slice and dice it across platforms, across mediums.
Give us an anecdote, any campaign that you would like to bring to...
So in terms of communicating with diverse stakeholders, right?
Yeah.
We had a client that was working in the developmental nutrition space to promote biofortified crops. Okay, which basically meant that your regular gehu had an added zinc so that, you know, whoever had to consume that basic staple also got that nutritional benefit of a zinc in their bodies, right? Now, this was something that was in a tricky space because it was not a GM crop. It did not have any of the bad press that is associated with GM foods. But you were at the same time trying to convince farmers to grow this. You also had to convince people across the agri-value chain, from your millers to your suppliers to your wholesalers, that this is a crop that is worth selling. It has an added nutritional value. It has all these benefits. You're also trying to convince consumers that this is a better, food to buy. This will help your health and has all these benefits. And at the same time, you're also trying to get government stakeholders invested in promoting this. You're trying to get CSR investors also to sort of participate and push this, when they're already working with rural communities. And navigating that meant that we were communicating one set of benefits for the farmer, saying this will help your crops in a certain way, this will help your soil, this will help your profitability for your crops. any of this crop that you consume for your family also has health benefits. And at the same time, you're trying to convince government stakeholders that you need to transform the entire agri-value chain and put in the infrastructure in place. So there we're having events to communicate to them. For the farmers, we're creating jingles and stuff that can go out at a very grassroots level, even arming the project managers who are going from village to village with an essential literature. That would actually click immediately with those audiences. Whereas your consumer-facing side was obviously very different.
Yeah.
And I think innovating the same message that we had, which was that biofortified foods is a sustainable nutrition solution for the country, impacts you at an individual level, impacts you at a societal level, impacts you at a community level, and designing your communication with that core message throughout is what I mean. So our creative platform was very clearly this sustainable nutrition for all. But the way we sent that message to the stakeholders was in a way that was relevant to them. Why do I need to listen to this is the question that we were answering for each of them.
So in this case, and Karan, I'd like to move to you and bring in your viewpoint here, that does it become a daunting task to cherry pick and address each group and set or subset of stakeholders when the communication, and the lines are blurring? So a PR is doing a part of advertising, the advertising is doing a part of influencing, the influence is doing a part of something else. So how do you really percolate the message down in a very, very integrated, symphonized, and yet very clear, demarcated way that this is my role, this is your role? Or is it actually really blurring and breaking down? And specifically with respect to your brand, how would you do that? Because you're also globally present and the consumer is really, really diverse.
Okay, so that's the fun part, right? Lots of things have been said. I think the one thing that I want to start off with is that there is a fundamental difference between an apple and a carrot, right? An apple is an apple and a carrot is a carrot. So irrespective of whichever medium, whichever platform, whichever publishing house, you're either speaking about apple or carrot and you're not confusing the two, right? So the identity of the product, the identity of the brand remains sacrosanct. Let's move with apples a bit more. Apples come in how many colors? Guys, anybody? How many colors of apples do you know?
3.
Loud, man. Oh. There's a red apple, there's a green apple, there's a golden apple, then there'll be combinations of these colors as well, right? Now, if you're selling a red apple, then the redness of your apple needs to be a constant communication factor, again, across all medium and platforms that you're talking. Right? You can't be talking about red apples in one place and golden apples in another place. Just because one communication is conventional media led, another communication is so-called new age media led. Right? So the point I'm trying to make is that your brand and the essence and the soul of the brand remains sharply defined across all media platforms, across all stakeholder groups. Right?
And must so, rightly so.
The second is creating content. Right? Creating content, obviously now each media ecosystem and each stakeholder consumes content through their own context. Are you guys with me? All of you peering into your laptops, are you guys with me? Yeah? So I need to know that what is your context in which my message will be understood and accepted by you, right? And that leads to various formats. So obviously newspaper advertising is very different from search engine advertising, is very different from blog writing or communication through blogs, etc., etc. So you adapt yourself to various formats in which this communication is being put out, right? But go back to the difference between apple and carrot. You need to be very clear that you're an apple and not a carrot, or a carrot and not an apple, right? That does not change across the kinds of communications you're creating or the core messaging that you're putting out across different platforms, right? Now let's come to stakeholders. Now stakeholders are interesting. Stakeholders are people who could be your consumers, who are consuming communication through various platforms. Somebody is more social forward, somebody is more print forward, depending on age groups, demographics, etc., etc. The other set of stakeholders are beyond consumers, which are people who invested in you perhaps, private equity funds, venture capitalists, boards of large corporate companies, which have a lot of independent board members, etc., etc. Now, each one of them will consume what you want to say from their own lens, right? The investor will say, okay, all the fact that you are talking about is fine. Tell me, when am I going to make what kind of return and how much, how fast, how soon, right? Whereas an audience or a normal consumer of the product has got nothing to do with the fact that are you going to make money or not. For that person, perhaps the product at the best value / discount is the best music to their ears, right? So you obviously need to balance as a brand custodian or a marketing person or a marketing revenue person. You need to balance stakeholder expectations and you need to pitch the same thing, right? So for example, the investor has no clue about Instagram, but what he wants to hear or she wants to hear is how much money am I going to make at what time. And you need to tell that person that, listen, I will make you the money that I've committed, perhaps even more, but I need to do this through doing some things on a platform you don't understand. So back off and let me do what I can do to get you the money that you need to kind of receive, right? When you go to cross-cultural audiences, so we have fertility management clinics in India and in the Middle East, and now some opening up in Europe as well. There you realize that again the cultural context of people changes.
Absolutely.
And therefore the communication is being received through the cultural context they come from. Forget India and abroad. Within India, somebody in Tamil Nadu consumes communication very differently from someone in Mumbai, and consumes communication very differently someone in Delhi, right? Likewise, a Venezuelan, Emirati, Parisian, British, everybody comes with their own social constructs of communication. I think the real excitement is for you to be constantly trying to figure out how you can communicate more effectively to each one of these individual groups without diluting the core of your communication, right? Without turning your apple into a carrot or the other way around, right? And honestly, that's really the thrill.
Yeah.
That's really the entire excitement of doing this, right? And I think with integrated comms is always there. Integrated comms is here. Integrated comms will be there for the next couple of decades as well. The only thing that's happening is that earlier integrated comms was more about TV and newspaper, magazines. Now integrated comms is about all these other channels and all these other ecosystems that are also opening up through which people are consuming content, right? So long live integrated comms.
Yeah, and with that, the pertinent question is then how do we maximize the campaign impact? How do we really know what is working where and effectively with which set of audience and which geography? So anyone to take that point up?
I mean, there's a lot of data which is available, which you sort of tend to measure, especially with the advent of digital today and with the advent of a lot of technology that measures the impact and the interdependence of one versus the other. And something that most brands should start doing now if they're not already doing, which is measuring. It is possible to start looking at collaboration in a far more measured way, in a far more, in a way that sort of builds over a period of time and therefore starts giving you results, and effectiveness and efficiency. So it's not as difficult as it used to be earlier. I think with a lot of digital and technology, it has become much easier now.
But
can I just add to that? Yes. So I think we do a whole lot of performance marketing campaigns, right, for lead generation, right? Simplest thing to understand your ROI and effectiveness, how much money you've put, how many leads you've generated, how many visits you've had, how many patients have converted from the visits that you've had.
Yeah.
But you see that while running performance marketing campaigns gives you a certain output, you do a certain PR mass media activity, the conversion rates improve by 15%.
Correct.
Yeah. Then you layer it up with a communication on TV or newspaper or any of the broad-based channels, you see that the conversion rate further improves by 30%, right? So it's foolhardy to expect that there's going to be a simple answer to this question. But if you do this intelligently, with every incremental platform that you are adding to your communication mix, you can see the core performance improving by certain deltas.
Yeah.
And that really, I think, is the trick to understand which platform works very well with another platform and how it continues to build up one step at a time.
Yeah, and just to add to that, and I think you can obviously put in your views there, that it's not only about the conversions that we are looking at, it's the value, it's the recall, it's the loyalty, and so many other things that are coming around while we are doing that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think it's very important, especially when you're setting out to address a campaign, to take on a certain communication challenge. Define very clearly what your qualitative parameters are and what your quantitative parameters are. Because there are times when your qualitative impact can be far more resounding and far more relevant with that very specific TG, even though you may not have had the mass impact, so to speak. So defining those parameters at a very early stage in your campaign also helps fuel the kind of input that you will put into it creatively, the kind of thought process you will put into it creatively, because then you're trying to figure out this persona that you are trying to speak with, this person that you are trying to speak with, what are the KPIs for them? Yeah, you would like to
I
add?
think exactly the same thing. The thing that has changed with data is, like, first I'll just resonate that it is impossible to tell that which channel or which platform is actually giving you that thing. As I said, we can just measure the delta, but most of the time it's an impact of all of it together, right? But especially with these app-based platforms, at least that is where my experience comes in. What we started doing in that is, while we know that we have to be on all the platforms, what we started doing is we started understanding the user who's using it and started creating a surrogate to that, or started creating a replica of that person, and then started integrating it into our plans.
Something like a user persona?
A simple example, right? Like, let's say if I'm doing a TV campaign, when as per the TV norms or a TV industry, 7:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. is the peak hour.
Prime time.
But when I'm at Ola, I know my peak bookings are happening at 9 and my average ride time is 50 minutes. So my user is only reaching home at 10. Why should I invest at a 7:30 prime time when I know that my user is only going to be in front of the TV at 10 p.m. So that is, see, this is the kind of data usage that today the brands have started doing and integrating it into the plans, right? So that is very important, because no one would here say that only a TV or a print or a PR is going to drive business for me. It is going to be everything. But how best you can use it is now becoming a more important thing that we look into now.
Correct.
So agree and disagree with both my honorable panelists. Agree to the extent, I think, very important point Kiara made, that you need to know what kind of success metrics need to be set for each one of those campaigns, for each one of those platforms, right? Because certain success metrics will be different. So you need to know from an ROI point of view what is qualitative, what is quantitative, and don't make the mistake of trying to have a qualitative ROI translate into a quantitative ROI, right? So that part completely agree.
Which has been a debate forever, like advertising and PR.
Which elements are actually working for you? There is something called multimedia modeling. So if you look at multimedia modeling, you will figure out which elements of the mix as you keep adding different elements, and that's exactly where I was coming from when I'm saying you can figure out what deltas are happening with the inclusion of another element or an exclusion of another element. So you know how much money is coming your way because of that, right? And the last point is that, I'm not talking about Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. That's a different kind of business. And there are many businesses, but I'm saying for people who are in the core business of selling products and services, what matters is revenue and profitability, right? To get revenue, you need customer preference, and you need to sustain consumer preference over a while for revenue to keep happening. Now, to sustain consumer preference, you will have to do a whole lot of this qualitative stuff as well, right? So even the qualitative, creative, content building stuff, if it eventually leads to increased revenue and better profitability, that ultimately is the business of a business.
Absolutely.
The core business of a business is to do business.
Yeah. So that's where the breaking of the silos really comes, right? You have to be very, very collaborative, working cross-functional. Shan, your viewpoints on that, that any strategy you would like to share that can foster better collaboration, and then whom does the buck pass to really in case of there is a slip out, then who takes the responsibility also?
Very interesting question, but I don't want to sort of say who does the responsibility belong to. So see, I'm a very fundamental based person. My thinking always starts from bottom up as to what is important, and I would say most important thing to realize is the fact that collaboration actually leads to predictability. Okay, if you are working in silos, you will only know your own side of the story, but if you work in a collaborated way, you will be able to understand the interdependence of one media versus the other, and over a period of time understand how to leverage one to make the qualitative or the quantitative KPI move up, right? And why is predictability so important? Because markets, valuation, market value, brand value, all of that is rewarded by predictability, right? The more investment you make, if you are able to make it in a predictive way, you will obviously get better results, more effectiveness, more efficiencies, right? So collaboration is the key. There is no way. Now, if you look at collaboration, let's just break it down into there is the human side of it, which is the teams, the various people who work on it. There is a technology side of it, which is your processes, where you store data. There are these two. What brings it together, and to answer your question, Mamta, what brings it together is the intent of collaboration. As long as you have the intent and you understand why it's important for you. It is important because without it, you will not be able to move forward in an integrated manner, right? So it is something that has to be driven top down.
Yeah.
And my appeal to all the people who are owners of businesses, investors, owners of brands is that drive collaboration top down. It's a business imperative.
Fabulous. So just on the ending note, because we've already had the buzzer go up, so how leveraging data, and I would let each one of you give maybe a one-line answer to it, that how leveraging data and insights can have a better decision making in integrated communications. While certain things are very scientific and data driven, but what about things like PR, where there is still a gray area, because what article on a Fortune or a Forbes will do to your company's stocks and perception value can still not be gauged or be preempted by any yardstick as such. So first to you, and then we can go.
So, gentleman, doing a keynote presentation a couple of sessions earlier, very interestingly said that today generative algorithms pick up everything that's out there across various media platforms, right? Anything about the brand, whether it's on a press story, media story, whatever story. I think if you're able to identify the source from which these stories are being picked up and the kind of consumers who are reading and consuming those stories, use that as the fundamental basis of your data strategy on targeting people through either behavioral or contextual targeting methodologies, there is an immensely higher possibility of success. And by success, I'm saying the efficacy of communication, the ROI on the money that you're spending will be that much better served.
Yeah. Over to you, Ankit.
I think the biggest thing that PR does for, and especially for new age startups and everything, it becomes the way you want to put out your story. Because when you talk about apps, there's no one who's talking on the other side. You are just integrating, or you're just talking to an application.
Yeah.
Right. So PR and social media are the only two ways where a brand can put out their side of the story as well. So it plays a very important role that way to maintain that narrative in the market that you want to keep for your brand.
So it would be something appropriate to say that you are humanizing the data or the analytics. How about you, Kyra?
I think when you're coming up with a creative strategy or a creative approach, data and insights work very differently in terms of data helps you determine the who and the where and the that part of it. So your publishing strategy gets largely determined by that. Whereas the insights part of it is far more behavior driven. It's far more relationship driven. So it answers the why and the how far more accurately. And it's very important when you're approaching the challenge, the communication challenge, to be able to understand what is your relevant data and what is a pertinent insight for your audience?
Great.
I think enough and more has been said. I think I would like to just sort of leave a message to all the PR professionals out here is that there is multiple ways in which you can use PR and integrate it into the integrated communications thing. Actively, it would be more about crisis management, building credibility, but passively, it would be about building the entire story of a brand, and that's how you guys should position it. I mean, that's how the consumers perceive it. So whether you have data or not, it doesn't matter. This is how consumers perceive it, and so go and sell your platforms accordingly.
Super. With that, we come to the wrap of the session, and I'd just like to say on the parting note that integrated purpose, mission, and values will be the guideposts for brands to communicate their whys and hows. And integrated comms will always be the mechanism to bring life to the businesses and whenever the brands show up. So thank you so much for being a patient audience, and with that we call it a wrap to the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much once again. Please give it up for the entire panel. We have with us Mamta Dhingra, Ankit Shah, Kiara Saldana, Karan Kumar and Shan Jain. Thank you so much for sharing such valuable insights. And time for you to say 1, 2, 3, cheese. And with this, we come to an end of not just the second panel, but also the first half of the day. It's time for us to proceed for the lunch that is set out for you guys outside. And we'll be back for the next keynote session, and the next keynote session will be presented by Zaka Jacob, Managing Editor, CNN News 18. So we'd request all US team members, all the guests, each and everyone present in this room to please move outside towards the lobby area for the lunch and be back in some time for the next session and the rest of the day. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. हाँ मैं जा रही हूँ Excuse me. Sorry? Unconsciously, consciously a part of our lives. It has always been, and it so will continue in the future as well. But how do we see it molding, developing, or sort of engaging with the current needs or the future needs? And to talk more about the subject, the power of trust, the power of authenticity in the news broadcasting, we have with us a very special guest today. Please put your hands together for none other than Zaka Jacob, Managing Editor, CNN News 18. Welcome, sir, please. Thank you so much for joining us. Over to you. Sure.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know the first session after lunch is probably not a particularly good idea, especially if you're the speaker as you're waiting for people to come back in. And, it's also the session that generally people, if you don't have your black coffee or your black teas, it's the session that you tend to sort of doze off. Kya hi karna hai, kya bhashan de rahe hain, kya gyan sunna hai, and all that. But the reason I stand before you is because I think the topic that's been given to me is a very important one, not just for people like me who are on the inside, but because the industry that I represent, which is television news, news broadcasting, is such a public-facing industry. We come into your lives every day, every night, tell you what's happening around you. So I think it's absolutely vital for us in this industry to build our relationship with our audiences, with our viewers, night in, night out, on the basis of trust. Because if you don't trust what we are saying to you on the daily broadcast, then that product is not going to survive for too long. Because trust is the basic factor that enables conversations between news establishments and their audiences. So thank you very much, first of all, to Adgully and the organizers here, Bijoya and everyone else, for having me here to talk about this subject, which for us it's a living practice. It is something, authenticity is something that we have to practice every day, because without that, I don't think a news organization, whether you're in a print establishment, whether you're on a digital platform, whether you're on television bringing the news every day, without that basic authenticity, no one's going to take you seriously. So, as I stand before you today, this topic is of immense significance in a rapidly evolving world. It's the power of authenticity, because in this era where we have information overload, there's also rising skepticism, there is the specter of fake news. I think establishing trust and engaging audiences is going to be absolutely crucial for any news organization. Authenticity is that key which unlocks the doors to trust. It helps foster meaningful connections with our viewers, and it reinforces the very vital role that journalism plays. Now, I know it's polarized times, it's contested times. There are many people, maybe even in this audience, but certainly on social media, you will see a stream of people who believe that journalism and journalists are bad for society, that they actually, are purveyors who don't necessarily toe a certain line or don't necessarily help in the cause of nation building and so on. As someone who's been in this profession for the last 20 years, I think journalism is absolutely vital to society, to nation building, because at the end of the day, we are, as we call ourselves, the fourth estate. And the fourth estate, its primary job is to have checks and balances, because unfiltered power can be bad for democracy. So I think journalism as an institution, as a profession, is a public good. It's a service. Of course, it is also for profit for channels like ourselves. We are in the business of ratings. We are in the business of advertisers and so on. So yes, we are not doing this for charity. So I'll be very clear about that. I'll be the first one to admit that we are doing this for business and for profit. But at the same time, it is also a public good. Because without the public good and the public service nature of journalism, then I don't know what this profession is. It becomes like any other profession that is meant for profit. Now, coming to the topic of authenticity, we find ourselves in this age of fake news, and this is a problem that newsrooms like mine face every single day. This is a living problem for us. The advent of social media and the rapid spread of misinformation has given rise to a crisis of trust in the media. People today are not taking the media as seriously as they used to 20 or 30 or 40 years ago. In recent years, we have seen numerous instances where fake news has not only misled the public, but it has had real-world consequences. People have lost their lives because of fake news. So whether it is fabricated stories talking about manipulating public opinion, you've seen in the US, for example, there was a former president who openly says that the election that he lost, he believes that election was stolen from him, right? And now he's facing criminal charges for that. So I cannot overstate the need for traditional avenues of journalism, whether they are broadcast, print, or even digital in this day and age, simply because we live in a time and space where no one knows what is real and what is fake. And if you need to sift, as they say, the wheat from the chaff, you need authentic sources of information. I'll give you an example that we faced recently, just a few days ago. There was this story around an explosion that happened at the Pentagon building. The Pentagon building is where the Ministry of Defense is in the United States. It's arguably one of the most protected, well-protected, most secure buildings in the world. And there was this story that broke, it was about 5, 6 o'clock in the evening, which would have been morning time in the East Coast in the US, saying that there was this massive explosion that happened outside the Pentagon building. Now, the source of this story, it first appeared on a Bloomberg Twitter handle. Now, it was not the main Bloomberg handle, but it was called Bloomberg Feeds or something. And the reason why this story became viral, or why newsrooms started picking up this story, was because this particular handle, from where this story originated, had a blue tick. So which means it's an authentic handle, or at least you're led to believe that it's an authentic handle. So newsrooms around the world picked it up. Here in India, too, many news channels played this story saying, you know, there's been a big explosion outside the Pentagon building. In fact, the impact of it was felt straight away because the Dow Jones, which is the US stock market index, fell very briefly upon this.
Hello, everyone.
Now, interestingly, after about half an hour or so, one of our producers, and we, by the way, CNN News 18, the channel that I represent, were one of the few news channels here in India which did not carry that story. You could have blamed us for being late on that story, but in this case, it was interesting that we didn't choose to go with this story because for us, because we are the India affiliate of CNN, we have to wait for them to break any international story, and particularly this was a US-related story, so we had to wait for them to break it before we could break it. That sort of happenstance served us well because a lot of the other channels here broke that story, and turns out that that entire thing was fake. The Bloomberg handle from where it was tweeted out was fake. As you know, on Twitter these days, you can pay money to get a blue tick. You don't have to be an authentic source of information, or you don't have to be an authentic news brand to get that blue tick. You can just pay money, $8 a month, and you'll get a blue tick. So it turns out that someone in some corner of the globe started this handle called Bloomberg Feeds, paid $8 a month, and got a blue tick. And because it had come from what was looking like an authentic Twitter handle, newsrooms around the world picked it up. But here is where, and this instance to me illustrates why you need to have trusted sources of information and trusted news outlets. Because the only way you can beat this fake news specter in this day and age is if you have reporters on the ground. If you can pick up, if editors in the newsroom can pick up the phone, call up reporters, call up the Pentagon reporter and ask him or her, you know, has such a thing happened? That person will obviously then call up his or her sources and confirm or deny this news. And that is why I think in this day and age, especially when you have, you know, AI-generated images, you must have seen that image which did the rounds recently of the wrestlers' protest. I believe there were 2 wrestlers who were shown as smiling as they were being taken away by the Delhi police. Turns out that that entire image was AI-generated. Sam Altman was here a few days ago, and he is the founder of OpenAI, ChatGPT, the firm behind ChatGPT, and he said, this is a very dangerous time. Maybe at GPT-4, it's not threatening humanity, it's not threatening our very existence, but by the time you get to GPT-10, no one can guarantee that AI will be playing with our lives. In fact, this is just one example of how artificial intelligence was used to peddle fake news. So, which is why I think, because of all of these, fault lines, because of all these potholes on the road, as it were, to use a metaphor, I think the only way that news organizations can reinforce their importance, or why the country and our society needs news organizations, is because only news organizations have the ability and have the feet on the ground to call up and find out, has such a thing happened? Has an explosion happened outside this building? Or were the wrestlers smiling when they were being taken away by the Delhi police? You can only do this if you have, as they say in military lingo, boots on the ground. So news organizations have boots on the ground, and therefore we are in a position where we can separate the wheat from the chaff, say to you immediately that this news is fake, that this should not be believed. So the point I'm making is that episodes like this, whether it was the Pentagon explosion, whether it was the wrestler story, will continue to happen in newsrooms around the world. It'll pop up on your Twitter feed. It'll come up on your Facebook news feed. These stories will keep popping up simply because these organizations, social media platforms, either don't have the incentive or the interest to try and fact check. Yes, they do make some noise, and they have been making some noise of late that they are fact checking, especially on WhatsApp. For example, what happened in WhatsApp was in 2018, and this was, I think, the first big instance where India encountered the specter of fake news and what real-life consequences fake news can have. In 2018, there were a series of rumors, primarily which spread on WhatsApp, about these child abductions. It started from Maharashtra, then I think in Assam as well, there was these WhatsApp messages that were doing the rounds. Turns out that people were lynched merely on suspicion of child trafficking. The thing was actually not happening. Nobody was, smuggling children, or nobody was part of this organ donation racket. It was just spread on WhatsApp, and people were getting lynched basis these WhatsApp messages. So in 2018, this issue became so huge that WhatsApp for the very first time had to institute controls on the number of times you could forward messages, red flags appearing on messages that are fake. You also had restrictions on the number of people you could send messages to. So it was the first time that social media platforms started realizing that they are not just a force for good. They can be a force for very, very dangerous consequences and a force for evil, as it were, because like I said, it has real-world consequences. People's lives were lost basis fake news. So in the face of these challenges, we've also witnessed inspiring stories of resilience, journalists who risk their careers and at times even their lives to report the truth. These are the beacons of authenticity. They are embodying a spirit of journalism which holds those who are in power accountable and brings to light important issues that society needs to face. We must recognize and we must support not only this profession, but also individuals who are part of this profession, because it matters in your everyday life. You don't want to be the victim of a fake news forward on WhatsApp or any other social media platform. So how do we, here on the inside, as part of journalism organizations, as part of news organizations, how do we encourage the identification of fake news, bringing forth transparency and authenticity so that not only our credibility is intact, but also the trust, the bond that we have with our viewers is intact, because they can then trust us to be authentic sources of information. The first aspect, of course, is transparency in newsroom operations. It's a crucial element to build trust and engagement. News organizations like ours are very open about our processes, our fact-checking methods, and also our sources, basis whom we are putting stories on the air. We are providing audiences a behind-the-scenes look at how news is produced, how content is produced, and additionally, we also invite feedback and engage in open dialogue with our viewers. So there is a sense of community, there is a sense of collaboration, and that further strengthens the bond of trust between the viewers and the news organization. For example, in CNN News 18, the channel that I represent, we have a department called Standards and Practices. S&P basically looks at every sensitive story that comes into the newsroom, checks out if the sources are correct, checks out if both sides have been spoken to, and only after the S&P editor, and the S&P editor in our case is one of the most senior members of our newsroom, only after the S&P editor gives her clearance can that story go on air. Even if me, as the editor of the channel, if I say go ahead with the story, but if the S&P editor says no, I have these caveats which need to be checked before the story can go on air, the story will not go. So the S&P editor, it's a role that we take very, very seriously. It is again part of our CNN playbook, as it were. CNN has the same thing. They have an S&P team, and any sensitive story. Obviously, you can't do this with every story because of the nature of the fast-paced news that we're living in. But for sensitive stories, unless the S&P department clears it, like I said, even I, as the editor of the channel, cannot put that story on air. The other way that we have introduced, of course, is interactive storytelling, particularly in the last few years because of the advent of social media. This has become a powerful tool for us to engage with our audiences authentically. So if we go to our YouTube channel, for example, not only are people watching it real time, the same thing that is going on television, but there is an active chat box for every live stream that we are running. So by that active chat box, you know exactly real time what people are telling you about your content. If they like it, you continue with that. If they don't like your content, that is real-time feedback for you to change that content or elements within that content. So engaging audiences through interactive means, whether it is YouTube or any other social media platform which gives you real-time feedback, is again, I go back to one of the elements of transparency and building trust, because viewers then know that it's not just a one-way street. Television in the old days used to be a one-way street. It was a bunch of guys coming on TV and giving you gyan, as it were. But today, that's not the case. We have to mold and shape our own story preferences, our own responses, our debates and arguments, chat shows, etc., basis what you are telling us real time. And that's what social media platforms like YouTube have enabled and helped us do. There's also technological advancements. I talked about artificial intelligence, machine learning, algorithms. They're all being used by employees today, real time in the newsroom, to analyze vast amounts of data, identifying patterns that are associated with misinformation. These tools that we have, you have all kinds of softwares. Google provides a fact-check software. You also now have independent news organizations. You must have heard of Alt News and Boom Live. These are organizations that allow you to real-time fact-check any story that has popped up on social media. So news organizations like ours are subscribers to those fact-checking websites or fact-checking apps and so on. And of course, like I said, Google Fact Check and other social media fact check instruments that are there, that are available to journalists and to broadcasters to be able to establish and maintain those high standards. In addition to that, there is also the International Fact-Checking Network, which is IFCN. There's also the Trusted News Initiative. And here in India, what we call the NBDSA, the News Broadcasters and Digital Standards Authority. It used to be the NBSA before, but now the digital platforms are also part of it. So any viewer who has a complaint with the standards of any news channel can write to the NBDSA. It is headed by a retired judge. They go into every complaint that they receive, whether it is on fake news, whether it is on too much opinion, whatever your complaint is, they go through each one of those, and wherever redressal needs to be met with, then they do those redressals. There have been multiple instances of various channels having put out stories that are wrong because of NBDSA orders, because it's a quasi-judicial body. Because of NBDSA orders, they've had to either put an apology on their social media handles or sometimes even on the air, on ticker. There have been very rare instances where the anchor has had to come on air and apologize for a story that was authentically wrong. So finally, I would, in conclusion, I would say that the power of authenticity is absolutely vital. It is absolutely critical in a profession like journalism, and particularly television and broadcasting journalism, because like I said at the top of my speech, you are coming into viewers' homes, into their mobile phones, day in, day out, night in, night out. If they have to trust you to watch you, then authenticity is absolutely key to that. It's not something that can be underestimated in the business of news broadcasting. It's a force that can dispel the darkness of fake news. It can help rebuild trust, and most importantly, reinvigorate the role of journalism as one of the cornerstones of democracy. By upholding journalistic integrity, by entrusting unbiased reporting, being transparent in newsroom operations, and by embracing technology and interactive storytelling, we can navigate the challenges of modern media landscape and reclaim the trust of our audiences. So with that, I come to the end of my speech. Thank you very much once again, Adgully, for inviting me here and speaking on this very, very important topic. Certainly for me as an insider, and I hope for you, the view from the outside has also been just as compelling. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your wonderful, wonderful insights. Once again, please give it up. Thank you. Make some noise. I'm sure this will help a lot of you. Well, now without any further ado, it's time for me to take you all towards the next session planned for all of you. It's time for the next panel, and it gives me immense, immense pleasure to introduce the next subject of the panel. So the next subject is the storytelling for Gen Z and millennials, finessing the art of crafting compelling stories. I think Gen Z, millennials, the discussions have been going on since forever, and now it's time to articulate a bit more about it and also to understand the art of crafting compelling stories. And to join us in this discussion, we have with us Bhavna Gupta, Director, Client Relations, Hill and Knowlton Strategies, India. Please put your hands together for Bhavna Gupta. Ma'am, can we please have you on stage?
Yeah, the hand mics.
Bhavna Gupta, once again, if you can hear me, would like you to join us on stage. Next up, joining Bhavna is Chavi Lekha, VP Corporate Communications and Brand Reputation. Please give it up once again. Baja do yaar, baja do. Can we please have Chavi Lekha on stage? Guys, if you can hear me and if you're outside, once again, would request you to please join us on stage. Bhavna Gupta, Chavi Lekha would request you to join us on stage. Joining them will be Manu Kumar, Head of Marketing and Corporate Communications, Hero Electric Vehicles. Sir, can we please have you on stage? Thank you so much. Joining them will be Rohit Dubey, VP Corporate Communications, Reliance Jio Infocom. Welcome, sir. It's a pleasure to have all of you. And to conduct the session now, I would request our session chair to please come on board. Vinita Bhatia, National President, Media and Communications, Wiki. Please put your hands together for Vinita Bhatia. And once again, reminding the subject for the panel, storytelling for Gen Z and millennials, finessing the art of crafting compelling stories. A kind request to all the panel members and of course the session chair Vinita Bhatia to please keep the time limit in mind since we have a very packed day. So once the buzzer rings, it's a sign for you to wrap it up. A kind request to please take care of that. Thank you so much. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So good afternoon, everyone. Yes, the post-lunch session is always a tricky one, but we are headed towards discussing a very interesting topic and a very core TG, which is the millennials and the Gen Z. So we are going to dive deeper into the conversation about storytelling for the millennials and the Gen Z, and also finessing the art of crafting compelling storytelling. With me, I have a very eclectic and seasoned mix of business leaders on stage. While they've been introduced, but I'd just like to introduce them once again. So on my left, we have Mr. Rohit Dubey, who's the VP Corporate Communications, Reliance Jio Infocom. Welcome, Rohit. Then also we have Bhavna Gupta, Director, Client Relations, Hill and Knowlton Strategies. Mr. Manu Kumar, Head of Marketing and Corporate Communication, Hero Electric Vehicles.
Thank you.
And in the end, we also have Chavi Lekha, VP Corporate Communications and Brand Reputation at Indigo. So welcome all of you. Now, moving on to our topic, while we seem to know that we do know the millennials and we do know the Gen Z, but it's been often noticed that we use the term or tend to use the term millennials very loosely and sometimes even say, hey, the youngsters think like this or the millennials think like this. So I'd just like to set the context and the definition very right. So millennials are the generation which are born after 1981 till about 1996. So typically they would be around 27 to about 42 years of age. Also called the Gen Y or the digital native. And let me say they are about 35% of our workforce, right? And the second that we are going to talk about are the Gen Z, which were typically born after 1997 to 2012, which means they're in the age group of 11 to around 26, which means they're still in school, the teenagers, college going, or they will form part of the early workforce. But the first one, which is the millennials, they form 35% of our workforce. They are the decision makers, they have the pocket. However, it seems that the Gen Z is quite influencing the decision makers as well. So on that note, before we dive deeper into our conversations, I'd like to hear from you all. Bhavna, maybe you can take this one. Could you expand on the characteristics of millennials and Gen Z, their likes, interests, etc.?
See, for me, it took me a while, to understand what's the difference. And I say, they have unique characteristics, and the way we talk about them is as if there are some different species. Because we tell them, isko is bracket mein rakhiye, isko is bracket mein rakhiye. But however, they are the ones we're talking to now. We cannot avoid it. As marketeers, as brand builders, as corporates, we are talking to them because they make the major chunk of, what we sell, how we sell, who consumes our product and brands, etc. Now, there's a very thin line between millennials and Gen Zs because both are digitally evolved. While you say millennials were there when technology was evolving in India, they were there as the innovators, and Gen Zs are the one we are born with digital. In the sense, they're born with a mobile phone in their hands. They're born with AIs. They're born with technology. But the pure characteristics of these two is their attention span is so low that the way we tell stories to them, the way we use visuals, the way we do narratives is, you see how we use TikToks, how we do use Reels. Like I love saying that, what you call story snacks. Inko ye sab acha lagta hai. What is quick, what is quickly consumable, how we tell their stories, visually how we impact it, how we make it more creative, because their attention span is very low.
Sure, we'll get to all of that, but just still want to be very, very clear and crisp about, their characteristics and how they're different. Rohit, would you like to take that?
So, like Bhavana said, digital native. They are born digital, and I look at it in two ways. Number one is that we generally go with definition which are given to us by US, but the evolution of digital technology in US was very different from what it is today in India. So essentially, early part of millennials, I would still put in with Gen X, which we are, and our children who are typically Gen Z guys, are the one who I would say are really digitally native kind of a people. So maybe 4 or 5 year here and there adjustment is what I would typically do to get to that particular set of people. Now, there was this interesting chat I had because I had to come here. So my daughter and a few of her friends were there for their internship. So I made them sit in a circle like this and I started rapid fire. And then what I realized is that the kind of answers they were giving and all that, and they themselves said that we can't concentrate on one thing more than few minutes or even seconds. We have to jump on other because there is so much of feed coming into us. So let us also understand the reason of why this is happening. So because of digital technology, the amount of information which is coming, and especially the way we have put our feeds on, it is continuously on and they are getting it. Now, we as Gen X people or maybe early millennials are not reacting so much, but they are reacting. The channels and all we'll discuss later, but the channels, etc., are also very different for them. They are not on the channels which we are using. They are not consuming the content and doing things the way we do. Okay, that's, sort of, and being digitally native also brings another thing to them is that they are very comfortable with technology. And before, I think just a small example I'll give and then I think I'll wrap up. So if you see TikTok shifted out of India because of regulation, but they were very quick to adopt to another thing which was Reels. And Reels has taken place, just shifted all the loads of Reels in terms of telecom volumes has shifted to sort of Reels now. So they are also very quick in adoption, which somehow we in our generation were not able to do. So if you typically look at a guy who is able to, number one, use technology, pick up any technology, understand in few seconds as to what it is doing, beyond that, quickly, move out, do a scan, but they never do a deep dive. That is what all these guys told me, that we don't have a habit of deep diving into any of these things. So that's how I would like to put it.
Thanks, Rohit. Just like to make some of these blurring lines even more clear as far as millennials and Gen Z are concerned. I was trying to kind of read up and see, we tend to loosely use the term millennials, etc. But if they are in the age bracket, 27 going up to 42, so typically the 2-3 very stark differences, one figured that essentially the millennials, while they were growing up, may or may not have been born into technology so much. They adapted to it a little later, versus the Gen Z, which is born, they're 11 to 25, 26-year-old. They were already born into very advanced technology. And at the same time, hence, the ability, millennials versus Gen Z, the ability to use millennials 2 screens versus multiple screens that they're able to use. And hence also the difference between their attention span, something that we've been talking about. But one very interesting characteristic, which I will just leave it at that, and we will delve deeper into, how to go about storytelling, is that the millennials, they did not really, they are very brand-centric. They want to wear good brands, whereas the Gen Z today does not care so much about the brand, and we'll talk about that a little later. At the same time, the millennials are, because they've grown up the hard way, they really want to work very hard, they are very conscious of success, and in a way, one would say they're more self-centered, whereas something that we were discussing backstage, the Gen Z is more bothered about purpose, right? They've already grown into technology, very savvy with that, and of course, the way they communicate is different. So, but they're more they want to know what is the purpose that they're living for or are going to be working for. So, with those very distinct characteristics, I'll just go on to the next thing which comes naturally. So, Manu, you've been in the business for a very long time and across multiple sectors. So, obviously, the techniques that we use in our communication to deal with these two generations, millennial and the Gen Z, even currently as you're working on, electrical vehicles, how do you think these techniques of communication have evolved over a period of time?
Thank you. I will not delve too much on Gen Z and millennials being spoken about. I think the challenge for the marketer today, when you target these cohorts or these generations of people, is very simple. You need to understand them first. You can't, just go ahead and give out the same communication the way you used to communicate with the earlier generation. You need to understand. So, one of the things is that you need to have great insights about these people. You can't just straight away go and start marketing your products to them. You need to understand them. You need to, build a relationship with them. and then over a period of time, plug in your products. Now, plugging in your product is not direct that, just say that buy my product. They will not just buy your product because a brand is going to say. One is that, loyalty in today's time is very less, especially when it comes to the brand and the audience. So what you need to do is that, you have to build your brand in front of them. And all of those, the integrity of the brand, the trust, you have to build a trust with these, human beings, you need to have a purpose, as you said. So one of the things when we talk of purpose is now a very often repeated word in most of the, when brands talk about it. But I think you need to walk the talk. You can't just say, that my product is sustainable or my product is green, etc. You actually have to walk the talk. They have to actually see that the brand is actually doing that thing, And then you build in that purpose, which they feel that it will help them, achieve something in their life. So I think what, as the question you asked is that what are the mediums? So, obviously we know that digital is very prevalent. So you have to look at now, again, digital, we have been doing that for many years now. And technology is changing very quickly, very fast. But I think what is also important is the kind of content which you put out for these, millennials and the Gen Zs. Now, as Bhavna said, snackable content. There is hardly any attention span, but I think that is the challenge. So, in that 30-second or 25-second of your audiovisual content, how you are able to, so those challenges still remain. These are not, really sorted out because there's no brand loyalty. We feel that, typically a brand will say, if I reduce my prices, someone will come and buy it. But if you look at the long term, they quickly skip from one channel to another. They quickly skip from one brand to another. So, over a period of time, so what is important is that you have to build a brand in front of them. It is not just, if you're looking at a short-term sale, yeah, it may happen. But, if you want to retain your customer, you want to, work with them over a period of time because, they are not just buying today. They are going to be your consumers over a period of time when they grow a little older, etc. So I think building a brand, showing what your brand stands for, how it is going to be helpful to the Gen Zs. So those you have to build over a period of time, and then I think you can reap benefit and work with them, build a relationship.
So Manu, I'm going to take 3-4 words from there. You spoke about walking the talk. The brand has to walk the talk. Second, of course, sustainability came into picture. We're going to dwell on that later. But also loyalty, digital platforms. So here I want to understand, since we're talking about storytelling. So are there any examples of compelling storytelling that anybody from the panel would like to share? Because this generation, how millennials as well as Gen Z, how do we win their trust? And how do we build an emotional connect if they are moving so fast? So any examples that you'd like to share? Anybody? Chavi?
I'm not sure if this is working, so I'll just take that one. Thanks, Mukesh. So Vinita, I'll just quickly go through what each one of them has said right now. Agree with all of it. I think attention spans, content which the Gen Z would sort of, look at, or what you would sort of inspire, interact, and engage them has to have a sense of purpose. Your brand needs to stand for a core value that they are able to identify with. I think that is very, very important. And the kind of content or storytelling that I believe works should be, it needs to have a reason, a format that kind of they identify themselves with. Like I say, a picture has says 1,000 words or is worth 1,000 words. I think video content, entertaining, classic, purpose-driven. I think video content is something that would be a very important medium for a storytelling medium. Kind of storytelling would be, I would say, it has to be either immersive or it has to be user-generated content. I think those are the areas that these Gen Z and perhaps even the millennials pick up, understand, engage, and sort of work with very, very ethos, in their ethos, so to say. Like I take the example of something called Dream Crazy by Nike. It was a campaign that ran in 2018. Colin Kaepernick ran the contest. And it was all about the fact that, dreams being called crazy is not an insult. It is actually a compliment. It became a mark of empowerment. It became something that the youth identified with. It's great to dream crazy. So stuff like that, which they are able to sort of, build a connect with. That kind of storytelling, that kind of story generation really works. The other one I would look at is something we have started, which is community-driven, user-generated content. We recently started, we've tied up with National Geographic, and we are doing this community building called #NoFilter. It's basically to do with anyone and everyone out there who's interested in photography can go and post their pictures on a specially developed platform that we've put out called No Filter by Indigo. And that is in alliance with National Geographic. So all of these pictures will be played up on the National Geographic channel, our platforms, which is more than 15 million users, etc. And the best pictures will be taken up and then be judged by the likes of Imtiaz Ali and veteran photographers like Raghu Rai. So that kind of, we just launched this about 3 weeks ago, and it's amazing to see that we already have like 9 million entries. It's crazy. So that kind of storytelling, that kind of content building really kind of, in my view, works well.
Sure. So we're going to come back on user-generated content, etc., dwell on it a bit more, but really I'd like to understand, Manu, Bhavna, Rohit, you all have been, dealing with so many brands over a period of time. Still, how do we build that emotional connect, the stories?
Yeah, so let me give a couple of examples. I'll try not to use from here. Maybe 2 examples, I don't want to. So one is, one of the kids told me about Mama Earth, okay? And then I said, why do you connect with that brand and all that? So, and the reason given and the purpose, I think, was picked up by Manu, was that they plant a tree. I said, no, but that is done by many other brands, including, I think, Indigo does. So I said, she said, no, but my connect is that, and they show it, where they are planting tree for you and all that kind of stuff. I said, but Glenn Levitt has been doing it for years. So I was thinking myself, I couldn't tell kids that. But then again, for them, it is a story is there, and there is the implementation of that story happening, and that is where the connect starts building. So it is not only what you go out and say. So I'll give you how it works negatively also. There is a very beautiful ad which came, and it became controversial. It is an ad of Pepsi. Wendell Jenner, she's a model. She did this ad, and this was basically a protest happening. All these young kids are there and all that, and a protest is about peace, etc., and all that. And they showed that there is a set of police men there in US who was trying to stop them. And then she, takes a can of Pepsi and goes and then gives it to the police fellow, and he then lets everybody go. So the story was good, the messaging was there, but when we are telling story as brand, we have to be very conscious of the context and our surrounding. And the problem what happened with that story, it was just on back of Black Lives Matters. So you have a Black Lives Matters where a police person is actually beating a black guy, and here you are saying the same white man, policeman, in a very good, this thing that he is, being pally. So there is no problem with the storytelling when you, as a brand, you are able to engage and you are able to live to the sort of, ethos which you are trying to present to this younger generation. They live for purpose. They live for, the kind of societal good they can do. So there is a lot of, societal good that they want to see. And I have seen this as a teacher and a student both, because I teach these PGP student at one of the IIMs, and I was also a student with some of these kids in ISB policy class. So I had this set of young kids, young professional, who had very good degrees from IITs and all that, and they were sitting there doing something in education sector, doing something for healthcare sector, and when I asked that, they said, there is a purpose for me, okay? And then the way they used to connect was that when I asked, and being a communicator and a brand person, I used to ask, what do you think about this brand? They used to always say, they just say, they do not. And they gave me example of some of the brand, I don't want to name them, but they said they came up with very good campaigns. The campaign was able to touch you as a human being. It was about unity, camaraderie in the society and all that. And when there was a backlash, you withdrew that campaign. So as a brand, you have to stand for what you say and not get back. And you have to be consistent. There's another example I'll just quickly quote. There is this HBR study, you can go through that, of how this polarization in social media works along with CEOs. And in that, there are two, one brand particularly they talk about is Starbucks. And they say two different issues, pride. So we are in Pride Month now, and they celebrate the Pride Month and all that. So there's a brand connect. There are a lot of internal communication which happens. There are a lot of storytelling. When Black Lives Matter happened, I mean, some of these guys who are in typically this millennial and Gen Z category, they started supporting that, and then the HR came down heavily on them saying that, no, this is something you can't do. Now, as a brand, you can't say that, okay, I am there for this purpose, which is good for humanity, but I'm not there for this purpose, which again is good for humanity, but it does not suit me, as a commercial organization. So that is something which we need to be very careful when we are doing the storytelling.
Thank you. Very relevant examples there, Rohit. From the first example that you share, my takeaway, which is the Mama Earth story that you shared, that my takeaway, you said that many brands have actually been planting trees when you were aside. So essentially what is important that you also communicate what you do. You may have been doing something behind the scene, but if you have not put it out in your communication, not many people may know about it, and two, then the brand may or may not be associated. And if we are talking to the Gen Z, which is very purpose-driven, it is important to put out the story. Yeah? Yeah.
I mean, as Reliance, we never spoke about it. First time we said this thing, 2.4 crore trees is what we have planted. We never spoke about it, but this, Environment Day is the first time actually we have started speaking about it.
I think that is again something in terms of communication over the generations from the Gen X to Gen Y and Gen Z, which has changed. That in Gen X, we were always told that acha karo aur uske bare mein batao mat, right? Don't talk about it. Mitti pao, karo aur batao mat. Millennials, I am not very sure. I think perhaps it is the generation who, if does good, likes to show it. Whereas Gen Z, which we understood that is more purpose-driven, they are purpose-driven but also very transparent and clear that if you talk about it, then stick to it and don't change your stance. Yeah? So something that came up in the discussion, some of the words that came up, since their attention spans are very limited and etc., and catering to both the generations, how do we build trust and relatability in our storytelling? Trust is very important. Bhavna, would you like to take that?
When you talk about Gen Zs and millennials, there's one common thing. She realizes that purpose is common, right? However, long-term sustenance, walking the last mile and making sure everyone gets impacted positively is what they're looking for. For example, if you're looking at, look at Dove. Now, the Real Beauty campaign of Dove hits so well with Gen Zs and millennials because they use real women in that ad. Of all colors, all shapes, all sizes. For them, Dove talking about we use this minerals, we use this ingredient doesn't hit the button. What hits the button is that Dove, that product, that brand is for everyone, for my mom, for me, for you, for my auntie, or even for the person who's working in my home. Real beauties. So that hits so well. For example, look, Airbnb, what Airbnb, how it differentiated beautifully from others was it said, we accept. That was just the campaign they used. We accept. Now, how they translated that into real world was that anyone can go and book an Airbnb. It doesn't matter if you're straight or queer. So, what Gen Zs and millennials and what we realize is when we're just telling the story is, it
has to be real. It has to be authentic. It has to be trustable. It has to be long-term and global. One part of India mein kuch ho raha hai, but does it also affect? And you know, I'm not going to get into that, but you see what's happening. There's India, there's Bharat. Now Gen Zs want to see a seamless, a brand, a corporate which they can trust everywhere silently. So I think that walk the talk, the purpose, and a brand, it resonates with their DNA, makes a lot of sense. For example, if Rohit uses a brand and I use the same brand, it has to be hi-fi because say, oh, you use that brand, that means Rohit has to be a person who's authentic, who's real, who's trusting, because he uses that brand. So Gen Z's के लिए बहुत important है कि it has to have my flavor and my DNA to resonate with.
So I would say that's a great positive influence and a starting point for trust. But does that really translate into loyalty? What are the kind of stories we could build to generate that loyalty?
I think I'll just end one line and I'll pass it on. Loyalty is as long as you do it. Like he said, andar kuch, bahar kuch, then you've lost the game there and then.
Manu, what are your thoughts on that?
So I think, let me make a statement. Everybody's a PR comms person sitting here. Keval PR mat kariye. The problem is, a lot of brands only do PR. And campaign karte hain, the brief, and I'm not only saying it's the agency, it's the brands also. One of the briefs which everyone gives is, yeah, let's do some campaign. Today, people, and especially the younger generation, will make you out, they'll kill you on social media. Ki PR kar rahe ho. So I think, we are ourselves giving a bad name to our own industry. So let's not do only PR. Let's do good. And, things will automatically, today viral ka zamana hai. हम बोलते हैं viral करते हैं video. Viral तब होता है जब आप, it's not just only money you spend, but, genuinely people start liking that activity which we did, and then, people start talking about it. You may get little less than by spending money, but I think that is what they're looking. In fact, one of the issues which influencers is that, why companies started using influencers, etc., was that the Gen Zs wanted to listen from someone of their age, someone who they can, relate with. They don't relate with the brand, but, people who are using it. So that's why we use it. But again, influencer, we say ki, because that person has, X million of number of, followers on Instagram or somewhere, so let's use that person because हमें इतने like मिल जाएंगे, how many views we'll get. But I think, that is what this generation does not like. You'll get called out, So I think you have to first do. So it's, you can't market to them. You have to market with them, So it's co-creation, collaborations, that's why, what they like. That's why you see a lot of companies doing collaboration with, their consumers, asking them for, sending their photographs with the product, etc. And I think those are the things which work much better than just, doing a campaign, making an AV banate hain, usko viral kar denge, and then we'll say the metrics is that we got X million likes, etc. I personally feel that how many times will you do that? And you'll get called out because, ultimately you have to show that this is the kind of activity, this is the purpose which you do it. So for example, if I am a sustainable company or I say that, I am a green company because we make electric vehicles, but ultimately, I can't do greenwashing. A lot of companies, just because do greenwashing saying that we are a sustainable company and humne itne carbon, bachaya, etc., etc. But they need to see that on the ground. I think that is very important.
Sure. Shavi, I'd like to ask this. So we've been talking of, authenticity, etc., and how to reach out. We were talking of viral marketing. But the role of videos, images, what would you say in how important they are and what kind of role do they play in compelling storytelling?
I'll take off from where Manu said. I am completely of the view that created content, well, it will do just what an ad does for you, really. In that sense, when you put an ad on TV or in a newspaper, it's what you are saying. But when it is content which is authentic, perhaps which is third party, it works beautifully. And I'll just share a couple of examples on that. Just this Mother's Day, one of our campaigns went completely viral, where this, one of our cabin crew members, and as everyone knows, we only have, girl power on board. So one of the girls on board actually made a video of her talking to the passengers, saying this is the first flight I am doing as a cabin crew. And there was her mom, who had been a cabin crew with us for 6 years. And she was like, you cannot believe the amount of pride and happiness I have today to be serving alongside her and to see her in uniform and be here. And that video just went viral. It was not created by us. It was not something that we put out, but it was self-created. It was put out by that cabin crew member, and it became viral. Similarly, when our customers, people who are flying for the first time, or people who are taking their parents on board for the first time, or even, you have 2 or 3-year-olds who are Indigo fans, and you have their parents making content when they're flying with us, and the way you can see the happiness. That is the kind of content that people relate to, are able to identify with, and then they, and those are the things that become viral in that sense. So I think authentic stories, which actually come maybe from, not from your own mouth, and I would say in a lot of ways that is PR, where you have an endorsement from a third party created. I think that really makes a much
I understand that that's kind of become, user-generated content or interactive stories have become the order of the day. So I essentially come from a sales background, and I remember about at least 15 years ago, if you were dealing with a linear medium, which is, let's say, even television or print, and you would go to a client, they would say, kuch interactive kar do. There was no clear brief, kuch interactive kar do. And from then until, let's say, about 2015, 16, when the OTTs started getting launched in the country, and I remember, besides Hotstar, Z5, etc., I'd come across a company called LF Group, which are basically into user-generated content and different channels for different things. And it was, all of us, still early days, it took us by storm by the kind of, followers that they have. And Gen Z definitely is growing up on user-generated content. But there is, or could be, a flip side to it also, a massive one. Rohit, what would you say about that? What are the pros and cons of user-generated or interactive content?
So user-generated, I think you can use it more smartly, and a lot of time this also gives you an idea for how you run your campaign. And just taking away from what Chavi was saying, so when we hit 250 million as Jio, before that, a lot of users used to create videos and send it to us directly, saying that, okay, my life has changed this way because now I can do video call with my parents at village and this. So we were getting, and our state offices and colleagues were getting these videos from across. So when we actually hit 250 million, we did a campaign, and that campaign was actually inspired by those user-generated, and we broadly used a similar kind of, but it was an ad campaign which had to be created creatively. But it was, the basis was those user-generated content which came. The same thing we used when we did Jio Phone, and there was this, few years back, there was this program called Bhamasha in Rajasthan, where they were giving out these handsets, or actually some money to ladies in and rural areas of Rajasthan. So we thought, how do we connect? And that is when 2 of my team members, they actually went around Rajasthan, okay, and looking out for people who were actually using, and then they used to go and enter into conversation of how you are using it. Because many a times what we think is that this is a product, it has to be used in X particular way, and that is where we leave it. We don't realize that the user is looking at that product in a different manner. So a small phone, which was actually a little better than a feature phone, was not supposed to be used as a video phone. And then there was this Kalbelia dancer in Jaipur, and they were using these to create videos and putting it on their YouTube channel. So they created this YouTube channel, and which was a raging hit. So when our guys my colleagues went and spoke to them, they showed the channel, and they showed, this is the phone we are using. Till then, they did not disclose that we are from Jio. So that is how it works very well. But then the flip side also happens is that when you do something, when your network goes down, at least from my point of view, you know, the same user-generated content comes back to hit you. But then we take it in a right stride that, okay, there is a problem there, you go and, you know, address that. And the same user will come back and say, okay, now it is 3 hours and you guys were there and there. So same content gets, you know, comes back to actually support you. And this is something which we saw during the COVID period of 3 years when actually all of, at least 2 years, when all of us were locked in and we were working from home. Our guys were there on ground, servicing customer, laying lines, giving SIMs and connectivity. And it was around that time that we saw a huge uprise in user-generated content, because what used to happen was that if you are working from home, you don't have a SIM, you call up, somebody is in that difficult situation coming, giving. They used to say, "Acha, aap yahan khade raho, let me make a video and I will just post it online." So it was user who was telling our guys that you stand with me, I'm going to create that. So when the brand connects, brand changes your life, brand does something very good, the user automatically is going to talk positively about you. So these are examples we have seen in our lives, and this is how it works. So flip side also, you have to be creative enough to turn it around.
Great. So I think so far we touched upon some very key points that whether it's the millennials or the Gen Z, both are definitely interested in authentic brand stories. And of course, it's very important to put it out there in a very transparent manner. If you're also keeping it to yourself, then the communication job isn't complete. At the same time, of course, today it will be cliche to say that, hey, you know, social media or digital platform, I think it's become so much part of our life, or rather our life, that in a way we've not even discussed any of the traditional media so far. But would any of you like to throw light on that when we use different medium, whether you'd like to dwell on social media or digital platforms, how the storytelling changes? Any example of that? Bhavna, would you like to do that?
See, like when we're building a campaign, our first point of discussion is what is our audience consuming? Where are they consuming? How are they consuming?
Sure.
Then we map out through data analysis. If it's Instagram, then what in Instagram? Is it a reel, or is it just a post, or just pictures, just visuals? And if it's Facebook, then is it interactive? Is it live? So we map out each channel as per the audience consumption and usage. And then we come to the point, what is the story that we want to say? Can our story be told better visually? Can our story be told better content-wise? Can our story be told through contest? Because today's Gen Zs and millennials, they love community. They are a group of people. They love participation where everybody is involved. They're not like islands like us when we were growing. Apna kaam kar diya aur chale gaye. So contest, viral, discussion forums, it all works very well with Gen Zs. Hence, it all, again, as I said, it all depends what is the story that you want to say, who you want to say, when do you want to say it, what phase of your brand journey do you want to say it. And then you choose the channels. And in the end, it all points to one thing, it has to be directly impacting your audience. If I am a real person, and if I have attention span of 30 seconds, something on Instagram on reel quickly will catch my attention and I got the message. So curating your campaign basis, that is the key. Not campaign chalaya or Insta pe dal diya because your audience is here. How well are you telling the story? Is, I think, the trick here right now. Because you are a Gen Z, I am a Gen Z, but your consumption patterns are different from my consumption patterns, and your likes and dislikes are different from my different. But we are bracketed as Gen Zs because our attention span is less. We love collaboration, we love authenticity, we love transparency. वो crux रहेगा. But storytelling is the key here, the trick here.
So essentially, you are saying, of course, data analytics, you know, or the TG segmentation plays a big role. But the more important thing is the Gen Z also prefer that the storytelling is customized, is personal, right? They want to have a sense of belonging. And that is how it has to be crafted. So any last points that anybody in the panel, Chavi, Manu, that you'd like to share that we may possibly not touch upon or you'd like to add, please?
No, I think we kind of got our hands around the whole thing. Just very quickly on what you said on not having touched on print media. I think even though we are talking millennials and Gen Z, the role of media in every form has its play. I would say storytelling, again, depending on what the purpose is, can also begin with something like an ad or a hoarding. For example, when we launch a new destination, the first touch point, besides doing all the noise that we do on various kind of digital media, is kind of reaching out to the airports and the areas around the airport to just put out a splash saying Indigo is coming, stuff like that. So I think every media has a role to play, even if it's Gen Z. It is noticeable, it what catches the eye, and more importantly, what is recurringly catching their eye. So you use all forms of media at different times of the brand, as Bhavna also said, just to see that it is constantly being, laid out in front of them,
Sure.
given the attention span is small.
Sure. Wonderful. I think we had some great takeaways from today's session. Ultimately, nothing beats authenticity and walking the talk. And of course, the communication is going to keep evolving as we keep treading forward in the years. Today's millennials will be Gen X for the Gen Z at some point of time. I like to share one set of trivia. So the Gen Alpha, which is basically up till 0 and let's say 10 years or 11 years right now, in just next 2 years, which is by 2025, they are going to be a population of 2 billion, which is going to be the largest population. So some discussions, Rohit, that we were having backstage about AI and chatbot. So I think the PR and the communication professionals need to sprint forward exponentially in terms of especially understanding the Gen Z and the Gen Alpha is right there. But another set of trivia, which don't want to scare anybody in the room, is there's something called the Gen C. Anybody knows what that is? Gen C. So Gen C is basically the generation which is irrespective of your age group, whether you are 10 or you're 100, it is all about the mindset. So you could be 5, you could be 10, you could be 50, and yet you catch on to what's going on and keep a very healthy and active mindset. So hoping that irrespective of our generations, we continue to stay Gen Z. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing that wonderful insight. And ending on such a joyous note, thank you so much. Once again, please give it up for all the panel members and of course our session chair, Bhavna Gupta, Chavi Lekha, Manu Kumar, Rohit Dubey, and of course, once again, Vinita Bhatia. Thank you so much. I would request all the panel members to please pose for a photograph. 1, 2, 3, say cheese. All right, thank you so much. Once again, please put your hands together. I couldn't hear it. Thank you. All right. Next up, it's time for me to invite the next set of panel members and move ahead towards the next segment of panel discussion. And it gives me immense pleasure to introduce the next subject of the panel discussion. It's something that all of us will look forward to because the subject is giving a new direction to Indian PR. And as we know, a lot of PR strategists are here in the room. So I'm sure this interests all of us. And to lead the session on stage, I would request all of you to please welcome Madhurima Bhatia, Media Engagement and Partnership Lead, Ipsos India, and Epic. Can we have a huge round of applause for Madhurima Bhatia? Welcome, ma'am. Welcome on board. To join Madhurima, we have panel members Shagun Sharma, Communication Head, Teamology. Please put your hands together for Shagun Sharma. Next up, we have Sonal Singh, Head Corp Com, Jindal Stainless. Please put your hands together for Sonal Singh. Welcome on board, ma'am. Tripti Pandey, AVP Corporate Communications, Mama Earth. Can we please have Tripti Pandey on stage? Welcome. Joining them will be Varun Gupta, Head D2C Business, Hero Wired. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Varun Gupta? Varun Gupta, can we please have you on stage? Next up, we have Prachi Sharma, Head PR Cars 24. Please give it up for Prachi Sharma. Welcome on board, Prachi. Thank you so much once again reminding all of you about the subject, giving a new direction to Indian PR, and once again a kind and humble request to the entire panel and the session chair to please keep a tab on time. We are running late behind the schedule and we have a lot of panel discussions. So please keep the buzzer and the timer on screen in mind, and if it's close to the end, please try and wrap it up. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sound check. It's working. It's working.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah, now I think it's working. Good afternoon, everybody. So I hope nobody's feeling sleepy after that lavish lunch. So I'm sure everybody's wide awake. Okay, so we've got a very nice topic, which is giving a new direction to Indian PR. So before I introduce you to our experts, I'm going to first give you a few quotes about the relevance of PR, which some of these senior honchos, global honchos have said. If I was down to my last dollar, I would spend it on PR. Can anybody guess who said that? Okay, it was Bill Gates.
Bill Gates, yeah.
This is by an unknown person, and he says, if you do not tell your story, someone else will, which I'm sure all of you, when you venture into PR, that's the first thing you get to hear. That's the first thing I was told when I joined this industry more than 2 decades ago. And then Richard Branson says it very well. He says, publicity is absolutely critical. A good PR story is definitely more effective than a front page ad. And Warren Buffett says it takes 20 years to build a reputation and 5 minutes to ruin it. So if you think about that, you will do things, so you should think about how you'll do things differently. And we're also going to talk about the 4 P's of PR, which is protect, promote, perform, and prove. Okay? Protect will be how you protect your turf while you do the visibility. How do you keep it away from negative publicity? Promote, how do you promote all your, for your business, for your brands, etc. Perform to see the ROI on the efficacy of your campaigns, and prove, that is measurement. So without any further ado, let me introduce you to our eminent panelists. On my extreme left is Prachi Sharma. She represents Cars 24. Then I have, one second, sorry. I have Tripti Pandey. She's from Mama Earth, though the holding company is called something else, which she'll tell us. Then we have Sonal Singh. She's from Jindal Stainless. And of course, then we have Shagun Sharma from Teamology. So a very, very diverse group of people, from FMCG, I represent a B2B brand, and then you have automotive, and then you have manufacturing. So, so without any further ado, let me first ask the first question. So what do you think, Prachi, what do you see, how do you see PR panning out in the next, say, 5 years?
Right. So PR is an ever-evolving landscape, right? We are very fast, we have a turnaround time which is very less, and the way I see Indian PR going, it's very important for brands to know who they are catering to, right? It's very important to understand their target audience, understand the segment they are reaching out to, and what the brand is all about. Yes. Apart from that, I think PR now, from a brand forward approach, we are taking a customer backward approach. Right? Anything and everything that customer understands, trusts, knows, I think brands need to strategize their PR strategy
Right.
according to that.
So, but what about the future in terms of how the company, uses PR? Do you see any kind of okay, what I'll do, we'll come to all that later. So, how do you see PR in the future? How do you see PR going in the future?
I think, like Prachi said, PR is a constantly evolving space, and I think calling it public relations, I think, is no longer relevant. It's just communicating with your consumers, and you need to communicate with them on the channels that they are present on formats they are consuming content on, because ultimately, public relations or corporate communications is storytelling. You need to communicate your story to your consumers and your stakeholders, and you need to communicate it on a channel where they are consuming it. So it needs to be totally dynamic, and it changes with every brand, every sector, every format, and it is totally customizable now.
Yes.
It no longer is a standard strategy that can be deployed for any brand or any sector.
Right,
So I think it's a
great.
constantly evolving segment.
Excellent. So these two represent the B2C part of the business, and now we come to Sonal. Sonal, how about you for your company? How do you see PR changing, evolving? How do you see when you gaze the crystal ball? How do you see that changing?
So before that, allow me to just add one quotable quote to the PR list that you said. The only thing, the quote is, the only thing worse than being in negative news is not being in news. So yeah, three definitive changes I see in the future. First is the cost of data is so low and the proliferation of media is so high that we are going to live in an age of mass social activism. So going by the Bush doctrine, people today are of the view that if you're not with us, if you do not stand with any of the modern causes, whether it is wellness, whether it is, animal security, or whether it is Pride March, or whatever it may be, if you're not doing anything, then you're against us. So non-partisanship by brands, by companies are no longer a choice.
Right.
You cannot be perceived to be a company or a person that's neutral.
Yeah.
So standing for a cause has become very, very important, and all brands or people will have to endorse by it. That is one. Second is the fact that we'll have to move away from traditional PR, giving it the weightage that we were giving, because now PR is moving slowly. Let's see how we make reputation. What is the reputation builders for us? It's social media, it's Instagram, it's YouTube Reels, it's Shorts, it's so many other things. So content creators, new age media, Scroll, Quint, all of it will be equally important as the TV and wire and the print used to be.
And taking a stand, like you said. Yeah. Excellent.
And the third one is the fact that we'll have to measure and show results and show the direction to the management for PR to be able to take.
I have a separate discussion for that. So quickly tell me, how about you? For somebody who is from the PR industry per se, so how do you see it?
So I think like PR is not just PR nowadays. So PR is a part of digital marketing, PR is a part of social media marketing, PR is a part of content marketing, and PR is also a part of influencer marketing. So it's just not limited to one field right now. Firstly, what PR was kind of restricted to was kind of publishing your articles and getting your coverages done. So now it's not only limited to that, and also integrated approach is I think is the word that we are looking forward to, because these all factors, all these fields are equally important in terms of PR, and what we need to move, like what we need to focus on is a holistic and an integrated approach that can cater to all these different fields of PR.
Excellent. Okay, so now I know where you're coming from. So, now that you've spoken about it, we are talking about two types of PR. We are talking about earned media and we're talking about owned media. So, looking at earned media, all the press coverage you get in the media using non-paid form of publicity. And owned media is whatever you do on social media, or you do write your blogs, or you do your own podcasts. So, the whole proliferation and the whole vistas that PR has now opened, it's a new world we live in now, and digital is equally a part of the main line. Now, what I'm going to come to is that, when we look at, digital, so how do you leverage, do you see potential, is digital a part of your integrated approach for each one of you?
Absolutely. Digital is a part of approach and we cannot be separate from it because your customers, internet and your mobile phone is just with everybody, right? So
Right.
news, your social media has taken, is just there, right? So
Right.
everything is digital. It is the future, but we can't let go of traditional completely. However, digital is something that customers, that brands need to adopt for their customers. And I'm not just talking about your news portals. I'm also talking about your social media. I'm also talking about your YouTube. Because
Prachi, I'll ask you to, you told me, ki, remind me when I take too much time. So be as crisp as possible because we are really have many things to yet talk about. So what about you? So you feel that there is a very
it is integrated with PR and digital is the future. It
so
is.
you know, coming to what Prachi has said, suppose you know when you write your press release and you give it to media, and when it is published, the same message has to go across you know, consumer touch points. So whether it's social media, whether it is earned media, it's the same message gets, because you're informing and then you're reinforcing the message. So does it work for you also, for Mama Earth?
Absolutely.
You do the same thing?
Absolutely. So coming to the owned and earned piece, I think owned media really helps us to tell our story, and earned media helps us proliferate that messaging.
Excellent.
So that people are able to communicate our story forward, because on your own channels there is only that much reach that you have. It's limited to the consumers that are viewers that are watching that content piece. The moment you add the earned leg to it is where the validation to the story, and second thing, proliferation of the story is where largely it happens.
Yeah, because you know, amplifying your content, like I'm a part of a global team, and for me, amplifying the content is very, very important, because you know, we look at increasing our share of voice, because you have some news, you share something, but then you also have to amplify content so that it gets seen by your key stakeholders. So coming to you, what do you do for own versus earned?
So just to add to what Tripti said,
Yes.
First of all, digital I don't think is a choice anymore.
Yes,
Digital is a
it
necessity.
is a part of the
Then the boundary lines between owned media and earned media are blurring. You know, social media is owned media for me, but
Yes.
Facebook will not promote you know, any post without money being plunged into Facebook.
Absolutely.
So those lines are blurring, but at the same time, if we want to maximize digital media, the only way going forward will be to organize online and offline integration. Do experiences and events, which can then be amplified on your online channels.
Yes. So, you know, those who are students here, you know, there is, you know, I'm so very poor with names. Yeah, so, Shagun is talking about, you know, that there is a new opportunity for companies now to get their message out through, you know, you must have seen in newspapers a pull-out which says advertorial or promotions. At the same time, brands get to tell their story. So she comes from that part of the business where she gives opportunities to companies who cannot, you know, who do not otherwise would get hurt because they're not that big in the fray, and they would be very tiny in the complete scheme of things. So Shagun, what are you talking about? The new proposition?
So yes, so basically I think the dynamics have changed and drastically they have changed.
Okay.
So now a lot of startups are emerging.
Okay.
It's not only about the MNCs, or we're not talking about the big brands here. We're talking about the small startups, the MSCs.
So you'll have to tell your story fast.
So yeah,
So you
sure,
just
definitely.
cut it to the main point, yeah.
So yeah, so what I basically want to say is that we are shifting towards, we are kind of working towards automation, where we have created a fully automated process where you can write a story, you can publish that story on that portal, you can select the publication you want to get it covered on, then your link will be live within 24 hours.
Okay.
You can see your link on the Google, you can type your
Right.
brand name on the Google, you can go to the news section, and your coverage or your press release or your feature story, that will be ranking on the top. Because we
Right.
are here talking about the technology, because PR is now more shifting towards AI, towards technology, towards automation.
So, what Shagun, right? What Shagun is saying, that, now PR, you can also, though her stories would carry that little caveat that these are promotions and these are advertising stories. These are not advertorials, sorry. These are not, it's not earned media, it's not non-paid form of media, clients have to pay for these stories, right?
Yes,
so there's a different new vista which is opening, which also, it serves the brand purpose, it serves purpose of companies who want to tell their stories, but nobody is going to publish them, okay? So there is another vista which is opening. Now,
Madhurima, I would like to add a point here to earned and owned media. While your earned media is pushing, your own media is pulling, right? Because it's become a way of pulling your clients to your channels. For example, brands like Mamaearth, Nykaa, Zomato, Cars24, they do not just want to promote about themselves on their social media anymore. If you see the kind of way content has evolved, all these brands, all the leading startups, what they are now doing is creating information that will be helpful to the customers, right? So owned media is now about pulling the customers towards you and ensuring that they get the kind of content that would, add a little value to their life.
Right. And it's also helped D2C brands a lot, right? Which are
True.
direct to customers.
Absolutely.
Especially. And you've seen, post-pandemic, also the dynamic of PR has changed. I head up the function in my company. I'm also part of the APEC team. I'm also part of the global team. So, for me, I can give you first-hand information on how PR has changed. Earlier, I could just send a press release and, I would get mass pickups. Now, I have to keep pushing, and then, earlier we used to look at PTI and, IANS. Now, they won't just pick up your story and they'll say, sorry, I have no journalists. I have just kept my journalists for breaking news. I do not have so much bandwidth. The journalists actually plead on the phone saying, I don't have the bandwidth to do your story, please. It's not breaking, unless it is breaking news, please do not contact us. Or you just speak to the editor if he's going to look at that. So a company like Ipsos, which is a global company, and for a company like ours, though we are not registered on the Indian stock, and the companies which are registered on the Indian stock exchange, they get better, listening because, it has a direct impact on their stocks, now negative publicity, positive publicity. For a global company like ours, it is registered on the Paris Stock Exchange. So, it's got a different treatment here, and we're an agency, if you see, per se. So, what is happening now is that there is a new thing, I don't know if you all have heard about it, the distribution is changing. Now, now companies like Cision are coming into play. And journalists are saying that, if your news agencies are not publishing because they don't have the bandwidth. Earlier, journalists didn't have the bandwidth. Now, news agencies don't have the bandwidth because only if a news agency flashes it, then the media publications pick it up. Okay. Otherwise, you just have to keep pushing for your stories. But now what is happening is there are these new boutique companies emerging, global companies called distribution companies, which distribute your press release. They just flash it on these wires for news wires, and then they pick it up like PR Newswire and Cision. So a global company like Ipsos, we are also now going to tie up with Cision. And Cision will flash our news press releases to journalists depending on the beat they write on, and then, whether they pick it up or not, that's up to them. So the whole dynamics post-pandemic has really changed. Did you all also see any differences post-pandemic in your story pickup or nothing?
Digital consumption has increased. So the way we actually distribute news has actually changed dramatically.
So how do you distribute now?
Owned and earned using digital and social. Social, in fact, Instagram,
But
YouTube
the conventional
has
media is very, very,
Yes, conventional media has been heavily impacted for
conventional
sure.
media is like very big, not cagey, but they're very selective.
But like
and
you
they
said, in the case of listed companies
Yes.
like us, the
Yeah.
relevance has become even more. And it is being carried very widely in print, in online, because the perception with traditional industries and manufacturing continues to be traditional. Is the fact that if you have to buy space, you're advertising, you're not doing PR. PR has to be organic, it has to be free of cost, it has to be picked up by journalists who are covering your beat. And beat still remains a reality in papers.
Absolutely.
So for us, traditional media is still very, very relevant, whereas for Cast 24 and Mama Earth, I understand it is almost redundant.
Not really. It is still important to
I
us
think
because
for
I
all
think
of us, yeah.
credibility of traditional news is still very, very high. But again, because of democratization that
Yes.
digital has brought in, proliferation of course has increased. But again, your channels have also increased exponentially.
Right.
I think that also
So,
depends on the
yeah.
strategy that you have for yourself, right? Like, what is it that you want to communicate? Once your communication is ready, once your messaging is ready, it'll be easier for you to even pick up the channel that you would want to be in and where you would like to, give in your maximum effort in.
Yeah, that
right?
is for one-on-one stories that media will always be interested in because they ask for a scoop. I know Prasad of Economic Times of Brand Equity, the first thing he asks me, are you giving it to me exclusively? So, that is not, we want mass coverage. But I think now what has also changed globally, and my global CEO says, I'm not looking for quantity, I'm looking for quality. So that has also changed now. Earlier we were, how did we measure PR? Now we'll come to measurement also. So for a global company like Ipsos, how do we measure PR? We look at media mentions, only media mentions. But I remember when I was with a PR company, and I was handling clients like Apollo Tyres, Shaw Wallace, and ITC. At that time, I had to, measure using ad rates. So it's column centimeters into ad rates. And then we'll say we have given you this much crore worth of press coverage. Does it, so that is how, at that time, we used to do when I was with a PR company. And that's how we used to tell them. And they used to say, oh yes, we have got some. Had we expended in advertising, that's the kind of money we would have had to shell out. So, it's really changing. So how do you measure, in your companies, do you measure PR differently?
We definitely try to measure it differently, but again, it's a burning question which we don't have an answer to just yet.
Right.
It is a question we are trying to look for answers. We are hoping that in the coming times we'll have answers, but yes, we're definitely not going by the traditional ways and means of looking at PR.
The column centimeter and ad rates?
Yes.
So we are doing that, and my agency is right here. I was looking at them and smiling because I ask for those reports every month. But what I have started also asking for is specialist ways and mechanisms in which you can also measure the intangibles, reputational analysis.
Yeah.
There are a lot of research firms are doing, you're one of them.
Yes, yeah.
And now how do you calculate the intangibles? But that said, I agree with Tripti, a lot still remains to be measured. There are emotions and feelings involved. There is reputational imagery involved that you possibly cannot measure.
Yes.
But I also think that there are certain tools that have been...
Okay, so this is the buzzer we left. So quickly tell us.
So I was saying that there are tools that have been introduced, and it's not about that. Obviously, we cannot measure some parts of the PR, but there are some parts that can be measured also. Since we are shifting towards digital, and when it comes to digital, everything can be measured online. Anything you put online, be it social media, your views can be measured, right? Your promotions, everything you are promoting, maybe a story or a post, you can see the likes you are getting out of it. So it's like some part of it remains intangible, but there are some parts that can be measured.
Yeah, and you know what, I've also seen that, there are people are using podcasts a lot more, writing blogs, writing byline articles to promote thought leadership. So those are some of the new areas people are doing, to really elevate the brand image and reputation of their companies. Now, I'm going to come to the last part now, which is measurement. I think we more or less covered. We look at now, everyone is talking about AI. So what about AI and PR? Are you all using any kind of AI and just kind of automating? Because I know my global CEO has said that I don't want you people, though the writing we still have to do. But one more thing I want to talk about, PR people is that, we do all the writing. We put all the thought in it, which the company is not recognizing. I think PR really needs a better place in the scheme of things. Yeah. I think all the quotes of the CEOs for which, they get seen and heard, that is written by people like us specialists. We really do so much work, but we do not, I think it's over. But I think now we are also using a lot of AI. We are using a lot of AI because, like distribution, we have a tool called Marketo. So we just send press releases to media, we're going to start doing that. And what about you? You also are going to use AI and then we'll just finish it.
So the future is bright for PR because PR is very important to tell the companies their stories, to give visibility to their brands, and of course, to grow the business. And so, what about you then? What about this future for you? Any one tip on future for your companies where you see? And then we wind up. I think we are really.
I think we're really out of time.
So,
Future for
so
PR
one
is
of
very
you
bright.
Can say, one of
Yes,
you
future for
can
PR is
just-
very bright, and we need to end with that.
So thank you for being a great audience. I don't see a very large audience, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, please give it up for the entire panel we had with us. This was a beautiful, insightful discussion. And of course, like I had mentioned before, there is a bit of time crunch. So apologies for that. But once again, we have with us Shagun Sharma, Sonal Singh, Tripti Pandey, Varun Gupta, Prachi Sharma, and of course, Session Chair Madhurima Bhatia. Thank you so much. Please give it up for them. Thank you. All right. Now it's time for me to introduce you all to the next session and take you towards the next session. And the next session is super, super interesting because, guys, now it's time for us to actually lead into the fireside chat. And the subject for the fireside chat is navigating the era of digital disruption, the future of PR and communication. And to actually share their valuable insights on this fireside chat, we have with us none other than Ritika Jaiswal, Associate Vice President, Popcorn. Please give it up for Ritika Jaiswal. Can we please have Ritika Jaiswal on stage? Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much. Joining Ritika will be Suvashish Banerjee, Brand and Business Lead, Luxury and Premium Portfolio, South Asia, Isilor Luxottica. Can we please have Suvashish Banerjee on stage? Please give it up for Suvashish Banerjee and, of course, Ritika Jaiswal. Welcome, sir. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome on board. Actually, once again, speaking a little about the subject of this fireside chat, our guests will talk about the navigating era of the digital disruption. So the future of the PR and communication. Once again, we have a lot of PR strategists here in the room, a lot of CopCom people here in the room, and it's really, really important to understand how to dwell into the future of PR and communication. And I hope we are ready. Ready? All right. Once again, please give it up for Ritika Jaiswal and Suvashish Bhatia.
Banerjee.
My bad. Apologies. All right.
Okay.
Over to you, ma'am.
Okay,
Once again, you know time limit. So
Yes, I am aware of that. Please don't buzz me really loud.
don't buzz.
Do not press the buzzer really loud.
So I hope if you finish on time, they won't.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. We don't need an introduction, so I'm going to just jump into the conversation that we have. So Suvashish, very important. The topic says it all. I would jump into the fact that technology has drastically changed how we speak, how we market to our brands, consumers. How have you witnessed these changes in the fashion retail industry?
It's been, is it working? I don't think it's working.
Is mic working?
1, 2, 3, is it working? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So, yeah, it's been a drastic change, of course. And if you think about 10 years ago, probably the only thing that we talked about was internet, Google, and those were the only things.
Yeah.
And right now we talk about, the world was really small. But right now what has happened is with social media and the kind of interactions that we have with the consumers directly, it's become even smaller. And it's not working.
It is. I think the volume is a bit low.
Okay. So the kind of interactions that we have with our consumers right now, it's amazing. The consumers can, it is no more brand to consumer kind of a communication. It's more two-way. Consumers can directly give a feedback. Consumers know about the products. They get to browse the products, and they get to even check out. They get to click on something and go somewhere, buy a product, give their product reviews. Everything is seamless right now. So technology has definitely played a big role in that, and I'm sure it's going to become much better. Also with influencer marketing, I think that is something that has really given us the kind of awareness, the kind of reach that we never really expected out of digital technologies. But the reach, the kind of assurances that a social media influencer gives to a brand right now is absolutely amazing.
That's fascinating actually to know. But I do have a follow-up. Like, with the rise of digital platforms, how do you think that the role of data analytics and consumer insights actually cue in when you actually talk about marketing, especially with PR and advertising?
With related to, I mean, when I talk about PR, advertising, they all used to be, as someone was mentioning in the previous chat, that it all used to be mandates, right? I mean, simple mandates that this is a press release, you have to go out, give it out to the big media houses. Now it is all much more quantitative. So right from data analytics to knowing the consumer, how a consumer is faring, what they're clicking on, the consumer behavior, what are the trends, everything is on data. And we exactly know what the consumer is, who the consumer is, what do they want, and what is the purchase intention. So along with all these things, I think for all these things, data has played a tremendous role. Also, there is a lot of personalization right now. In terms of advertising communication, we exactly know that Ritika wants this. Ritika browses through these topics, and I would show only that advertisement to you, which may not come to a Subhashish Banerjee. So that is a great thing that has happened, and I'm sure with the advent of AI, this is going to be much better. Hyper-localization is going to be much easier. We are going to show individual advertisements rather than, right now what we do is it's a demographic thing that this is the kind of gender, this is the kind of place, this is the kind of people that they are, and we show an advertisement that is specifically meant for them. But going forward, I think it's going to be much more individual, much more personalized.
You spoke about the opportunities. I also want you to address the challenges that technology brings into this place.
I'll give you a small example. I thought of becoming a food blogger, food influencer about a couple of years ago, 2-3 years ago.
Interesting.
But the technologies can sometimes be hindrances. What happened was I had a two-factor authentication on Instagram and on Google Authenticator. And when I changed phone, I could not really log into my Instagram account anymore. I had some 1,000 followers or what. So this is what it does. I mean, technology is a hindrance when you do not know actually about it. When you do not understand technology properly. But when you can use it properly, it can do amazing things. So what we really need is understanding those technologies, how we can use them properly in our day-to-day lives, in our communication strategies, in our everything. But we also need great resources who can really understand those technological advancements, give you feedback that this is what is needed, this is what is not needed. And that is very important for a company to grow and to make proper communication strategy for their consumers.
Interesting. I'm going to converge towards your domain, which is fashion retail, right? So how do you communicate to your consumers in terms of, do you use any technology? How big a role does it play when it specifically talks about fashion retail, especially the premium brands that you handle?
technology is integrated everywhere right
Okay.
now. I mean, of course, I mean, as we were speaking sometime earlier, that we did not even have a website. Most of our brands did not have a website about 10 years ago. Some of them had a website, but we could not buy from there. It was more like a browser kind of a website where you could just browse through the sunglasses and that would be all. Now you can go to a website, you can buy products, of course, you can do, there are virtual try-ons that you can actually use. Those virtual try-ons are getting better day by day. Then there are other instances, for example, when there is a buyer from a particular client that we have. They would, earlier what they would do, they would go to a place, there would be hundreds of sunglasses together. They would pick sunglasses, physically see those sunglasses and then buy. But what we do right now is that there is, with the advent of virtual reality, they don't even have to travel to another place. Earlier they used to travel to Italy, France, they would want to buy sunglasses from there. And I'm talking about clients, not consumers. So I'm talking about clients like, for example, a Titan Eye Plus. Now, they now sit at their offices, they have their virtual reality platform on their tablets, and then they can choose all the sunglasses that they can. So what we do is we not only save on the money, but we also save on the fuel cost and the time cost and everything. So technology plays a big role, not just for the consumers, but also for every stakeholder within your organization.
Got it. I mean, I wouldn't complete this chat without mentioning something like a chat GPT, but yes, very cliched in today's conversation, but how do you envision AI playing a role in advertising, PR, communications?
I think the kind of data that we get and the kind of processing of data that is done by AI is absolutely fantastic. We can probably sit for days, hours together to find out, to analyze a particular set of data. But when there is an automated machine doing that, it's much faster and I'm hoping it's much more reliable. What it cannot do is it cannot bring in that emotional angle, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
When we talk about consumer insights, when we talk about consumer behavior, there is a certain amount of intangibles that is there. But an AI cannot do that. For everything else, I think it's absolutely fine. And the whole realm of virtual reality and chat GPTs and AI, they're going to transform our lives as marketers, as PR professionals, but also the consumers.
That reminds me, I saw an ad, I mean, a couple of days back. It was a beer brand that was actually talking. And everywhere, AI was replacing human beings, right?
Yeah.
And then the AI robot actually walks into a bar, and that is where actually these guys showed that the robot cannot drink beer, right? So AI cannot actually do everything.
Correct.
But on a very
One of my
serious...
favorite movies is
Yeah.
actually
iRobot?
iRobot. Yes.
Oh, yes.
I mean, you have everything apart from that emotional angle, and at the end, I mean, it may act as a spoiler for a lot of people, but when they start that emotional angle, those
Yeah.
robots, that is when the main crux of the matter is, and until that day comes, I think we are pretty safe.
I hope that does not come. But I mean, I really feel that technology is something that is disrupting how we communicate with each other, and of course, how we are marketing our thoughts to our consumers. But I do want you to touch upon the fact that how authentic does the role of technology actually play? Because, say, for example, a lot of things that I see that ChatGPT generated, right? Authenticity is lacking. I mean, that aspect. So do you think adding that human touch, but also using a bit of technology will help us do better marketing, better communication?
I think humans are still necessary, and there will be a lot of time before we are completely out of the race. But human touch is definitely necessary, and especially when we're talking about marketing, it's not something that is very quantitative.
Yeah.
We right now in today's world, things, the boundaries between a media professional, a PR professional, a brand manager, everything is blurred, and people do each other's work, they understand each other's work, and they rely on each other, each other's intelligences, each other's professionalism. Um, uh, and AI can only do things that are fed into them. So human touch is absolutely essential, not only because we need to understand the consumer behavior, our heart rather than only the brain, but also the fact that we as humans, we have empathy, right? We understand what the other person needs. An AI, a robot can only do so much. Of course, there are huge technological advancements, and every day there is new things coming up. But I'm still hesitant to replace a human being with an AI. But yes, they can. What they can do is definitely support us doing much better things. They'll not replace us, but they'll probably do a lot better when they support us in what we do.
Yeah, like automation of mundane processes.
Absolutely,
I mean, yeah,
absolutely.
Of course.
Automation is so important. So when things are like, I mean, when there's a data crunching, when there are insights, when there are typical numbers and insights that
Yes.
need to be generated, absolutely fine to use an AI, and we can actually use our brains to do things that are more strategy related.
Yeah.
But an AI cannot do that. And also, as we say, that the human touch is so important.
Great. That just brings me to my last question. I mean, digital is definitely the answer to today's communication. Anything that you would like to share as a parting note in terms of what do marketers, what do communicators need to keep in mind in terms of crafting their campaign messaging when they're talking to their audiences?
I think the only thing that I would want to say is that embrace technology. I mean, and do not be shy. Do not shy away from it, because it's given. I mean, technology. If you do not use it, someone else will use this and will go far ahead than you. So, embracing technology, being agile is very important, but keep that human touch as well. So do not forget about what your consumers want, what your consumers really need. Do not underestimate your own intelligence, but use all kinds of machine learning, all kinds of technologies, social media, influencers. Use them to an extent, and your campaigns will be really good.
Awesome. So that's something that we need to keep in mind. I told you not to buzz me so hard. But yes, that's something that you need to keep in mind, that technology is something that we need to embrace as marketers and communicators. And the buzz is the sign that we need to end this right now.
Sure.
But it was a pleasure speaking to you, Suvashish, and thank you for being a lovely audience, guys.
Very nice speaking to you, Ritika. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, and thank you for listening to the buzzer.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, we have a picture.
Would request you to post for a photograph. Thank you so much once again. Give it up for Ritika Jaiswal and Suvashish Banerjee. Thank you. All right. Since we are running out of time, so without any further ado, I'll... That's okay, that's okay. All right, so without any further ado, I'll make this a little quick. It's time for me to dive into the next panel discussion. And I would request anybody who's outside and can listen and can hear my voice to please come in and join us for the next session. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the next session. A kind request to all the beautiful people outside to come in and join us. So the subject for the next session is once again super interesting. It's leveraging digital PR for maximum impact. So how can you really leverage the digital PR for maximum impact? And to talk on that, we have with us in-house Anju Williams, Head of Marketing and PR, ST Telemedia, Global Data Center, India. So please give it up for Anju Williams. Huge round of applause. We also have a AV, so would request our team to please play the AV.
rely on it to drive growth and innovation. But with so much data being generated every day, where can you trust to store and process your critical information? That's where ST Telemedia Global Data Centers India comes in, serving as a reliable partner for companies on their digital transformation journey. Since our establishment in 2014, we have been at the forefront of providing customer-centric solutions, ensuring exceptional service and uptime reliability while safeguarding mission-critical infrastructure. With a market share of over 30% in 21 advanced data centers spread across 9 key cities, we have the largest footprint in the country, catering to over 1,000 customers. Our facilities cover approximately 3.8 million square feet of area and boast a combined IT load of around 200 megawatt and power load of more than 350 megawatts, ensuring uninterrupted operations and supporting the most demanding workloads. But that's not all. We take pride in being at the forefront of the sustainability movement, with an impressive 36% of our energy coming from green sources and 44% of our data centers running on sustainable energy. Powering our exceptional growth, we've achieved a remarkable 2.7 times revenue increase and a staggering 5.4 times capacity surge. Worldwide, STTGDC has established a strong foothold from Singapore to India, and from Europe to China. We have built an impressive footprint that spans the continents. At STTGDC India, we pride ourselves on offering data centers that are built to global standards and designed with scalability, security, and reliability in mind. Our purpose-built facilities are located in diverse locations and feature network and carrier neutrality, high density, and sustainable power deployment. Our highly skilled professionals manage and monitor critical data with expertise, so our customers can focus on what really matters, their core business operations. We're committed to providing consistent services, workflows, and support to customers globally. And our leadership in research, support, and training ensures that we stay at the forefront of the industry. At STTGDC India, we understand the importance of partnerships in delivering superior colocation solutions. That's why we work with a range of partners, including systems integrators, value-added resellers, and more. Our approach to exceptional colocation solutions involves strategic alliances and initiatives. Partnering with us unlocks a host of benefits for all scales of organizations. We're not just another data center services group, we're trailblazers in the industry. Our numerous certifications and awards are a testament to our dedication to delivering world-class data center solutions to our customers. At STTGDC, our beliefs form the foundation of everything we do. They guide our actions and drive our decisions to delivering our purpose of powering a sustainable digital future. At the heart of our creativity is a binary data stream, depicting our platform as the backbone of every vertical's future success. We are always there, always on, and always ready to support all your transactions, media, gaming, and buying needs. We are built for success. We are built for you.
So, once again, please give it up for Anju Williams. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. Joining Anju Williams, we have with us Gulrez Alam, co-founder, Teamology. So I would request Mr. Gulrez Alam to please join us on stage. Welcome on board, sir. Joining both of them, we have the business director and partner, Imagexx, Mithali Prakash. So please give it up for Mithali Prakash. And now, to conduct this session and to lead the chair, I would request all of you to please put your hands together for Jyotsna Dash, AVP Corporate Communications, DS Group. Huge round of applause for Jyotsna Dash. Also, joining all of them, I would request Mr. Rahul Kashyap, COO, PR Professionals, to please come up on stage. Huge round of applause for Rahul Kashyap. Welcome on board, sir. And the subject is leveraging digital PR for maximum impact. I'll let you do the job. Just please, once again, a kind reminder to take care of the time buzzer. As soon as it rings, please wrap it up as soon as possible. Thank you so much. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Atan. And I think she's already done a good round of introduction, but I must say that it's a very thought through panel that we have. So you have Anju, who's going to be part of the data centers. So she's the one who's keeping all of us connected. Then you have somebody who heads digital PR, which is Gulrez. Then you have integrated marketing, communications, tools. She's been building brands, etc. That's Mitali. And then you have an integrated PR agency, head here, which is Rahul. So it's a great mix that you have. Unfortunately, we had another, Prasoon was supposed to join us, and he's not here. So quickly, what we'll do is, while we'll engage with all of you, I see a lot of people outside, actually they're networking. I think we should get all of them in. If there's anybody who can call them in. I'll be on it later. Yeah. So basically what we'll do is a lot of people here prior to us, be it Ritika, be it Shagun in the earlier sessions have already talked about digital PR. How is it that it's evolving? How is it that it has come about? And obviously you can't do without digital PR is what they've clearly mentioned. But we've come a long way because public relations at some point in time was about managing communication between the organization and the audiences. Cut to today, it's a lot to do with, I think the PR dynamics have changed and the entire digital marketing landscape is integrated into the PR communication that is there. And digital PR has obviously emerged as a very reliable, tactical tool to be used not only to build your brand but also to promote your brand. So how is it that we use, what are the benefits that are there, and how is it that we're going to use the platform where you're going to keep your audiences engaged. The most important thing is to first identify the right audiences and how do you keep them engaged to have a direct impact on your brand. So I'll have the teams basically go ahead and do the conversations that are there, but typically to say digital PR is more to do with traffic, about engagement, about revenue, about conversions that are there. So how is it that you build your brand identity? How do you boost your business reputation? How do you do lead generation, SEO enablement, so paid PR, organic PR, all of that needs to be woven in, is a part of it. And you have, at a time when you have, snacking habits that we have, every 15-20 minutes you will be constantly looking at your phone to see whether you've missed out on anything. How many of you are doing that right now? I'm sure a lot of you would be. Yeah, so you're always trying to keep abreast with what is happening with the latest. So that bit also needs to be channelized and it has to be integrated. So these marketing techniques need to be integrated into the PR strategy so that you have maximum mileage that you can have for your clients or for brands and businesses that are there. Relationship building with bloggers, with communities, with influencers. How do you use that as a credible tool? And today you have tools, CRM tools are there to manage these as long as you automate it and then ensure that you have the right content going out. So without taking too much time, I'll let Anju do the talking when it comes to basically how is it that she is going to go ahead and engage or expand reach and targeting specific audiences. Sure. Over to you, Anju.
Sure. Thank you, Jyotsna. So, see, essentially with STT GDC India, having 21 data centers, right? So for us, PR is not a standalone strategy, right? PR is an integral part of the integrated marketing plan, right? And it goes and being very location specific in our approach to reach out to our the right party contacts, if I may call it, right? Making it very, very relevant, right? Whatever we are talking, the right people should be able to absorb, the messages that we are dissipating, in terms of how we can benefit their business, right? So from that perspective, I feel PR has taken a completely different angle where we are using the internet as a medium, right? So right from starting from the SEO, right, the keywords that we
go and search for. That's the beginning of the PR today, right? Which was not earlier probably, because whatever we create is basis our SEO keywords, basis the search engine optimization, right? And from there, the second part comes the content marketing, right? So what needs to be created, what will be consumed, what is the kind of interest that the people that we want to reach out to, our customers, our most probable customers, what are they reading, what do they want to read, what are their business problems, right? So that's the second part of the internet marketing that we have taken into account. And then finally comes the creation of the PR articles and blogs and all of that, right? So I think today it's the whole creation of the PR, the creation of the content has taken a completely different route vis-a-vis what we were doing earlier, where the main focus was only on print. So today, so that's how it has, what we have seen is at STT GDC India, as we are doing very specific location, right? So I'd like to share some real results with you, that through these digital efforts we have been, it has helped us to increase our brand visibility up to 60% during our campaigns. Because when we are doing the PR, we are dissipating into specific location, right? We are targeting very, very specific. Today, we use a lot of LinkedIn marketing. So when we dissipate the PR through the LinkedIn marketing also, in addition to, of course, going and dissipating it through PR wire, etc. But when we are doing this, we are dissipating it through the LinkedIn, we are able to actually target very, very specific CIOs and the CXOs that we want to reach out to. So I think that has that was not there earlier, right? We were very dependent on just the print and the readership, right? So I think now today the readership also has changed, with the emergence of so much of websites, and the internet has actually changed the game altogether, and hence the reach. So that's where I think I would say. And just to add to your point to how we are making use of the digital communities, especially again we have digital forums that we have created, and essentially even on the LinkedIn you have specific vertical wise forums which we take advantage of, and it's working well. So so that's how I would
How
like
many
to.
of you remember the Best Man ad of Gillette? So somebody, you should go on to the, go on to the search engines and look up this ad. So this was an ad where Procter & Gamble wanted to basically talk about how men should behave, or what men should do, and or act the right way. And all it's this actually basically it was how there are various kinds of harassments that are there, and male bullying is there, the behavioral changes that happen, etc. But what it led to was the impact. There was a lot of conversation on Twitter, there was a lot of impact on social media, lots of relevant conversations were there. But the direct impact it had was you actually had men who would go ahead and conduct themselves not only in the right manner but also tell others how to behave. So that was a direct impact that you would have basis whatever these campaigns that they ran. And it was a great campaign, it was a 360 degrees campaign. So you can look it up on the internet and see how it was. But having said that, I will let Gulrez do the talking when it comes to building online presence and thought leadership. By the way, he does a lot of paid digital PR, and he has some great tools, lots of work that is there. So he can talk about how you can help organizations establish their online presence, role of content marketing. Today, at the end of the day, it's content marketing, it's emails, it is SEO, marketing techniques, all of that. So how do you integrate all of that and position brands as industry leaders, etc.? Over to you.
When it comes to online presence, I think it's a need of an hour. Like every business wants to grow. Like shoe shopper is also wants to expand their business. So in digital, there is a limitless. Customers are there in Pan India. You must be shopping online. Every products are coming at home at online because of the online presence and technology that we make so online presence, like, it is very important for every product or any services that are even like, let's talk to me like Teamology, we are into digital PR. We also do some of our online campaigns that also helps to get a reputation, get Google ranking. So digital PR something is a fusion of digital marketing and a traditional PR things. Because when it comes to digital marketing, like your stories that used to be go on newspaper, and now we are going through their digital portals, we have high authority websites. So there will be a in normal PR you will get only stories and all, so only campaigns and all. But when it comes to digital PR, you will get a hyperlink, you will get a your own choice of anchor text that will drive traffic to your websites and also help you to position in a Google ranking at a great level. That's why you must be
backlinks when if you have a credible website on which your story is there, backlinking to your website, I think that's what helps you or enhances your SEO and also your Google ranking.
Yes. So when sometimes many brands like why my website is not ranking and news websites are ranking on Google. Maybe you give me some task like you want to publish on Hindustan Times or India TV. So India TV has a great domain authority. So that's why their website is ranking above you. So when it's like a regular process, not an one time investment. Today you spend ₹1 lakh over backlinks and digital PR and things. So you will get a ranking. So it's a habit. That's why you must be heard many SEO campaigns are running through big publishers like Dentsu.
But I hear that Google and Wikipedia etc. is sieving through these paid kind of.
No, there are something if you get a sponsored hyperlink on a certain PR, on a piece of PR, then it will not recognize as an authentic PR hyperlink. So there are two kinds of things no follow hyperlinks are there. There is do follow hyperlinks are there. So it do follow gives you more authority and no follow less. But even if you take more things like do follow, then Google has a AI who recognize what are you doing, playing with their things. So they will shut the door. So you have to have a great mixture of no follow links and do follow links. And again,
no follow and do follow.
Do follow.
Okay.
These are the link juice that Google algorithm crawl and it will give you.
How many of you knew that? Are you all from Teamology? That is why.
Actually, Basha is my co-founder. We have a background of digital marketing. We have done tons of things and all. Recently, we completed 3-4 SEO campaigns and all. So
all those in the PR community who want to enhance their strategies can go to Gulrez.
That's an integrated marketing, I guess. Thanks. So still, most of the things, most of the companies are spending, they have the separate budget for these digital PR when it comes. Even big brands like Bajaj Finserv, you must be Dabur. Yesterday I've seen in some newspaper, there is a quarter page, front page websites, a newspaper. I think it cost more than 10 lakh rupees for the outreach. But when it comes to digital things, we can, that much money, we can penetrate in every corner of the country and very specific target. Suppose you are a piece of digital PR you have and you want to penetrate your, you have analytics, on which state you have much business, you're doing bad in the shape or something.
So targeted approaching is possible.
Yeah, possible through digital PR. You have a page view commitments. If you want that, I want 10,000 views on that particular piece of article. You can contact publishers because they have they have a technology, and Mr. Faizan is also here from India TV. He can guide you more about that, about the page views. You can contact after.
Then we have Rahul here, who is basically going to talk about how the digital PR platform or PR tools have empowered and democratized the whole system. So over to you, Rahul.
Thank you. And very happy to be outnumbered by women on the dais. So I'm reminded of something that Maya Angelou said. She is a famous poet and activist, feminist activist. a very powerful one. And she said that people don't remember what you did for them, but people remember how you made them feel.
Yes.
So that is about digital PR. It makes you feel. And it is such an empowering tool that one is that you can't miss it. Anybody today saying that digital is the future has already missed the bus.
Yeah.
They'll have to run very fast to catch it. So if you have not missed the bus and still you're there, the fact is that it makes you feel it is very empowering. Empowering to the extent that it helps you buy a shirt of your choice. It also helps you change governments. You can change a government using digital PR because every individual, every citizen is reachable. You can directly engage with them. You can occupy, and this is a scary thought, that you can occupy their mind space, influence their decisions. So right from buying a shirt to changing governments, getting the laws changed is about digital PR.
True.
Currently that we are talking about is, in the e-commerce sector. In fact, by 2030, the projections are that the e-commerce business alone will be $350 billion US, and that is about India.
No, so that's also how it is helping you get into lead generation. End of the day, how many of us were buying stuff on the e-commerce platforms 3 years ago to what it is today?
So digital PR is important not only for brands, commercial organizations, and other organizations, but even political parties and social organizations who want to have a voice in the parliament, to having a reach to the innermost hinterland of the country. So that is the wide gamut and spectrum of things that you can do, which was not doable earlier. So every person, why is Narendra Modi government doing something which others are not able to? Because they were ahead of the curve in catching the potential of digital PR.
True.
Others were far behind.
I think both our government as well as the US have used digital platforms very, very effectively in their campaigns.
In
and
fact,
also to reach out to the
potential of digital PR is largely untapped. And that is where I tell my peers, huge business.
No, absolutely. If I may add, we work with a lot of internet brands, D2C brands, and there is a humongous scope to reach out to all of these audiences.
Can everybody hear Mithali?
Am I audible, guys? Okay,
Yes.
yeah, the table here says. So, interestingly, a lot of these brands that we are working with, we're seeing that the boundaries between the CMOs and the chief communication officers are kind of, diminishing. They work with limited budgets. Digital has empowered them to, truly drive ROI-driven campaigns. And just, what you were talking about earlier, Jyotsna, just the kind of, reach that you have through website that you can calculate, the engagement that you're able to drive on social, and of course, we drive digital PR with the, leveraging the power of storytelling as well. I think what the Modi government has been able to do, or the US
I
government
think
has been quite
identifying
impactful.
your target audience and then catering your communication strategies or content marketing that you do, catering to that target audience is what is most critical to that. And I think Rahul has brought up a very valid point in the sense that the power of digital PR is still, we have a long way to go as untapped. And I think in terms of changing governments, policies, etc., there's a huge scope, and it is being done at some point in time and at some level probably, but we are still at a very nascent stage when it comes to, obviously there are regulations also that we need to keep in mind. So I guess that's what it takes. But Mithali, over to you. End of the day, whatever conversation we do, whatever campaigns we do, how much content we push out, etc. End of the day, every brand, every business needs to know how they want to measure the success of the campaign. So we would want to understand from you what are the tools that are there, how do we measure it, and it's, see, measurability is not only to understand whether you've reached out to the right, whether you brought in a change in, impact that you've had on the campaign has had, etc. But also the intangible bits that was discussed at in one of the sessions. How do you measure those? That will, that's what is important to a brand, that's what's important to a business.
Absolutely.
So the intangible bit, what is it that, or how is it that you can measure, that would be great to understand from you.
No, absolutely. So, one of the things that most of the PR professionals here would be familiar with the Barcelona principle, right? So, of course, we follow the output, outcome, impact piece. But I think some of the intangibles that you spoke about, one of the things that we are particularly looking at, we are enabled by tools which all the digital platforms are offering, is essentially when we look at the brand perspective, am I being seen as a thought leader? Am I attracting the right talent? Has my retention rate improved? And then, of course, in the business output side of things, have my sales, improved? Am I getting new customers from different areas? So that's again something which we have to, at the agency side at least, we work closely with the client teams and their business teams to calculate some of these intangibles. And again, like you rightly said, things have changed. Long time back, PR was only about gauging perceptions and how we are influencing audiences. Right now, it is enabling us to also calculate how business is getting impacted.
So how many in this audience here today are from PR agencies? And you all use certain tools, right? So do you partner with people who have the tools or wherewithal to measure, or you still use column centimeters and reach? That is, I think the maximum that an agency does is, your ad equivalent that you take out and a PR equivalent together with reach that you take out. Is there anything else that you use? Anybody else, or who are the partners? So it will typically be a concept or an impact or
Meltwater, Viziki.
Yeah, Meltwater. Meltwater will give you the entire gamut, and then you are sieving through all that data. But anybody using tools that are specific to measure the intangible bit that is there? Yeah. See, at the end of the day, I'm sure your brands, all the brands and the businesses that you work with would want to know the actual impact that's there.
We have one hand in the center.
He is part of?
Yeah.
Which agency are you from? Okay, all right. Yeah, so I think that's where we need to bring in a change. And I think at the end of the day, I would say when we want to drive home the point, it's digital PR obviously is a marketing tool here, and it's going to stay. There's a lot that we need to do, significant impact that we need to create, but consistently, how is it evolving, what is it? So as concluding remarks, if each of you can have your point of view on the impact that we think we can make.
Yeah, I think two things I would like to mention. See, one thing which we really struggle with is the website traffic. So with impactful PR, that's the impact that we are actually getting in terms of getting the right people to come to the window. I consider the website as the window through which I'm interacting with my stakeholders. And secondly is we are upping the level of the reputation positively. So I think those are the two super impacts which we are seeing, versus the previous way of doing
And that
things.
is again tangible, which you can go back to your business house or the brand and say
Absolutely.
that this is the impact that, you've done this campaign, this is the kind of traffic you've had on your website, and this is the immediate impact that you've had.
Exactly, because the website traffic converts.
So I'm sure the PR agencies will also be working with the social media teams, right? So do they have the capability to track this? Okay.
Yeah, that's actually that's happening today. That's happening today with us.
There are some tools that you can monitor. It's like Google Analytics
Louder.
itself.
Can everybody hear Gulrez?
There are some tools like for like to track the website traffic. Your Google Analytics is the key one, the authentic one. because it gives you the exact rate, what keywords, what at what time, and what are the bounce rate you have, and where to you have to work, like on your content, or like it will help you to improvise your traffic, and as well as like the engaging content you are putting on your website.
Absolutely. The engagement can be measured
Yes,
over a
and when
period
it
of
comes to
time.
social that you are asking for, that in social, like if you do some campaigns over like through influencers and all, you can ask them like what are the snapshot or what are the analytics of you for a particular post. Even if you go for a digital PR like through some publishers, they can give you the exact number of page views through their analytics, Google Analytics.
Great. I think we've spoken about measurability and how digital is now all pervasive. What I recommend to brands is use it to build brand trust. I think that's going to take you a long way.
I think brand trust is one of the most important things that you can build through.
Absolutely.
Yes, over to you.
I think the way things are changing, it is very difficult to keep pace with that. It is not only technology. Because of technology, the mindsets are changing. And mindsets are changing not only at the society and community level, but at the individual level. So the choices are changing. And they are changing so fast that I think as practitioners of digital PR, we will have to lose a lot of the PR baggage that comes with it. And unless we do that, I think while it is an empowering tool for the rest of the world, we ourselves will be left with a lot of things to unlearn.
Yeah, I think a well thought through PR strategy is what is going to stand you or is going to distinguish you from your competition, be it your reputation, be it your SEO, be it your global ranking, all of that. So that's what we need to focus on. Thanks everyone. Thanks
Thank you.
Atal. I can see people fidgeting a lot. Thanks Atal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, please give it up for the entire panel. And please gather together for a group photograph. Thank you. While the picture is being taken, I would request all the panel members to please take the buzzer timer seriously. What we are not realizing is we have set of panel discussions one after another, and we don't want to cancel anyone. So you really need to respect time. A really, really kind and humble request to please stop when the buzzer rings. What is happening is, despite of the buzzer, unfortunately we are not stopping, which is why the delay is just progressing. So it's a humble request from the entire team to kindly keep pace of the time and respect the time. Thank you so much. Now it's time for me to move towards the next segment and quickly invite the next set of panel members. And I would request all of you to please put your hands together for Ajay Maharaj, Head Corporate Communications and PR, Fortis Healthcare. Please welcome Ajay Maharaj. Welcome on board, sir. Next up, we have Dr. Kulveen Trehan, Senior Assistant Professor, University School of Mass Communication, Government of Delhi. Please put your hands together for Dr. Kulveen Trehan. Welcome, ma'am. Joining them, we have Sanjeev Handa, Senior Vice President, PR and Communications, Maruti Suzuki, India. Welcome on board, sir. Joining all of them, we have Sudeep Purkayastha, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, EVP and Head Corporate and Brand Communications, Jindal Steel and Power. Please put your hands together for Mr. Sudeep. And now it's time for me to invite the session chair to conduct the session. So please put your hands together for Pranav Kumar, Managing Director, India, Allison and Partners. Huge round of applause for Pranav Kumar. Hi sir, welcome on board. And the subject for this panel discussion is ethics and transparency in PR. We have talked about the future, we have talked about the know-how. It's time to actually understand the ethics and transparency of the field as well. So, a kind request once again to all the panel members, please keep a tab of the time, and as soon as the buzzer rings, please wrap it up there and then. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Now, can everybody hear me? Is my mic on?
Yes.
Okay,
Mike?
super. Well, I'm really honored to host such a stellar panel this evening, and thank you for Adgully for having us on stage. I'll just set the context for this panel for my co-panelists here, and then we can begin, which hopefully will be an invigorating conversation. I'm looking forward to some great insights, client side, also from the academia side as well. We're talking about ethics in PR. I think we're living in a time where ethics has never been so important in any occupation or a profession, especially in PR, because we as communications practitioners are really sort of the vanguards of truth and honesty and trust for our organizations that we work with and also for audiences across the board. Also, all of this is really exacerbated by the fact that we're living in an age of misinformation, disinformation, fake news. Also the fact that consumers are very empowered today and we are operating in a very complex stakeholder ecosystem where the expectations from organizations, from consumers for organizations and brands is of implicit trust, clarity and transparency. And then there's also other aspects like, chat bots and, chat GPT and all of these other technological changes which are happening, which are also changing the way that we conduct the business of communications. So having said that as the preface for this panel discussion, I really wanted to get a few quick thoughts to get things started. So just to hear from our panelists. So perhaps the first question I can ask is to Kulveen is really, what according to you is ethics in PR? What are some of the key considerations, and if you can just sort of scope it down for us today for the purposes of this conversation.
All right, thank you, Pranav. For underlying all the important aspects which are required as we talk about public relations and corporate communications in the digital age. And it is also very heartening to know that we are organizing such panels. And these conversations are very important because in academia, we started with these conversations some years back, and post-pandemic disruptions, changes in the consumer landscape, and the way we are responding to communication technology has brought this question of transparency, of ethics in public relations right at the center stage. So when the spotlight is on, in my understanding, ethics in a world where there are so many different kinds of communicators now, and we are not the only communicators as public relations professionals, is to create communications which is objective, which builds trust in relationships, which creates networks of conversation, which are dialogical, which are responsible and sustainable. But of course, the conversation on sustainable can take place another day, but at the moment, it's about fairness, responsibility, and responsiveness in our communication. So if you can take it from there, Pranav?
Absolutely. So Ajay, I thought I'll bring you into this conversation. So you spoke about trust and responsiveness and responsibility, right? So from your side as a communications practitioner on the client side, especially in the healthcare sector where there are many implications, from a trust, authenticity perspective, how do you go about, really practicing the art of communications in a trustworthy way in which you are making sure that outreach and the way that you engage with consumers is in a transparent manner as well? So just quick perspectives from you would be good.
It's very important to be very transparent and basically share the right information. What is the truth? Because a lot of misinformation keeps on traveling in the current era when you're talking about the digital age. So we have seen that. So how accurate you can be, because public depends on that information which we are sharing. We are the brand custodians, and whatever we share can have an impact on the audience. So that is important to understand what they want to know, what they want to hear, and ensure that whatever information is being shared is trustworthy. People are going to connect with the brand in a proper way. Like if you say Tata leadership with trust, so people connect with the brand.
Right.
So that's the kind of connect you require for your brand. People have to understand your brand. We talked about the messaging and everything, and also the sustained communication, what is required. It really helps in that way.
And just to add to that, what are some of the challenges that you foresee from an organizational perspective when it comes to doing all of those things you talked about, do you have to work with a lot of internal stakeholders to align on transparency, making sure that communications is truthful, that the narrative is correct? How do you go about that, from your side of things?
So I can come with an example for this because everybody is connected with the healthcare and people go to private hospitals for care and for treatment and ailment. So people don't have that particular kind of a trust. The trust factor was very low before the COVID. It was, I think, almost at 10 and it was even below the police. But after COVID, the way the things have transformed, the kind of trust which doctors have got and the kind of respect the people have started giving back to the doctors. Initially, if somebody is coming to a hospital and you prescribe them 5 tests, so people are going to say that they're minting money and they want to make money out of this whole thing. So that thing is diminishing in a way, and people have started trusting the doctors more, and they're depending on the kind of, if you're coming to a super specialty hospital, so definitely a doctor is going to ensure that whatever ailment you have, whatever the problems are, he takes care of it. So that's why this test will be prescribed. So it happens, so that's the trust factor. People have to believe in it, and if you are giving the right treatment, if you get treated in the right way, I think the people are going to connect with the brand and they're going to come back to you.
Yeah. So Deep, from your perspective, in terms of building trust, right, at a corporate level, at a corporate brand level, there's so many implications, right, in terms of corporate compliances, governance, and things like that. So would love to get some perspectives from you at the corporate B2B level on how you approach something like building trust with your audiences through communications.
Sure. So I think when we look at communications per se, let us take it away a little bit, not only from corporations' perspective, but look at it from a public domain. If there is an incident which has taken place in the public domain where the government has to respond or an organization has to respond, then you have to be upfront. You have to put out the facts, and you have to put out the facts in a way that the public is able to understand, receive it well, and also be on the same page with you.
Right.
And I'm quoting a very recent example, there has been a terrible train accident recently in one part of our country. And there are multiple versions which are coming out in the public domain. Now, obviously, there has to be a credible communication coming out, which is telling all the stakeholders where we are, what we are going to do, and how we are going to take it forward, and what is the solution.
Right.
So I think these are some very basic, tenets of it, but this has to be followed by everyone for all stakeholders.
Sure. I think what you're saying is more expedient, transparent communications is important.
Yes.
From an issues management perspective. I think let's talk about also, the other issue that we have is of fake news, right? I think we're seeing that increasingly fake news is also a problem that companies and brands are now grappling with. There's so many examples of companies being hit by, rumor mongering, fake news, which in effect drops, market valuations. I think there are multiple examples of that. So perhaps a question for you, Sanjeev, being a automotive consumer-facing company, brand reputation and perception is very important for your customers of Maruti Suzuki, right? Because they have, literally you have the safety, in your hands. So is that something that you grapple with, and what are your views on how should brands go about managing fake news?
In fact, I personally and I strongly feel fake news is something that should be debunked in fact, nip it at the bud.
Yeah.
Today, and before I answer your question, just to cite 2 examples, which is, I'm sure on the recent WhatsApp group you may have received. This is a video which is happening where there's a guy at the bottom, and he's changing faces on top from, one person to the president of US to somebody, and he's speaking the same terms.
Yeah.
So you don't know whether he's true or it's fake. You wouldn't know it. There's another one which I saw recently of, I don't want to mention the car brand, but the car being shown wrecked up, and there's a cycle in front and it says, "Iski cycle se takkar hui thi." So imagine the repercussions, like you rightly said, on the brand, that what are the perception that the people will carry. So yes, these are fake news. These will have to be, stripped, been spoken to people. Otherwise, they will have very, very lasting or devastating, results on a brand.
Implications.
Especially when it comes to safety.
Yeah.
And it's got to be paramount. People will have to be very careful about it.
Yeah. Is that something that any of you would like to just comment on briefly?
Yeah. Let me just add on to Sanjeev's, point here that, as communicators, as PR professionals now, we have to extend our functions to include media literacy as well. We have to create a media literate society in which, if we have to control this damage, we are able to, educate people, not just empower them as consumers, but educate them with various aspects of what is fake, what do they understand by misinformation, how is it different from disinformation, and what can be the various verbal and visual ways of creating fake information and fake news. So if we create this news literacy, if we come over with strategic plans to create news literacy campaigns, we will be able to tackle this menace better.
Right. So I think fake news by itself misleads, but then certain organizations can even do that knowingly, given the fact that in a recent survey by the ASCI, they said 91% consumers actually trust influencers and about 71% trust, advertising, right? Given the fact that, the ASCI has come down pretty heavily on disclosures on, sponsored content, paid content, specifically for influencers, how do you as responsible organizations, sort of handle that from an ethics perspective? Do you have guidelines in place to make sure that we are calling out sponsored content, we're calling out paid partnerships? So would love to get any views from either Ajay or Sanjeev.
For this part, for the paid content and we talked about editorial, it's important. As for the, I just wanted to talk about this fake one a bit.
Yeah.
Basically, I just want to give an example. When we were fighting the COVID and we were through the pandemic, so there were a lot of fake news around the vaccine. So this vaccine is not right, it's going to give you a cardiac arrest, there are various issues where nobody is sure about what the vaccine is all about. And still, I don't think so everybody is aware about what are the consequences of the vaccine as of now. So people are still not aware. So when this was happening, so a lot of fake news was there in the system. So it was important as a healthcare professional or maybe in the communications line, taking a PR to ensure that everybody was informed, because each and every media journalist was covering health that time and nothing else was happening. So there were almost 50 queries from media every day in connection with the vaccines or maybe with the other things which were happening around. So it was very important to educate when we talked about how we ensure that we pass on the right information, because it was the benefit of the people. People had to take, who had comorbidities, they had to make sure they had the vaccine, otherwise their chances of survival is pretty dim. So that's the kind of challenges happen when the fake news travels, and it travels very, very fast. And as a professional, we have to ensure that it dies down, the right information is shared.
Yeah. Sanjeev, anything from your perspective?
Yeah, something you mentioned about the ASCI, so I call them the watchdog. But the reality is that if you suo take decisions, why do you need a watchdog? So for example, for Maruti Suzuki, we're very, very conscious about the rules that have been laid out for advertising. We make sure that even a single ad does not go out where people are not wearing seatbelts, because that promotes safety. Our press release is as simple as book. Will carry the nominations of power, talk in the right manner, which is the N caps or the M small cases. This is not somebody who's telling you about it.
Right.
But we know that if we were to carry it wrongly, color or letters to be written in some other form, ASCI will come down. But then why give them a chance?
Yeah.
I think a suo moto following of best practices, following of regulations is always good for any organization in the long run.
Absolutely. Sudeep, we've also seen, and this is not a question specific to any of your organizations, right? We've also seen a lot of false corporate narratives, being out there, and we've seen many companies have befallen because of that, right? Inflated valuations, wrongdoings, and many founders, CEOs, sort of misleading, investors, and there are obscene examples of that, that we've seen. I think notably in the US, we've seen an example of Elizabeth Holmes. Theranos was a big, failure and misled everybody. So as communications professionals, what role do we have to play in perpetuating the right corporate narrative? Because I can understand it can be a very high pressure point, to go up against sort of higher management to say, hey guys, we're wrong and we should be ethical and transparent and trustworthy. So would love any sort of general views on that from you.
Sure. I think from the perspective of the jobs that we do, we are the brand custodians, And in a way, we are also the conscious keepers of the organization, because we are the interface between the stakeholders outside and the organization. So you have an investor relations team which is looking at investors. You have a finance team which is looking at your financial stakeholders, but what you put out to all your stakeholders through the media is going to be consumed by each and everyone. So it is upon us that we become the guiding compass to our management as well as to the various departments by saying, look, this is what it is, and we need to put out the correct narrative out there. We are also at times called the spin doctors, right? Apparently we put spin, like Shane Warne on many of these balls, but that is not our job. Our job is to actually be upfront, tell the correct narrative and put it in the right perspective. At times when we are trying to put it in the right perspective, we are seen as if we are camouflaging information or doing certain things, but which is not correct. I mean, if we have to be true to our own profession, we must be upfront, we must be truthful, and we must be able to put it in the correct context.
Right. Any more comments on how would you go about, so taking a cue from that, if there's a potential issue which is, that is coming up, that you're seeing as a potential conflict of interest, right? Again, it's sort of, a PR's job to be able to flag that and identify a specific issue and really go and talk about it in a transparent way. So any comments from either Ajay or Sanjeev on
Just
that?
two really. Like I said, first is the identification itself, whether it's an issue or it's a non-issue. If it's an issue, then you need to take guidance and consultations from either the legal or their parameters that are set by the law of the land, and see where is it clouding, and then make out the communication which is transparent, which is simple, which is clear, which clarifies all doubts to the best.
Yeah.
That's what we're supposed to be putting out.
No, I think that's very important, because the ramifications of which, because companies live in a very public space now, highly reported, with a very complex stakeholder ecosystem. So it's really important to be able to stay ahead of those issues and, identify them. So we have, sorry, go ahead.
No, so I will just, top up to what this topic is. That, very recently in this particular year, there was a particular report which came out on a particular corporate house. That resulted in a 10 lakh crore erosion of market cap. We all are aware of what we are talking about.
Yeah.
The company came out, they tried to put certain officials up front, they tried to tell that, this is not correct. Even today, the SEBI, report is inconclusive. They are unable to pinpoint anything. The point is that, if you are unable to communicate to your important stakeholders and, not yet able to figure out what is going on, then, you have got a serious problem, and it has material impact on your bottom lines.
Absolutely. And we're right up the clock on that. I think we're doing well on time. We have about 30 seconds to go. So just to bring it all together, ethics in PR, just 2-3 words from each one of you. What does that mean for you, ethics in PR?
Start from here. So for me, two things. Really uphold the integrity of the organization that you stand for, and maybe navigate conflicts in the best possible way.
Super. Ajay?
Ethics for me is having the right governance and being very transparent with your stakeholders.
Kulveen?
So for me, it is two-way communication with the communities, since we are living in a digital environment, building networks of responsibility in relationships. That's very, very important for me. So, and that would only happen if we make ethics profitable, if we create conviction around ethical communications.
Sudeep?
I think you just need to be upfront and state what you believe and be able to defend what you state.
Another thing, Pranav, that we are living in an environment where there are a lot of government regulations coming in.
Right.
There is a personal data protection bill, there is the digital media regulation framework. We need to be conversant, we need to have deeper conversations around them to be able to navigate.
Absolutely.
Then our spaces as communicators within the organizations.
Yeah, that's all we have time for, but we could have gone on talking about this for the next 1 hour, but we got to keep it short, and thank you for your valuable insights.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thank you for understanding. Once again, please give it up for the entire panel, Ajay Maharaj, of course, and the rest of the members. Once again, give it up For Jagriti, Pranav Kumar, Managing Director, Allison and Partners, Ajay Maharaj, Corporate Communications PR, Fortis Health, Dr. Kulveen Trehan, Assistant Professor, University of Mass Communication, Sanjeev Handa, and of course, Mr. Sudeep. Once again, a huge round of applause, guys. Come on. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Once again, please take your seats. All right, so without any further ado, it's time for me to quickly take you towards the next segment and the next panel discussion. And the subject for the next panel discussion is also very, very interesting, something that I personally am looking forward to as well. Talent development and retention in the PR industry. Now, this is something which I know a lot of youngsters are really keen about, a lot of college kids I met here. So I am sure that it will be really, really valuable to all of you. And to lead this session, we have our session chair, Swati Nathani, co-founder and CBO, Team Pumpkin. So please put your hands together for Swati Nathani. Ma'am, can we please have you on stage? Thank you so much. Swati Nathani, if you can hear me, would request you to please join us on stage. Joining her, we have Anika Vadva, Account Director, 80dB Communications. So please put your hands together for Anika Vadva. Do we have Anika here? Ma'am, please join us if you are here. Also, kind request to everybody who's outside. इवेंट अंदर है सो आप अपने गर्मा गर्म चाय का कप लेके कॉफ़ी का कप लेके अंदर भी आ सकते हैं. Anybody who can hear me outside, it will be lovely to have you inside the room. It will be lovely to see you inside the room. So please grab your hot snacks, grab your tea, grab your beverages and come inside. Let's make this evening memorable for all of us. A lot of hard work goes in to curate such kind of sessions. Everybody has come really, really prepared. So it'll be great if all of you can network inside and not on the outside. So kind request, there's no break going on right now. So please come in, sit, take your seats. And meanwhile, once again, I would request if you can hear me now, Swati Nathani, co-founder and CBO, Team Pumpkin. Ma'am, if you're here, please join us on stage. Next up, we have Anika Vadva, Account Director, 80dB Communications. Next, joining them, we have Dolly Tayal, Chief Client Officer, Brand Sports and Entertainment, BCW, India. Hi, thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next up, we have Ekta Bhaskar, Global Head, Corporate Communications, BLS International Service. Thank you. Joining them, we have Rekha Gehani, People and Cultural Leader, Media Mantra. Once again, would request Rekha Gehani to please join us on stage. Thank you so much for being here. Next up, joining them, we have Sumati Chari, Director and Senior Partner, PR Hub. Please put your hands together for Sumati Chari. So who's here, who's not here? If we can just have a... Okay, so we are still waiting for Swati Nathani. You, all right, ma'am. Thank you so much. कहाँ थे आप? चाय पी रहे थे? तो आप चाय अंदर ले आते? We'll give you company with the tea. I know tea is very important. All right, give it up for the fantastic panel. Finally, we have with us Swati Nathani, Anika Vadva, Dolly Tayal, Ekta Bhaskar, Rekha Gehani and Sumati Chari. And you know the best part about this panel? It's an all-girls panel, so जोरदार तालियां तो बनती है यार. Superb. Looking forward to it. Please keep a tab of time. बहुत सारा time जा चुका है और बहुत कम बचा है. So जैसे ही buzzer बजे, please a kind request to wrap it up. Thank you so much. Over to Swati ma'am. Go for it.
Hi everyone. Good evening. It's my pleasure to welcome you all in this womanal that we have today. I know we are very used to of manals, but today we have this beautiful womanal present here. I'd like to introduce the topic to you. The PR industry is ever changing and ever evolving. There's been a dynamic shift in the industry itself There are many tech platforms emerging. Journalists are going vocal about what they feel and the kind of pitches they receive. Brands are focusing so much more on paid media right now. And again, AI is changing the game forever. And therefore, in this dynamic environment that we are living in, retaining and developing PR talent has become one of the most critical focus area for our industry. Today, during this panel, we'll be discussing insights on the challenges, strategies, and solutions on the topic talent development and retention in PR industry. To help us gain some wonderful insights, I have a star-studded panel here with me. Please allow me to introduce Anika, Dolly, Ekta, Rekha, and Sumati here, all of them very beautiful and some with magical talents. I definitely know Rekha has a special talent of recognizing people. She does better than AI. So after the panel, you can meet her and test the skill. But without wasting much time, I'd like to start on the topic, and I'd like to start with Anika. Anika, could you just talk a little bit on what are the current challenges that we are facing in the PR industry for developing and retaining talent?
Thank you. I think before talking about the challenges, would just start, I think we are living in the world revolution, you know, right from the rise of artificial intelligence, the new breed of consumer which wants everything personalized and intuitive. So brands need to rethink when it comes to talent management and retention. You know, I feel talent is valuable, but it's scarce. Finding the right talent is the biggest challenge, it is. But given how things are evolving, first, the couple of challenges that I feel personally is first is the rapid technological change. I think with the rise of technological change, PR professionals, including the industry, needs to be well versed with this Gen AI, artificial intelligence and all that. I think we need, second is be relevant, understanding the kind of communication that your consumer is adapting or absorbing. Third is data analytics and being creative. We all hear the term, you know, come out with out-of-box thinking and all that. But at the end of the day, your client said, "Paisa kitna lagega?"
Absolutely.
So we need to justify every time. Yes, you know, whatever moolah you're giving it, you will get the ROI. Fourth, I think the evolving media landscape, we never heard about the term podcast, now it's there. We never heard about these various platforms, webinar, and all that. So these are the kind of challenges that an individual foresee, and as an organization, one would feel as well. But I feel, a company should have a multifaceted approach, building an inclusive and very supportive workplace, investing in the training, ensuring that there is a clarity of the career development of an individual. I also feel, rather than finding the perfection, let's build it, as Richard Branson used to say, and still say, and I completely believe, take care of employees, they'll take care of your business, and I'll just say in the end that for me, talent, for me, it's 3 T's. It's train, which is very evident. Secondly, talk. Talk is not you are talking, you are hearing what they talk. Fourth, trust what they are doing and empower them completely. This is personally that I feel that how PR industry could do.
Wonderful, Anika. I think that really helps. 3 T's of talent development. I think it's for some notes to be taken. After listening to some wonderful advice from you, Anika, I'd like to move to Dolly. And I'd like to ask her, Dolly, what do you think can be some strategies for talent development? Is there anything specific your team is doing or anything you'd like to throw some light on?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Swati, and so well said, Anika. I'll take some tips from that. I feel in any industry today, and specifically ours, which is so people-centric, it is extremely important to build a growth mindset in your employees. And when I say growth mindset, it means when people across levels, irrespective of their designations, have that eagerness to grow and learn. Because only when you have a growth mindset, you will be open, you will be curious, you will be creative, right? Or solution oriented. Mostly what happens in our industry is people are always raising issues, problems, right? Moving that from being problem oriented to being solution oriented. And all of that is only going to come on the back of continuous learning and development. And I think this insight Prema had from the beginning of when we started BCW. So it's not only a value for us it's a journey of every employee who works in our organization. So from upskilling to reskilling to leadership development programs, we do invest a lot in that, one. And two, what I would like to say is, even think from a business point of view. It makes so much more sense to just reskill and upskill your own people than to constantly hire from outside, right? It doesn't bring in stability either internally or to your client relationships, to what Anika said. सिर्फ पैसा कितना नहीं लगेगा और coverage कहाँ आएगी भी पूछते हैं on a more and more daily basis, right? So it's really important to upskill your own employees, and that is what we really invest into doing, Swati.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dolly. That was very insightful. But being on the topic of upskilling, we have a people and culture leader here, Rekha. And I think it would be great to ask her, Rekha, continuing on the strategies for retaining and developing talent, how do you think people can look for career advancement and more growth opportunities within organization?
Sure, Swati. Thank you for the question, and I love the thought shared by Anika and Dolly. So building on that, I don't think just PR, but most of the industries are facing the challenge of retention and the right talent. We can see that the skill gap which is there right now. You have a lot of people who are unemployed, but the right skill is missing for that particular job. What has worked for us, and it's one of the strategies to retain people. What we call it is the ICE framework, where the first step is to identify. So what we do internally is that using a lot of forums of one-on-ones, employee surveys, and feedback, you first understand what is the development need for your people. It is different for somebody who is a fresher and who has started his or her career first time in the PR industry versus a mid-level manager or a senior person, right? So first understanding that through a lot of tools and modes of communication. And then the second is of ICC, which is communication. Being in the communication industry, there's so much focus on storytelling and the right messaging for external stakeholders, which are our clients, right? But we don't invest so much and don't focus on the communication for internal stakeholders, which are our employees. And I think it's getting more and more crucial now that we have the right messaging and storytelling, and people understand through town halls, through all hands meetings, through walk the talk, what your leadership is doing, and give them the right message. Also, what I've seen as more impactful is if your company's growth goals are aligned with the person's personal and professional goals, then the retention is even better. And especially for top performers and talent, which is always looking for challenge and higher growth and faster growth. And lastly is what Dolly also pointed out, is empowering people, investing in them, in training, upskilling, and fulfilling that skill gap. So once you know that the person has to move to the next level and they have ample growth opportunities from you, are you providing the right platform and right resources? And there's a huge ROI when you invest in your own people. There's no denying that. So I think the ICE framework works great for us, and it can work in any industry or any.
Wonderful, wonderful, Rekha. I think the takeaway from here really is that while we are focusing so much on external communications and storytelling, and it's something that we are equipped to do, we just don't push the agenda enough internally, and therefore it's a takeaway for all of us. Being on this topic, And we are talking here people retention, people development, people feeling belonging to a certain organization. We definitely cannot leave out the topic of diversity and inclusivity. I think that is the talk right now, and very importantly so. I would like to ask Sumati on her views on the topic of diversity and inclusion.
Thank you, Swati. So, across industries today, diversity and inclusion is something that's most spoken about. But one thing we'll have to keep in mind, even as we speak about it for the PR industry, I think we're at a slightly more basic level of diversity and inclusion than most other industries. Because if we have to talk about underrepresented segments and demographies of the population, I think we'll have to start at a basic level. There are two things that will drive this and become very important as we speak of all the talent challenges that the industry is facing and the growing demand for talent. One is if we were to broaden that talent pool, we do not have a choice but to become more inclusive than what we are today, focused on certain segments, certain cities, etc. when we speak of India. The second thing is the changing communication landscape and the integration will just mean we need more diverse skill sets. And while reskilling or upskilling should be looked at, that will not be enough as we grow further in the years ahead. And therefore, we need to look at skill sets from different segments. And it should begin happening now. It's high time, because when we speak about more digital, when we speak about AI, when we speak about more research and analytical skill sets, etc., all of that may not be possible only with people with a communications or journalism background. So these two factors will definitely drive it moving forward. Agencies and organizations will not have a choice but to look at diverse skill sets for their teams when they look at communication and branding. Now, when it comes to the underrepresentation, I think a few things that could definitely help us make a start is, like I said, the talent pool is still focused on certain metro cities right now. I think much like the IT industry probably did, there is a growing talent pool, at least in the tier 2 cities to begin with. And we have made a start. And I think like many others discover, it's beginning to work well because one, the choice, you're not spoiled for choice with that talent pool. The hunger for growth is far more. Yes. Therefore, the retention levels are a little better. Where it's really challenging is the amount of investment you need to make probably in upskilling them once they are there. But if this entire diversity and inclusion, while we can start at an agency level, it's something that the industry needs to get together to think of the future and start working towards it, while we work with academia or with, as association bodies, etc. So one is that. The second is, of course, like I said, people with engineering backgrounds or research and content. And there, I think we are making some headway. Many agencies are beginning to look at different talent pools. And, there are people switching from technical backgrounds to try and explore opportunities. The big thing that probably we have not communicated so well, and it's beginning to happen, is that the growth opportunities are definitely increasing. Compared to many other industries, I think after the initial few years, whether it's the growth in remuneration levels if you're really skilled, as well as the exposure, it's definitely becoming better. That's another thing which we need to do as an industry, because then you become aspirational as an industry for people to start wanting to join and grow. So that's the third thing. And at an agency level, I think at the basic level, we need to say where do we need to make the small changes. So you put some goals every year, have some diversity and inclusion policy that many of us still don't do. But if we put some structure to it, then we'll make a change. And the most spoken about, and you just introduced us as a womanal, so It's spoken about most often, the gender thing. It's definitely improving. It's changing, needless to say. Having said that, like we discuss often, I think there are challenges when it comes to women at senior levels, and taking up leadership roles. That's another thing that we did this year. Empower many of them to come back and still feel like they are in senior and good roles rather than just freelancing or supporting, to be able to take up senior roles and actually lead the front with clients. We have someone from Moonar all the way, like driving client accounts and teams efficiency. So it could be possible. We just have to keep trying it and moving one step at a time.
Wonderful, Sumati. Thank you so much for your insights. I think some great takeaways for us there. One, definitely there is no choice but to have diversity and inclusivity policies in our company and start thinking towards that. And second thing, I really like what Sumati said, is that we need to make PR industry, and a really attractive industry for workforces to join in. And that can only be possible if we are thinking progressive and if we are making advancements in this industry. But talking about inclusivity and diversity, I think eventually everything will lead to a positive work environment. And therefore, I'd now like to ask Ekta, in terms of how she thinks we can create a very positive work environment in the PR industry. You will need to switch on the mic.
I think before talking about creating a positive work environment, we really need to understand what a positive work environment means. Because the people out there, they spend most of their times at their workplaces, 9 to 10 hours, probably. It's a home away from home. So you need to feel like at home. Then only you'll be able to, create that kind of a work atmosphere for them where they will thrive. And I think a positive work environment, the main standpoints, the pillars of it, I would say would be, it can only happen when the employees, they work on 3 points: collaboration, innovation, and growth. And they thrive. That will only thrive if there's a positive work environment for them. And how do we do that? We do that by, a positive work environment doesn't really mean luxury. It means, providing them with a workspace where they feel like, their voice is being heard. Being heard is very important. And in our PR industry, when we talk about public relations, it's more of talking that we do, all right? And the other person listens to us. But when you're at the office, at your workplace, it works the other way around. You need to be a good listener if you're a good talker. And I think if the people you're working with are good in a way that they listen to what you're saying, I think that makes a lot of difference. When you're being heard, when your voice is being heard, makes a lot of difference. And yes, as very rightly said, the vision of a company has to be aligned with the aspirations of the employee. If that is done, I think if that is there, that balance is maintained, a positive work environment is for sure to be there.
Thank you, Ekta. I think very sharply mentioned in terms of how we can create positive work environment, and it's not about luxury. It is about feeling heard. It is about feeling the sense of belongingness to a certain organization. And with this, the time is over. I'm almost scared the buzzer will hit very soon. So, yes, thank you so much. If you're looking for hiring and if you're looking at getting hired, I'm sure you got some wonderful insights in here. Thank you so much, and thank you so much, my wonderful panelists. Great discussion here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give it up once again for this panel full of beautiful women that we have here with us today. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. Yes, please pose for a good photograph. 1, 2, 3, and smile. Thank you so much. Once again, give it up for Swati. Course, helping them with their future. I hope all the college kids in the room and all the youngsters in the room, I hope it him the next session chair on board. So please put your hands together for none other than Jagriti Motwani, co-founder and chief Chachi. Please put your hands together. Welcome on board, Jagriti. Joining Jagriti, we have Amandhal, founder, Comms Credible. Once again, Amandhal back on stage, now an experienced stage speaker already. All right, next up we have Akriti Thakur, founding member, brand and marketing, Healthians. Welcome, please put your hands together for Akriti Thakur. Joining them, we have Manik Dodi, influencer, actor, and of course, a real estate director as well. So please put your hands together for Manik Dodi. Welcome, sir. I must say, a very versatile profile. Next up, we have Shakti Singh, marketing manager, India, Anko India. Please put your hands together for Shakti Singh. Thank you so much, all the beautiful panelists, for joining us on board today. And the subject for this panel discussion is the rise of virtual influencers and their impact on the digital landscape. Like we all know, in the last few years, the influencer market has gone to sky high. Now we need to understand what's the reason behind it, what's the future like. And for this, we have our beautiful panel members on board today. So over to you, ma'am. Just please keep a tab of time. As soon as the buzzer rings, it's time's up.
Absolutely. I can't risk that ticker going off on us.
I am glad. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Exactly. Just go for it quickly.
Hey, so thank you everyone for making time for this panel. I know all of you personally, and we have worked very closely at various times in our lives. So today the optics have completely turned to influencers in the marketing mix. I will start with the influencer here, Manik. How did you come about being an influencer, an actor?
Certain things happen by accident. And I think one of the things that I learned from COVID and lockdown is that give life a chance and just try to go in the flow. You don't know what opportunities may come up your way. So I work for Adidas. I had the real estate strategy and expansion for the brand. My role has nothing to do with what I do otherwise. But I have a fitness journey myself. I used to weigh about 104 kgs few years back. I started running to reduce weight, and that realization came when I started teaching my now elder daughter. She was 4. I couldn't teach her healthy habits if I didn't follow them myself. So in that journey, thank you. In that journey, I became a marathon runner. When people, we look at people who are among us, who are from us, right? And that was the reason people were able to relate to me. I then qualified nationals to represent India in World Masters Athletics. I came 5th in the Asian finals just before COVID. All this, and when COVID started, I still continued to do my workout at home. That's when I did a certification course, so I'm also a functional trainer, but I don't really train people. People started messaging me that we want to see your workouts so that we can do these workouts at home. In that process, on Instagram, followers started increasing. A result of which, I still don't know how it happens. I don't know whatever happens, but as a result, brands started approaching me. And when the first time, I was just telling some of us that a brand approached me and they said, we'll pay you. And I was like, मुझे क्यों पैसे दोगे? मतलब celebrities को पैसे दो ना, मतलब who am I? And how many followers? 20, 30,000 followers, why will you pay me? But I realized that, there is more science and more logic to it. That's how it started. And here I am. And thanks to the influencer journey, I also started modeling, which was a dream 20 years back. So as I said, so I'm doing a lot of things that I aspired to do 20 years back. Fortunately, influencer is one of that.
Wonderful to hear your journey. Now, if I may ask Akriti, Akriti, what has changed over the years and why influencers matter so much today?
Thanks, Agriti. So, I think over the time, number one is that the concept of digital marketing and influencer per se has really evolved, right, over the time. So, and this is not how it was looked upon for many, many years. Today, it is looked at one of the platforms for ROI. People are driving ROI, performance-driven campaigns through influencer marketing, as this is something that probably pre-COVID no one had even thought of. But over the time, the reluctance of people went away with the influencer marketing having played this part for us. And yeah, I think a lot of key benefits that influencer marketing as a platform brings from the brand is, number one is the trust and the credibility that it has attached with it, right? The follower base of the influencers are in some way personally, humbly attached to them, right? And they've been following them for everything that they post online. And so whenever as a brand advocate they post something, the followers definitely, they know that because the users today who are consuming the content are very much aware of what, they are seeing. So they know that even if it's a paid collaboration, even if it's some endorsements, the influencer might not be selling them the best product, but it's not even going to be the worst, right? They assume that they would do their due diligence already. And I think that's something, the trust and credibility, especially for a business like ours, which is into healthcare, it means a lot. It means a lot, and I think which is why it is doing so wonderfully as a platform.
Right. Thank you. Shakti, you just launched your brand, and I would like to ask you, how did you select the right influencers for the launch campaign, and what impact did they bring to you?
So, very nice question, first of all. A right mix of influencer, first of all, there are so many notions now prevailing in markets saying there's a nano influencer, micro influencer, macro influencer. Seems like it's a different size of apparel or something. But trust me, what we really look into a particular influencer is the type of content the person is creating. Whether it's relevant to my brand, whether it's relevant to the audience who is, whether that audience relates to my product line, what I'm offering, is first and foremost criteria what we identify in a particular influencer. If those things are marrying, automatically that becomes the first criteria. Second is obviously a cost. No, I'm just kidding. The second most... No, it's not likewise. We do pay. So, and second and third important thing, if I may look upon, is the kind of reach and the audience. Because at the end of the day, if you're paying, you need to have an ROI, as you are rightly mentioned, that you have to reap out and you have to take out anything and everything what we can drive out, and that's something which is the hard truth.
Right. Thank you. Aman, you have an agency. And do you see clients now increasingly asking for influencers? And, how do you put influencers in the right mix with PR and other offerings?
Yeah. See, if I look at the influencer industry, LIC agents used to be the biggest influencers, especially in financial decision making. Astrologers, these people were the biggest influencers in buying of gold, etc., in metals. Eventually, how I see this industry evolving is salespeople will become influencers, and influencers will have to become salespeople. That's how I see the industry evolving. There could be 10%. Marketers might reach out for brand building, but 90% it will be ROI driven.
Thank you, Aman. Next, again, I would like to understand from Manik, when you design a campaign for a brand or a brand reaches out to do a reel, a post or anything like that, what are the priorities, that you consider? Of course, your follower base being one. So how do you advise the brand to work with you? Or, a lot of times brands may have also asks such as that they just want something that they have curated. And how do you deal with such situations?
So my first question is that are they absolutely precise about what they want, and do they have their own set format, or will they allow me to be creative? If it's a set format that they have, if I feel I connect with that and I myself believe in it, only then will I go ahead with that. If I myself, because it's my page, okay? I have to be honest to first myself and I have to love it. If I don't connect with that content, I would not do it. And at the same time, if they give me flexibility, I share a couple of ideas. There are certain things that I do naturally. For example, for me, one very easy expression is music. I am, heart and soul connected to music. In almost every post, there will be some music, mostly Indian or Bollywood songs, and then maybe some other music. It may not go with every post. So it again will go back to the content. But I think brands that give flexibility to the creators, that is when I have seen the post doing wonders. Otherwise, it becomes very monotonous. Neither the brand will enjoy, and it actually eventually comes out in the reach. You will not get the kind of response that you would get otherwise. Because it shows in your energy. It will show in your facial expressions. It will show in your tone, and it won't help anyone.
Right, understood. Shakti, to you, now, we learn from various studies that the gap between the trust on advertising and the trust of influencers is narrowing. It's 91% and 80% supposedly at the moment. Do you see that there is more trust on influencers than other means of marketing?
So, it's not actually trust being shifted. It's just a new way of seeing things. So if I say influencer is a new version of marketing. So marketing is quite dynamic across. Means we have seen a time from typical SEO evolving to paid communication. Now you have influencers talking about it. So automatically now we are talking on an open forum. We are talking about ROI from an influencer. Means so ruthless to talk about, to be very honest. So it's a different. It's a journey, to be very honest. Having said that, I am not saying that it will replace or it will overlap or it will be increasing. It will be a contribution in your overall gamut of activities what you do. Maybe a percentage plus minus can be one, but you cannot negate or you cannot say no to one activity. You cannot say, let's say, I'll not do a PR activity or I'll not do a traditional SEO activity in terms of my keyword search and stuff. I'll only focus on something of this sort. So it has to be a right mix and right amalgamation of all activities put together, and then only we call it as a right campaign or a complete campaign.
Okay, thank you. Akriti, to you, how do you measure a success campaign done with influencers? What are the parameters you look into?
So there are various parameters that you can look at, right? So reach is number one. The kind of engagement that campaign is bringing to you through likes, comments, shares, all those saves is definitely something that you can look at. If if the campaign is extremely transactional, it is very performance driven, we can always have the CTAs, the call to actions, very specific CTAs, that could be a number to track responses, it could be a landing page, it could be a QR code that is being scanned and it is getting the user landed on a particular page or something. So these are a few ways by which you can really track that, and I think that's the beauty of influencer marketing today, that it's so measurable. You have all the insights, you have the data, you know what is working for you, the kind of audience that you want to, your potential targeted audience is being reached or not. So yeah, so I think that's also one of the beauty of influencer marketing as a platform that traditional PR platforms have not been able to justify.
Right, agree with that. Aman, from you, now, there are a few virtual influencers on the line. What do you think about that?
I think, I don't know how much virtual influencer industry exists. But if I have to think of, for me, Alexa or Shiri are the biggest influencers. Obviously, how do they help in, commercials, buying and selling is something that needs to be seen. But if you ask me, people trust Alexa and Shiri to give them that right answers. And again, I think you were asking me last time, which I skipped, I think, what do companies want and what are they asking for? I think what is happening is, especially earlier, kind of journalists were the influencers in a way. And today what has happened is, obviously a lot of content generation is happening, but still you want that marquee reporter who has influence to write on you. And it's not possible that every brand will be able to tap them, and you require a lot of effort. Somewhere, again, I think PR will become very influencer driven, from even like pinpointing who needs to write.
From the brand's
From the brand's perspective. Similarly, I feel independent content creators will come into the kitty of PR consulting firms. I think it's just a beginning. This model will evolve, but definitely, as I mentioned, it will be 10-20% brand building, 80-90% ROI.
While I'm a big advocate of technology and AI, right, and all of that, the only thing that I feel, may lack is the emotions and the empathy that the human influencers bring today on these platforms. Like, that's something that I feel that probably, the virtual influencers might not bring for the brands. There's a natural tendency of people to connect with human influencers, and there is a personal vendetta why they follow them, and they look up to them. So that's something where I feel that virtual influencer could lack. But 2 years down the line, we were not talking about digital influencers giving us ROI driven campaigns, but today we are talking about it. So you never know, like, looking forward to it.
Right, now to Manik. Do you see competition rising up?
पेट पे लात मत मारो. See, we as Indians and Asians, we are people's people. We like to connect with people. We like to follow. If human influencers were not needed, we would never have had influencers. Advertising to ho hi rahi thi. There are models and there are actors. But the reason influencers are there and they are doing great is because there's a human connect. Like she said, with an influencer, we feel it is verified. The probability of authenticity of that product is actually higher. I don't know if every influencer does that. I'm sure most of us do. I do it. And that is the reason this will stay. Yes, AI, it is exciting. It could be a temporary fascination. I don't know, maybe short term or long term. Any new exciting thing stays for a while. This could be one of that. It could be used for certain things in future, but I don't think it's going to replace human influencers.
Thank you. Shakti?
To add on to the points what you have mentioned is, we are in India, we are very much excited the moment some new technology comes up. So initially, if you see the moment virtual influencers will come, definitely adaptation will come because the engagement will be high. Brands will also be interested, looking forward to associate with something of that sort. But on a long run, if you see, it is more of a volumetric campaigns when you talk about. If you want to have a mass campaign, wherein you want 100 content creators to create a content for, and that too, they have to talk in a fashion the brand wants to be, and that too more of a, not a typical stereotype content what you want to create from a content creator. Maybe for those kind of small activities on a longer term basis, such kind of influence will be more effective on a long term basis. On an immediate basis, I'm sure it will be more of a buzz creation kind of a thing that I have done it. I'm more techie and something of that sort.
Right, agree with that. Thank you so much for your time, everyone. With this, we conclude the panel, and I hope you guys had some takeaways from it.
We still have 3 minutes. Anybody want to have any question or something?
Thank you. Thank you so much once again. And now it's time for us to move towards the next session for the day. I would request all the people who are outside to please come in before we begin with the next session. Once again, a kind request to all the esteemed guests who are outside to please come in as we are going to begin with the next session. It'll be great to have you inside and to have your company by the side. And now it's time for me to introduce the next session for the day. And it gives me immense pleasure to welcome on board our session chair for the next session. None other than Amit Mukherjee, Senior Assistant Editor, The New India Express. Please put your hands together for Amit Mukherjee. Bajado, tali bajado. Next up, joining Amit Mukherjee, we have Kamna Hazrati, founder, KH Advisory. Can we please have Kamna Hazrati on stage? Welcome, ma'am. Next up, joining Kamna, we have Nandini Chatterjee, Chief Marketing and Communication Officer, PwC India. Huge round of applause for Nandini Chatterjee. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome on board. Joining all of them, we have Nivedita Moirangthem. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Country Communication Manager, IKEA India. Please put your hands together for Nivedita. Ma'am, can we please have you on stage? If you can hear me, can we please have you on stage? All right. Okay, so we have Nivedita ma'am here virtually with us as she couldn't be here in person. And the subject for this panel is talent development and retention, crisis management in the age of social media, the need to be agile as well as transparent, as it is very important to understand the age of social media and of course the crisis management. I would request all of you to please take it over. Ma'am, can you see us, hear us? Nivedita ma'am?
Hi Nivedita, can you hear us?
We can't hear her. I would request our team to kindly check the audio. You can hear us, it seems. Okay,
yes.
okay. Oh yes, the audio is here. Fantastic. Thank you so much, and over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. I can already see there's a crisis out here in this hall. You know, if somebody takes a picture and puts it out, it'll say people have run out of steam to actually get into the crisis that we have. Anyway, so crisis management in the age of digital media and social media, that is something very important, because you know, if you look at the entire concept of crisis, that has kind of changed over the last 10-15 years, and all the corporates are now looking at redefining everything from the way they have been handling crisis, because crisis in the new age, when everything is out on Twitter, reputation damage is being done within a matter of minutes. So people who are actually handling crisis at this, in this new era, they really need to be agile. They need to be active 24/7. And if you look at some of the examples, like for example, if you look at how Mahindra has been dealing with crisis, everything has gone now digital. The crisis is also a digital entity right now, because everything we see, it happens on a digital platform, and it doesn't really take much time to dent your reputation, or everything that you have done, built over the past 5 years or 10 years, it just goes down the drain. So crisis managers now, vis-a-vis what used to be 10 years back, they have a much bigger role to perform. They need to be very active 24/7 on the duty, and one needs to understand what plays out well. Now, I'll start this conversation with Nandini. She has been handling crisis for the last, I think, 20 years now. She heads the communications at PwC. My first question, can somebody help with the...
Hello. Yeah, this one. working. This one is working.
So, Nandini, I would like to ask you how this entire transition in dealing with crisis has happened. I'm sure you must have handled crisis 20 years back, and I'm sure you're doing it now also. So, what exactly has changed in this entire way of handling crisis?
So, Amit, thank you very much for laboring on the 20 years back. Thankfully, you didn't say 30 years back. Okay. But yeah, a lot has changed and a lot has not changed. I think, one, we are all aware of digital, so it's become so complex. I think I hardly need to labor on that point, that it's there and it was not there earlier. And if anything hits digital, it can just catch fire. How you handle it, the nuances are a little different. I think the second thing to my mind is that it's a connected world. You know, so something might happen, say, in the remote corner of the country, and suddenly you find it's flared up in Canada. So as, for example, we in 157 countries, we are monitoring what is happening in every country, because from one country, it gets picked up. Bloomberg does a story, and now it's published across all countries, you know. So we actually circulate scenarios to all the 157 country crisis managers, have a central point of contact still that, okay, this is where you escalate. I think the third, like I mentioned, is the real time, that we were not doing this earlier. Now you are literally having to real time. So we have, for example, a WhatsApp group of a few key people where anything and everything which is negative, which is being talked about in the brand, gets escalated. Now you may not fight your battles on social media. You will figure out how to go behind and handle, and that's a different thing. But real-time monitoring has become very essential. And I would imagine fourth, which we saw just now, the virtual influencers, you know, which you all heard of. They were never there. And some of you may have seen, just today there was, it was reported about, you know, the ketchup brand. And you must have seen videos of the influencer talking and about the health drink. I mean, the power of the influencers. And how do you even manage? You saw how the health drink managed or did not manage, and how the ketchup has managed. You know, so there is so much of thought. But I think what has not changed is the fact that you need to have a core action team. You need to have protocols, you need to have processes, you need to have spokespersons, you need to have a policy. Ideally, you need to have scenario planning done in advance. You need to know how you will go about responding to things like that. And you need to be very sensitive to handling such things.
So yes, she made a very important point that in the age of social media, influencers are playing a very, very important role. They can either build a reputation or they can tarnish it at within just a tweet of theirs. So my question to Nivedita would be Nivedita, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
So you are dealing with you are associated with a company which is more into B2C, right? So your interactions with customers are very, very, regular. You interact with customers on a more regular basis. And the feedback of customers, like Indian customers who are like so informed right now, they never take a second to before putting out a tweet if they are not satisfied with their product. So my question to you would be, when you are devising a plan for your company, a communication plan, how much emphasis do you put on ensuring that the crisis doesn't happen? When you're building a social media plan, do you keep in mind that I have to ensure that the crisis doesn't happen? Do you have some preemptive measures taken?
Well, I think just to build on what was said earlier, being prepared is one of the best ways in how we could avoid future crisis. But sometimes it's not enough to plan. Sometimes we need to be ready to face the crisis as they come, because like you said, when it is customer-centric topic, so when we're working with customers, we need to be prepared all the time, right, to stay agile. So for us, it's very important that we are keeping the whole organization aware, not just the communication teams or the social media teams, but co-workers on the shop floor who are dealing with customers day in and day out. They need to be prepared. They need to know how to work with customers. The issues can be real, or sometimes customers just get angry. But how do we deal with different kinds of situations is one of the things that we are
Right.
working with regularly. But to say that we are always prepared for future crisis is not true.
Right.
Sometimes they come as they is,
No, again, I completely
unexpectedly.
agree with you, Nivedita, because preparedness is one very, very important thing, and being alert
Yes.
while dealing with customers is also very important. So the moment somebody puts out a negative tweet, I mean, it's the important role of the crisis manager to immediately try to dial it down. Uh, yeah, to engage with the adverse sort of tweets which are put out, or whatever posts which are put out in the social media. Okay, now
Yes, yes.
I'll now get to Kamna. See, all crisis management using social media has been a priority for all the top corporate houses. Now, in the age where we also have a lot of startups, so how do you think that reputation of these startups are managed by using social media? I think even when there's a crisis that happens in a startup, I mean the stakes are much higher, and so how do you deal with that? Because a lot of funding is dependent on the reputation of a company. So
Thank you. So, as you rightly said, for startups, the impact is much higher, and it can actually, the teams are smaller, and the impact is, the impact or the entire outcome of this crisis can actually become very big and very difficult to handle. For startups especially, they do lack a proper structure to be built in. So maybe a social media team is running the social media, post or Instagram or tweets, but at the same time, are we, as a startup, we do not, this this strategy of planning crisis, or how to manage a crisis if it may happen, that is sometimes which is not there. We don't think it through, or we don't even reach there, right? Because, and neither do we have a capacity or the capability to have a full team to manage it, vis-a-vis a full-grown, a bigger company. So, of course, that is a more problematic area for startups. And yes, like rightly agreeing to what you're saying, it has a direct impact on, it can have a direct impact on your revenue bottom line. It can have, on your reputation, whatever you have done so far. So yes.
again, so you mean to say even startups, I mean, since their stakes are higher, I mean, more than larger corporates, I think it's important for startups to have a sort of a crisis communications. Right. Nandita, I'll get back to you. Hello. Yeah.
If I may, just on one point, you
Yeah.
said about dialing down crisis.
Yeah.
I want to just make a point over there. It is not important to immediately start dialing down a crisis. And we had an instance, I remember, where somebody very important went onto his own personal handle and said something which was negative about the firm and about some work that we were doing. And we realized that that was a work that we were not doing at all. So now the immediate reaction was to go on social media and say, hey, you got your facts wrong. We're not doing this work. But what we did was that while it started really flying on social media, and there were about 180 retweets, and you can imagine, 180, even one retweet is a lot. And depending on who's retweeting, we held our guns to see what is the conversation that is happening and realize none of the conversation was our organization mentioned. It was actually moving on to some other direction. Had we put out, tried to dial it down by putting a response by saying, but you got your facts wrong, we've not done this work, all of them would have come back to us, and then started going after us. So it's very important to wait, watch, and see.
Right, a very calibrated approach.
Very calibrated.
Yeah, so you need not respond immediately. You take your own time and gauge the situation. Great. Again, Nandini, the general perception about crisis is mostly it is triggered by external factors. But of late, in the age of social media, we are also seeing that there are crises which gets triggered due to your own staff sometimes. It's very internal. Have you ever faced those kind of situations?
In fact, on the...
Where it has been triggered by your own staff, a crisis,
Yeah,
and then...
yeah, yeah.
You know, because nowadays people have access to social media. Everybody has access.
Totally. So on the WhatsApp group, which I was just mentioning a short while earlier, on a real-time basis, there are a lot of these posts which come where it could be my people manager has not treated me well, or I went for an interview and I was not happy with that, or let's say you'll find somebody said it's the work environment is not good, and I've seen those also. Drivers don't have a proper place, to say, and somebody's picked up the cause. Now, there is a way to handle it, and it's not as if you need to fight it out on social media, and there will be a lot like this. And the second one is when you are doing your campaigns, your advertising campaigns, and you may have seen of this leading brand which had MCBC, and it was chicken, burger chicken, and what, cheese chicken or something like that. And in fact, today it was on a take on environment, World Environment Day, and Kachra, and he was linking that up and got a lot of flack. So you need to be also sensitive internally that what are you putting out? How are you reacting? There was a case, you may remember, on Kashmir Day, where a leading company in Pakistan had put out a solidarity post, but then it blew in their face because the same company is all over the world. Right. And so it was picked up in India. So again, sensitizing your staff on how to go about things is very, very important.
So there has to be some sort of a discipline, etiquette as far as using social media.
I would like to just add on here, Amitji, that we spend so much time for building external culture and external communication, but also a lot of time has to be spent in building the internal communication, right? So what Nandini ji was saying, that this internal communication is so very important. We spend so much time that how will my social media team work, but if my staff member goes out and talks about how the culture of the company is, there are so many attributes which can go hayway. Right. So as a company, it is important to understand the culture of the entire.
So again, sensitizing your staff.
Absolutely.
That's most. So Nivedita, again, getting back to you again, you are dealing with a very potentially crisis sort of this thing, because anybody who is into either service industry or consumer durables, they get a lot of flack from the social media sort of posts and all. So how much priority nowadays do you give to crisis communication, managing it on the social media when you're planning out your the overall communication strategy?
Yeah. I'd like to answer this in a different way. While we talk about crisis that can happen potentially on social media, we also believe that as part of our communication plan, and not only in India, but it's something that we adopt globally as well, we believe that we need to empower our co-workers. So we have an initiative which has just started, which is called Creating Social Media Advocates among our co-workers, so that, while crisis can happen, but it's also important to have brand ambassadors who can stand up for you and talk about the positive things, so that we're able to mitigate any kind of negative impact that can happen due to a crisis. So that's one of the things that we actively are onto as part of the communication planning. Then, while anything can happen, it's also important, like was said earlier, to find out what the truth is before reacting. Because if it is not true, then of course, you will have a lot of support from either, people who trust, or people who are engaged from internal or external among your customers, who will stand by you. So it's really important to also create the positive side of how we can utilize the power of social media to be able to fight when there is a crisis. Right. So I'd just like to place that. Yeah.
May I add one small tip on what one could do? So many of you who've been handling situations, let's say you've been in a company for 5 years, and typically you'll find comms people, we are handling crisis many, many times. What is practical is, can we make a list of all crises and bucket them to see multiple situations, work on scenarios for that, work on statements, keep your legal approvals and all in place. So you already covered 60% or 70% of your track. So that when a crisis happens, there is a very high probability none of those will happen. But there is a probability
Yes.
something near that may happen. So you have already put some thought and you're not grappling. And you've also got a thought that if something like this has to go through whom all, what is the protocol, it really will help if one was to do that.
Yeah, so preempting a crisis is also a very integral part of a crisis manager's role. Yeah, so I mean, if we look at it, I think social media is, I mean, it's a very sort of a dynamic platform. It behaves as a demon also, which gives rise to a crisis. At the same time, it's a gladiator also, which you can use properly to kind of, contain that crisis situation. So it can work either ways. Again, I would like to ask you, going forward, you just mentioned about a crisis protocol. So in the age of social media, how do you actually look at kind of outlining a preemptive sort of a crisis communication protocol, keeping the social media in mind?
See, I think the basics still remain the same. You have a core action committee or a team, your policies are defined, what you need to be saying, who needs to be saying, how do you go about it, all that is already defined. Then you have to just be alert and agile and keep your ear to the ground and be sensitive, like I said in the beginning, and decide what you need to be doing. Crisis is like I know you asked Nivedita also, how do you prepare for it? But I think many times it is more of how do you manage at that time? How do you think? How do you get your facts right?
Right.
And sometimes, believe me, you need to take a risk.
Absolutely.
It's not as if
Nothing is
you
sure
do
shot.
this and it will all work right. It can blow in the face also, but you need to take calculated risks and move forward.
So
If I can
Nivedita,
just,
hi,
yeah, I just wanted to add here, especially in a case of a startup, right? When you're saying it's more of templatizing, how to manage crisis. And if you look at it, it's kind of a thermometer. So every time, so one is, we identify there is a problem or there's a crisis. That's a very clear distinction. I might have a problem with my ride. Say I'm taking Ola, I have a problem with my ride. That's a problem. But if I have a safety issue, that can become a crisis, right? So that sensitization of what these two things can be is very important. Second is, like as managers, we have so many social listening tools now available.
Right.
You can use Hootsuite, you can use, Locobus. There are so many social tools available to listen to what is, being talked about for your brand. Having that structure built in, it's a 6-7 steps kind of a process that, okay, these are the tools I'm going to use
Deploy,
to
yeah.
measure, what is happening in my ecosystem. And then, from say a social media executive to maybe the founder of a company, because for a startup especially, if something goes out of the way and the founder comes in and they are talking about it and they are addressing it and, agreeing to it and confirming it and then trying to solve it, it kinds of builds more trust and boils down,
So
the
very interesting
situation.
point. So you mount a surveillance on the social media, gamut,
Right.
ecosystem to get a sense of what is being talked about your brand, so
Right.
that you can also kind of devise a response to. So Nivedita, would you like to take that forward? I mean, what just we talked about, like how we keep a tab of what is happening with respect to our brand. What is the general sense?
Yes. So we do have the regular monitoring, and we get it from our monitoring partners, etc. But it's important that we have that, but it's important to also keep track of what is the most relevant and how we can be best prepared. And like I said, best prepared doesn't mean that we are trained to mitigate the risk or avoid the risk, but it's how to also, sometimes we do have as part of media trainings or communication trainings, scenario playouts or role plays, so that we are able to get a sense of what to do when it happens. So it's we do have a tab on what's happening, but it's also important to understand the realities of our business internally, on what can happen, and this is really important because this also helps us not only for the team who are working with it, but for the whole organization to be prepared when
Right.
something happens. Yeah.
Okay, great.
And just to add, I think it's very important to sensitize your leadership on how to stay calm.
Yes.
Because when social media goes
that is again-
berserk, you know, that's the leadership who kind of you need to help them go through it.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so sensitizing them is a very, very key issue. Again, coming back to, the fact that we see a lot of corporate rivalries now in, apart from genuine crisis, there's a lot of corporate plans that happen, where your rivals are planting in information just to tarnish your, sort of reputation. Nivedita, I think that is very relevant as far as your industry is concerned, your line of business is concerned. So how do you deal with that corporate rivalries in the social media?
I wouldn't say we have had so much of that, but I can give you an example of what we are facing currently. It's regarding fake websites, for example. People promoting their own products by using our logo or by using our brand. In such cases, of course, it's important to have your dialogues with the legal teams and what's going on with the digital team on what next steps to take. But it's first of all, I think the foundation is that we need to stay calm, because a lot of things can happen unexpectedly, but also to be honest about what we are telling our customers, or what we're telling our audiences or stakeholders out there. So we are facing that as a live example I can give you, but we have put out a message saying, trust us, we are available on these platforms only. So yeah, and then of course we have several other teams like legal or the digital team who will take it up in another way. So it's not just the message that goes out on social media, but important to know that if there are issues that are involving other stakeholders, it's important to take it with them offline as well and close the loop so that it doesn't happen again.
Right.
So I can say that corporate rivalry not so much, but we are having to deal with this issue as of now, where we have a lot of maybe companies who don't even exist who are using our brand name out there.
Right.
So that
is also
harms,
another kind of crisis, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's a trademark issue, more or less. Yep. Okay. So anybody who would you like to ask a question related to any problem that is being faced in, or you would like to share your experience when it comes to handling crisis in terms of social media? I think. Thanks. Thank you so much. So yeah. So the key takeaways are like, in the modern day, while we are handling crisis, we have to be very, very vigilant. We have to keep a surveillance mounted as to what is being talked about your brand, and preempt sort of responses accordingly. And definitely, it's a very fluid sort of a medium. Dealing, it's a big demon that we need to handle. But yeah, the whole art is to kind of turning that demon into a gladiator to solve the entire crisis. I think, thank you so much for listening to us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Once
Thank you,
again,
Nivedita.
please give it up for the entire panel. And of course, once again, Amit Mukherjee, Kamna Hazrati, Nandini Chatterjee, and of course, Nivedita ma'am, thank you for joining virtually. Thanks a lot. I would request all of you to please pose for the group photo. And while you do that, it's time for me to actually move towards the last panel for today, after which we'll move towards the award ceremony and the award night. And it gives me immense pleasure to actually introduce the next session chair on stage. So please give it up for Shubho Sen Gupta, Marketing Consultant, Government Brands Agencies. Huge round of applause for Shubho Sen Gupta. Can we please have you on stage? Next up, we have Amandeep Arora, Head of Communication and Content Marketing, Encash. Next, to join them, we have Kasturi Palhari, Associate Director, Public Relations, CoinSwitch. Mahima Mishra, Head of Public Relation and Corporate Communications, Good Glam. Welcome, welcome on board. Next up, we have Mahima Mishra, Head of Public Relations. Can we have thank you so much. Next up, we have Rahul Mehta, CEO, Media Mantra. Welcome, Rahul Mehta. Next up, we have Richa Agarwal, Senior Consulting Partner, Strategic Communications, Grey Cell PR. Welcome on board, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. And last, to join them all, we have Nikita Nanda, VP at Factors PR. Huge round of applause for Nikita Nanda. And the subject for this panel is yet another interesting one. Beyond traditional PR, navigating the future of communication in the digital world. As we all know, it's something that integrates all of us. So over to you, ma'am. And I would request all the members and the session chair, Shubho sir, to please keep a tab of time. We are running very late, so the buzzer means time's up. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible at the back? If you can raise your hand.
Please raise your hands if he's audible, guys.
Okay.
Yes? Good to go, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I start off, wonderful to be here, and a quick thanks to the sponsors. Huh? You can't hear me?
No?
No, they can't hear me. Can you hear me now? Okay, I think I'll just take this off and go from digital to analog. Yeah, I'll hold it like this. I think this is better.
Take the mic.
Yeah.
Or probably you can
Take
switch.
it off.
Better? Comfortable?
Yeah, this is
All
fine.
right.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you very much for hosting this session. Adgully, I'm a big fan of Bijoya. Wonderful to be here again. Panel 10, Beyond Traditional PR. Okay, all right. Thank you, Adfactors, Graycell, Kaizen, V360, 80dB, Mavericks, Teamology Softtech, Media Services Limited, PepsiCo, PR Professionals, Bevzilla, IDEM House of Brands. So, all these people, all these brands, companies have brought this thing together, and thank you very much. Okay. Okay, now we'll start off. It's my pleasure to introduce Amandeep Arora from Encash. You can just raise your hands, Amandeep Arora from Encash, Head of Comms and Content Marketing. There's Kasturi Paladi from Head of Public Relations at CoinSwitch. There's Mahima Mishra, Head of PR at Good Glam. There's Nikita Nanda, VP at Adfactors. And there's Rahul Mehta, CEO at Media Mantra. And there's Richa Agarwal, Senior Consulting Partner at Graycell. Okay. And as you can probably make out, this is a panel, majority women, I guess 70, 80%, very happy to be here. Though someone tells me that, a lot of people have told me that PR mein to ladies hi hote hai zyada. Okay, so, that's another topic, but, wonderful to be in a panel where a majority are women, right? Whatever the reason be. All right? Off the record, I've seen panels talking about women's empowerment where all the panelists were men, right? So it's a nice change, right? Okay, so, we'll start. Oh, my name is Shubho Sengupta. I'm the only Sarkari guy in the room, probably, okay? But my background is advertising and marketing. I've been on the client side and the agency side, and I work for something called Mission Karma Yogi at the moment, which is, civil servants upskilling program. We train 30 million civil servants to get their act together, basically, right? Okay, so let's start off. We've got a lot of questions, but we'll start off with some broad talking points. And we've got about half an hour, someone reminded me. But don't worry, if the others could overstep their time, so will we, right? Okay, so let's start off with the digital transformation of communication, which is, the broad topic, broad theme, beyond traditional PR, right? And I'll invite all our speakers to, give a top-line broad intro, perhaps their own experience of this. So, this is the major topic of the day, perhaps, digital transformation of communication. Would you like to start off?
Sure.
Yeah.
So, I think today...
Everyone can hear her, right? At the back?
Can you guys hear me? Yes, okay.
Okay,
excellent.
great.
So I think how do brands essentially navigate the future of communications in the digital world essentially? Today, I think PR as a whole, and because I represent Ad Factors, I think tonality of each campaign, each brand that we service revolves around sort of like a 360-degree outlook. So whether it's multi-segmented communication, whether it's the kind of content that we create across influencers, across different stakeholders, as whether it's government, whether it's policymakers, whether it's the zillennials, millennials, the Gen Zs of the world, right? So I think the way PR has evolved beyond print, TV, online has completely changed the game of how all of us as PR communications behave. And I think one of the reasons that is done is it's also sort of like a boon because it's cut away from the usual clutter. And I think COVID forced that.
Okay.
We all saw that, the reduction of print, the surge of online, the reduction of magazines, etc. So I think it becomes not just important, it's no longer good to have, it's absolute need of the hour to
It's a
move
must.
beyond.
Okay.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay. Nikita, I'll move to Mahima now. Okay. If you could just keep it a little short, please. What is this digital transformation about? Am
I audible?
No, you're not. Not even to me, actually. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes. Is it better now? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think what I've seen through the course of what all's happened in PR, one thing I'm speaking personally from my experience is that I feel PR is constantly evolving. Like I think 3 years ago we did not see the reduction of print happening so drastically, at least at the scale at which it did. The way I see it, of course, it's also opened a lot of inroads for PR to be present from influencers, social media, and PR are so integrated with one another. It's not just an Instagram platform or a LinkedIn platform. How you perceive, how you portray your brand, every campaign, how it's amplified in every platform that there is. I think it's constantly evolving, it's changing. And if you to ask me 3 years from now, where are we headed? I honestly don't know because I think you don't know what the next door has in front of you. But the beauty is that for me, PR is essentially 80% of the job is how you deal with people. And if you have that, you will always navigate the digital world as well, very easily.
Okay, great. Great. Kasturi, same question more or less, but, what I'm going to do, this thing, 12, 46, 45, this is making me nervous, this ticker, this timer. So I'm going to, merge these two questions. I mean, Neha's questions and our personal questions. Okay, I think that will make it a little shorter. Okay, so my question to you is, just one sec. Yeah, you've worked in traditional PR and now you're on the client side in the fintech space. And there are these new buzzwords, digital transformation, etc. So how do you navigate your way through the old world to now the new world?
Thank you so much for the question. First of all, thank you so much for having me. It's wonderful to speak in front of all of you. I'm sure we'll engage in conversations after. I'm also not looking at the timer. But I think coming from a PR agency, that's where I started my career. I've been in corporate communications for about 6 years now. It's actually not a very different world. Things don't really change, but the stakeholders that you manage actually change drastically. Because in an agency, I would keep on thinking that why do I have to go and tell my client what PR is, what will work, what will not work? Thankfully, we would do that, right? We would expect, today I expect my agency to come and tell me all of that as to which channels should I be present in, what should I be talking about, so on and so forth. But when I was on the PR agency side of things, I would always go and teach my clients about what are the new things that I learned. I see myself doing the same things with my co-founders and CEOs today. I have to constantly train them about what public relations is, what they should do, what they should not do, how it's growing, how it's expanding, the digital landscape, how it's changing. So I guess not much changes. You pretty much need to be on top of everything that's happening around you, and that's your job as a PR professional. But that's what is your job as a corporate communications professional as well. But yes, of course, like your neck is always on the line, and the buck stops at you. So you have to be 100% sure. In an agency, if there would be something that goes wrong, you would have seniors and so many other people coming and telling you, how you can make things better. But I guess the lives don't really change. I'll come back to what I said first. Stakeholders change, and as communicators, we all know how to communicate for a respective stakeholder, right? That's something that we are taught at the very beginning of our career. So I guess that.
Sure. Okay, I'm going to move to Rahul, who's the CEO at Media Mantra. Rahul has just come back from Bombay talking about independent PR agencies transitioning to post-traditional PR. Okay, and he's the expert in the room when it comes to this. So please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
And Rahul, if I may interrupt all of us, the panelists, you know what we're going to talk about. In the shortage of time, you can mix up things.
Yeah,
perfectly
sure.
okay. Yeah.
So I think the last 3 years have been some of the most exciting times for the communications industry. I think we have never seen this much paradigm shift in the industry happening ever before. I think as an evolution post-COVID, more and more of our clients and us rely on technology-driven insights. I think the biggest change that has happened is that, when we used to earlier do traditional PR, there was a lot of spillover communication to non-relevant target audiences also. And in today's day and age with technology and AI and ChatGPT and, tools like Meltwater and, Viziki, we are able to do very accurate insights and very accurate targeted messaging for our, specific target audiences. Measurement in PR was always a difficult one to answer earlier in traditional PR because normally it was, how many headlines did you get, how much is positive, how much is the advertising value equivalent. But in today's day and age with the latest tools we have, we are able to do measurement way much more better. We're able to showcase the impact of our campaigns to our clients, both in terms of their share of voice increasing as well as even in some cases how it impacts their business. So I think what we need to do going forward is, invest as an independent firm. We invest a lot in technology. We invest in tools like Viziki and Meltwater, and we have increasingly been training our teams, giving clients integrated solutions. So that's something which we have been doing as a company. I think this is a trend which is going to keep on going forward. So I think the biggest change is the measurability is much more this thing, the transparency is much more there today. And I still feel that traditional PR is also as relevant today, in certain target audiences like the government and certain B2B sectors. But increasingly we will have to amalgamate both the traditional PR and technology and keep on investing in technology and be abreast with trends, to be ahead of the times. And that's what we do as an independent PR firm.
Okay, thank you. Amandeep, I want to ask you about, your thoughts on storytelling, which is the new buzzword. It's been a buzzword for a couple of years, but how does PR use storytelling to, build brands, take them forward?
So via storytelling, you're creating an experience in the consumer's mind.
Just keep it close to you.
So it's like if I go back and remember what campaigns actually I remember. So I remember Sabhata's last year campaign and Wix 2017 campaign. Why? Because I believe they were the best storytelling campaigns. So it's like I have imagined those campaigns in my head. It's experience, not just ads, but how we PR professional further amplify those campaigns would be really, connecting with the customers directly. That's my viewpoint on storytelling. And going back to my previous organization, it is not just for the brand. So when they were coming up with in the IPO process, so it was really important to have storytelling of the people who were promoting that brand. So why would people, come and invest in you? Because the brand persona is directly linked to the people who are associated with that brand. So storytelling goes both ways, the company and the people who are associated with it. It's very important for us PR professionals to look both the sides.
Okay. So I think, Mahima, I haven't come to you, right? Yeah. I have. Okay, sorry. So sorry. My daughter is, bombarding me with WhatsApp messages. She's going out on a date and she wants me to come back quickly. She's 19 years old. Okay, so I'm going to ignore her. Right. Anyway, so my question to you is data, basically. Okay. So how does PR use data, which was previously the domain of specialist marketing, digital marketing agencies. How does PR use data to tell a better story, to get more targeted, to grow sales, and so on? No.
You're not audible.
So data is the new fuel. And it is not just PR, it's the entire economic, all the industries, the entire economy is now functioning on data. How PR will use data is, one, not only in terms of our own industry, but each and every industry that we work with. What is happening in that industry and where it is going, and their vision. What kind of data points help them to move forward? That is where I think as a PR professional, we become experts in, I don't want to use the word expert, but somewhere knowledgeable about all the industries that we work for. So data point is about audience, who is consuming the data, the content, when they are consuming, which platforms it is being consumed on. Now, in the digital transformation, what has happened in PR is that technology is borderless, and there are so many anonymous actors also are involved in it. I might be targeting my campaign to a certain group of people, but when I put it in the digital world, I don't know who else is going to interact with it. It is an open field now. So when somebody anonymous is interacting with you, if the consumption is quick, the judgment is also very quick. Where is that judgment coming from? From which areas it is coming from? That is one. Second, in terms of what you have asked me, I would go a little beyond and say that with digital, with internet, it is like a blockchain. Whatever you say, we are very quick to put out things, but we have to give it a thought. Because it's like, जैसे स्वर्ग में बैठ के चित्रगुप्त आपका पूरा रिपोजिटरी लगते हैं, वैसे internet is keeping each and every point, word that you have kept. When it is going to come back and bite you. So it's our internal data as well. What has been said, when it has been said. It's like a blockchain. That conversation can be picked out even 10 years down the line. So data is now working both ways. It's not just the industry data. I also keep an eye on our own data. What I said about my client, what word I put out about the brand 3 years ago. There should not be a glaring gap in what I have said earlier.
Okay, thank you. Do you do A/B testing? Do you do A/B testing with data?
Do you do A/B testing with data?
Okay, no, yeah.
I want to add a different point here.
Sure.
Comms department is actually a P&L department also nowadays, at least in startups. So data helps in defining your top of the funnel to middle of the funnel to bottom of the funnel, and qualifying marketing leads to sales leads. So if you have data and you know how to analyze the data and how to convert marketing qualified leads to sales leads, you are boom, you're important department of your company then. And at least we have been doing this in Encash, where I'm part of various events we go, I've been managing, and I have a lot of data at the end of the event. What to do with that? We do email marketing campaigns and we define the top of the funnel there. From next level is defining the middle of the funnel, where the marketing qualified leads have come, and transferring it to the sales people so that leads can be generated.
Okay, great. So since we're talking about data, I want to move to Nikita, and we were discussing ChatGPT and AI and stuff like that. So how does that play in? How does that factor in? Can you start by telling us how you use ChatGPT? I found it very interesting, your story.
So I was telling Shubho that we were fortunate.
Can everyone hear? I'm very nervous that people... Yeah.
So at Ad Factors, we were fortunate. April onwards, we started the march towards ChatGPT training, and perhaps we're the only agency with 1,200 plus employees to have been trained across ChatGPT. And in the context of PR and communications, I think we use ChatGPT from an AE level
to right till the director level, right? So whether it's Word, whether it's research reports, assimilating data, whether it's Excel, so across, right? Across, and yesterday, Sam Altman was here at the ET event, right? So some of the questions that he answered as well. So one of the core things that I think is extremely important is not to see it as a threat. And I think as PR communications, you have to make it your research assistant. At least that's how I use it. So whether it's pitches, whether it's understanding, helping you mine data and take key takeaways from it, summarizing it. So we use it across, whether it's analytics, whether it's content, whether it's research, across the table and across designations. So yeah.
Will you do a pitch? Will you do a free presentation for the IT ministry next week on how to use ChatGPT?
I think Hemant Gole would be a better fit, but I'd be happy to do it.
Okay, great. Fantastic. Okay. Now I want to move to Mahima. My question to you upstairs was, in that room was influencer marketing, but you had another spin, which is, the range of products, etc., etc. Can you connect these two? You have a lot of influencer marketing agencies already on your roster. Okay. So how do you connect that with the roster of brands that you handle?
Okay, so essentially Good Glam Group is a beauty and personal care conglomerate, and our strategic, unique moat is content creator, commerce, and community. So the way we work is we content companies, of course, we look at converting content users to buying users through targeted content. Creators is a different division altogether within the company. We work very strategically in our influencer campaigns across. So we have, I think, approximately a network of 1.5 million influencers within the group. Wow. And we work very closely with them across all our campaigns. But what is also to be noted that each division is also very independent. So they don't only work with Good Glam. They work with different brands as well. At Good Glam, it's interesting because even our beauty and personal care brands are all very different. We have cosmetics, we have hair care, we have skin care, we have baby care, mother care. So again, we have to we're very strategic on the influencers we work with. And while, of course, influencer marketing is very digital, but at the same time, our community segment of Good Community, we make sure to always have the FaceTime with influencers for a lot of offline events, because that human element, digital can never really tap.
Okay. Kasturi, I want to ask you, you're in the crypto space and we were having an interesting conversation there. How does crypto use modern, new age PR to build a brand? A lot of people aren't that savvy about cryptocurrencies. There's a lot of misinformation happening, right? So how do you use digital or new media to tell the real story?
So you're absolutely right. There's a lot of conversations about crypto that are either driven by fake news, but there is a lot of fraud and scam that also goes on in this space and industry. A lot of Indians who are on the internet and obviously are lured to make a quick buck by the bad actors in the industry, the space, right? So there can be wrong things that happen and that spreads like fire. We all know that. But as a company that is in crypto and as a company that is wanting to become a wealth tech destination, wanting to launch fixed deposits and mutual funds as we go along, owned and earned media for us is very important, because when you own, the peso model, right? So if you own, say, content, I'm going to be done really soon, 2 minutes.
This is not fair. We were sitting while the others were doing their Mahabharat. So hame to thoda Ramayan ka time do. We'll wrap up soon.
Actually, there are a lot of sessions ahead, so which is why. Don't want to, just.
Good.
Okay. So what I was telling you about was that in the peso model, there's paid, earned, shared, and owned, right? So, but owned is very important in the scheme of things, because we have experts in-house who've been looking at the market, who actually understand crypto. And for us to trust the people we have hired in the company to talk about what really goes on is important. There are a lot of influencers who, say in the crypto space, a lot of people worked with, but there were very strong ASCII guidelines also that came into existence. You all know about what's going on in terms of financial influencers and fintech influencers, right? So a lot of It's not just any kind of influencer, it's your real money that's at stake. Of course, that's also at stake with other products that you might end up buying under the influence. But when real money is involved, there's a lot more to kind of keep in mind. So from a digital transformation point of view, I think own channels are going to be very important because investor education and customer education is going to be key in this space, especially in emerging technologies like crypto and Web3 and
Especially when there are a lot of guidelines in place.
Absolutely.
So we'll come to the last part of the session, which is I will request all panelists to say one line each about what the next 1 year is going to be like. What is the biggest trend? What is your prediction that you think will happen? It could be in any area, influencer marketing or, something in data analytics or, AI or whatever. So we'll start with you, sir.
I think, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the next year is going to be a process of continuing this evolution of amalgamating technology with our age-old communication, tried and tested techniques. I think as an agency, we strongly believe that we will be investing a lot more in technology, training our teams in the latest tools, and also providing our clients with integrated and measurable campaign solutions. I think this is going to be the next year.
Fantastic. Mahima?
I think for PR, very well integrated, especially with influencer marketing, that's actually going to really grow. And as Rahul rightly said, a lot of brands are strongly going to focus on measurable ROI for whatever they do. And that's going to continue to grow. And that's something PR needs to make sure happens very well.
Fantastic. Kasturi?
There's an economic downturn, is my understanding. And when things are bad, PR is going to be very, very important. So all of us in the room, I think we should just pat ourselves for choosing the right career. We've done a good job. I think our jobs are secure. We're going to be very, very relevant in the future. And yeah, that's my point.
Okay, thank you.
So, looking at the current scenarios in the fintech industry with a lot of guidelines in place, I think more brands will utilize the importance of own channels, especially the content marketing, to convey the right messaging. Of course, the learning of the new technologies like ChatGPT to use that content marketing effectively.
Okay, great. Richa? Next 1 year, biggest thing?
Yeah, so in this era of AI, ChatGPT, for PR, the focus remains the human. And human, if we are targeting humans, then it has to be empathy and storytelling which connects with the humans.
Empathy. I love that. Yeah. Nikita?
I think everyone's covered everything, but I think next year and the years to come, one of the key trends would also be regulations put in place for a lot of these technologies that have come in, especially ChatGPT and some of the other AI tools that most of us PR professionals use. So I think that is something I'd be interested to look at, especially from an influencer perspective and a new tech perspective.
Okay, thank you very much. My prediction is there'll be more women leaders in and I hope so.
Couldn't agree more.
All right. So thank you very much. Thank you for being a warm, appreciative audience. Thank you, co-panelists, for such insights and information, knowledge, and hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give it up for the entire panel. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing your valuable insights. It was lovely. I would request you to please pose for a group photograph so that you can go back home with loads and loads of memory while we go back home with loads and loads of valuable insights. Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, a huge round of applause for all of them. Thank you so much for your time. And I couldn't agree more. I think we have actually heard a lot of beautiful, beautiful insights here. Empathy, actually storytelling, all of it is really important when it comes to creating a conversation. And also it's really, really important when we talk about communication, PR. We have learned so much today. There were over 10 panels set throughout the day for all of you. I really need to know, are we going back home with lots and lots of insights? Yes or no by the show of hands? Addition, value addition for sure? Yes? I can't hear it. Maybe we can use words instead. Yes or no? Come on, guys. I still can't hear it. I think all of us had lunch. Come on. Yes or no? Thoda sa better hai. Come on, tell me. Yes or no? Come on. I can't hear it. Big yes. Big yes should seem like big yes. Come on, together, let's do it. Yes or no, guys? Because this was the last session. I really need to hear your voices because now we'll move towards another very, very important session, the much awaited award night. And before we begin and move to the award night, I really need to know, are we present here? Did we all have fun? Are we going back home with lots and lots of valuable insights? Yes or no? थोड़ा सा और yes or no? जोर से बजा दो, बजा ही रहे हो तो जोर से बजा दो यार. Much better. Thank you so much for your valuable time. Now what we are going to do is, since all of you were really loving the coffee breaks and the tea breaks, what we are going to do is we are officially giving you a break. Please network with one another, talk to one another, grab food, and what we'll do is we'll come back in 30 minutes. And once we come back, we'll begin with the much awaited award night. So a kind request, सारी networking करके आइएगा because एक बार आप अंदर आ गए तो उसके बाद मस्ती, fun, awards, there's so much planned for you. So I don't want you to miss that. So please go ahead, move ahead, do some networking and then see you soon in next 30 minutes. Thank you so much. See you soon, guys. Thank you. Put your hands together. Welcome each one present here in this room, and of course, welcome yourself as well. Once again, give it up for Imagexx 2023. Come on. That's more like it, but I need a little bit of more turbulence and heat in the room. So what I'm going to do is, I would just request all of you to just stand up a little. Come on. Let's warm up a little and get excited for the award ceremony that we have set for you for tonight. Installments में क्यों उठ रहे हो? एक साथ उठ जाओ यार. School assembly थोड़ी है. Come on, get up. I can see पीछे तक हाँ. No cheating. Everybody has to get up. Come on. Thank you. Very, very handsome gentleman in a lemon color shirt. I can see you. And the black, of course. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. What we are going to do is, we'll just warm up a little. And what I'm going to do is, I'm just dividing you in 3 different teams, okay? So people on my left is team 1. People on my left till you, ma'am. Everybody in this lane, team 1. Team 2 starts from you, sir. And team 3 starts from you guys. And I need one team leader from each team. So maybe you can lead your team. Your name, ma'am? Nikita. Please give it up for Nikita. Nikita, you are the team lead. Sir, can I please have your name? Nikhil. Please give it up for Nikhil. Nikhil, are you okay leading your team? Thank you so much. One volunteer from team C. Ma'am, would you want to do it? Or anybody else who wants to volunteer? What's his name? Anshuman ji, give it up for Anshuman. आगे आ जाओ, lead करना है आपको. What we are going to do is we'll just do a quick 30 seconds of kiss में कितना है दम. What are we going to do is kiss में कितना है दम. So you have to prep up your team to actually cheer for Imagexx this event on the top of their voices, okay? पूरे क्राउन प्लाजा को पता चलना चाहिए यहाँ इवेंट चल रहा है, okay? अवार्ड सेरेमनी शुरू होने वाली है, and same goes with you guys, and we'll see कि किसकी टीम में कितना है दम. So if you want to give them a pep talk, now is the time. 5 seconds दे रही हूँ तीनों teams को, and then we'll begin the tussle. Come on, 5 seconds. If you want to say anything to your team leads, go ahead. हाँ, नाक नहीं कटनी चाहिए किसी की भी. ठीक है, चलिए. Get set for kiss में कितना है दम. Come on. काफी एक्साइटेड, मेरे बोलने से पहले ही टीम 1 शुरू हो गई है. चलो एक बार on the count of 3. This one's for team 1. Let's see. And judges are, by the way, all of you only. Although I'll still pick 3 top judges ताकि fair रहे, ठीक है? Not me. You are gonna decide. On the count of 3, किस में कितना है दम? 3, 2, 1. Okay, not bad. I don't know about this, but पीछे वाले I don't think so were with you, हाँ? निकिता prep नहीं किया अच्छे से. But 4 of you made for all of them, for sure, and of course, sir. But you never know. I hope you guys have prepped well. So, all right, on the count of 3, my mic, I need a little bit volume back. My mic has gone down. All right, 3, 2, 1, team 2. Makes sense. What is happening is, आप दोनों की टीम में जो पीछे वाले लोग हैं वो चीटिंग कर रहे हैं, by the way, दगा दे रहे हैं. So, टीम सी यू हैव अ वेरी ब्राइट फ्यूचर अगर आप अपने पीछे वालों को थोड़ा सा प्रेप अप कर दो जो ऑलरेडी बैठे हुए हैं, बाय द वे वो उठे भी नहीं हुए हैं, तो आपका चांसेस बहुत कम है. डू यू वांट टू गिव एनी पेप टॉक टू देम? डू यू वांट टू टेल देम टू स्टैंड? कुछ बोलना चाहोगे? रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहोगे कि पहले से ही आउट समझे हम? कम ऑन 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 कम ऑन. टीम सी 1 2 3. टीम सी गो फॉर इट. कौन ये क्या पेटीएम किया है क्या टीम सी ने इधर? इधर से आवाज कैसे आई? अच्छा, दिस वाज बू. दिस साउंडेड मोर लाइक वू. Alright, come on, don't sit. Everybody was very thanda. You have to give it up. Quickly करेंगे ABC. Quick, very quick. Okay, come on, guys, stand up. One last time, support your team. Let's see किसमें कितना है दम. Team A, go for it, team A. Come on, अच्छे से करो यार. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? 1, 2, 3, go for it. That's what we call a tough competition. Team B, are you ready? 1, 2, 3. That's more like it. Team C, 1, 2, 3. Well, I have a clear winner here. What do you guys think? Kaun jeeta? Hum? 1? What you, as per you two, huh? What do you think? What I would like you to do is, do you trust my judgment? नहीं, मैं cheating करूँगी. No, I am not that diplomatic. Come on, I know my winner. Clear-cut winner, huh? By the way, only if you guys agree. Will you? If I No, I'll be very honest. I think you should agree with me. Despite of Team C, आधे लोग were sitting at the back. They were not even standing, but the cheer was louder. So I think a clear winner in the room is Team C. Anshuman's team has got it. So congratulations. क्या बात है अंशुमन जी. Now you have a fandom, huh? All right. Now, thank you so much for being a sport. Team C, rock it. आपको यहाँ प्रोडक्शन की तरफ से सबको एक आईफोन मिलेंगे. So congratulations for that. मांग लेना, मेरा कोई लेना देना नहीं है इसमें, प्रोडक्शन से मांगना. But what I'm going to do is, thank you so much for being such a sport. एक बार अपने लिए ताली बजा दो यार. Come on. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being a fantastic audience with such a sporting spirit. And now, it's time for us to begin with the much awaited session. All of us are excited for the award ceremony? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. शुरू कर दे. कितनों को लग रहा है आज हम विनर हैं? सबको लग रहा है. सब paid audience है ये. Okay, so all right. I really hope that's true. What I'm going to do is give you loads and loads of luck today and loads of love today. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just give you lots and lots of love and luck. And before we proceed with the much awaited award ceremony, we have a AV here for you. So I would request our team to please play the AV on screens. Can you please have the AV?
India is a land where diverse people and cultures coexist. Rich with natural resources and growing infrastructure, it is one of the fastest developing economies in the world. And 800 million of its citizens are sustained by agriculture. Indian farmers work in an incredibly challenging environment. With small land holdings and a lack of remunerative income, they're also subject to the unique disease pressures of their region. There is no single technology, seed variety, or model that serves them all. Over the last 3 decades, we have revolutionized potato farming in the country, introducing cutting-edge seed technology with a world-class R&D facility in Sahura, becoming one of PepsiCo's largest seed programs, and introducing one of the biggest collaborative farming program in India. Our 360-degree program is designed with a variety of elements to empower small and marginal farmers. This includes supporting them with the latest technology and modern agronomic practices, along with providing farmers with a sure buyback and empowering women farmers by integrating them into the supply chain. We also implement several sustainable practices that help farmers conserve resources. Through our program that uses technology to elevate Indian farmers, we have worked with over 27,000 farmers across the country, sourcing over 550,000 tons of potatoes annually. And this is just the beginning. We aim to work with over 55,000 farmers and source 1.3 million tons by 2030, assuring PepsiCo a cost-effective and secured supply of the highest quality potatoes. As we expand PepsiCo's footprint in India, we will continue to stay true to our vision, empowering those who toil long and hard to support our goal of creating joy for all.
Be the last one out to get this dough. No way, love one of your bucket headed hoes. No way, hit the streets and we break the code.
Every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation, driven by data and analytics, to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P Communications. Hill and Knowlton Strategies, always in beta.
with this, once again, it's time for me to thank all our esteemed partners, all our sponsors. Adgully's Imagexx 2023 is presented by Adfactors PR, co-powered by Gracell PR, Hill & Knowlton Strategies, Kaizen, Media Mantra, Value 360 Communications, Gold Partner 80dB Communications, Silver Partner Imagexx, Communication Partner Teamology, Corporate Partner PepsiCo India, and of course Industry Partner PR Professionals. So give it up for all the sponsors once. Thank you, thank you. And with this, without any further ado, it's time for us to begin with the much awaited segment, that's the award ceremony. So it's time for us to finally reveal the first category of tonight. And the first category is Excellence in Communication, Automotive and Transportation. So gear up for this category, Automation and Transportation. And to give away the awards, I would like you all to please welcome Bhavya Suri from Pearson and Reshma Nandi from Metro Cash and Carry. Please give it up for both of them. I would request both of you to please join us on stage. Thank you so much. I would also request once again, Reshma. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. All right. Are you guys set? Ready? Yes or no? I can't hear it. Yes or no? That's more like it. Let's begin in this category for the Bronze Award. And the winner for the bronze is none other than Rudder Finn for Ola Electric. Give it up for Team Rudder Finn. Congratulations, Team Rudder Finn. Congratulations, Team Rudder Finn. Thank you so much. Next in this category, we have the silver winner. So now it's time for me to reveal the name for the silver winner, and the award goes to... Any guesses? May I? All right, you are right here. Value 360 Communications for Godavari Electric Motors. Give it up for Value 360 Communications. Congratulations, Team Godavari Electric Motors. Value 360 Communications, brand Godavari Electric Motors. Thank you so much. All right, next up we have gold in the same category. And the gold award goes to, ये तो आप लोग guess कर लोगे. Any guesses? Gold goes to? Maybe somebody is very confident, ये तो मैं ही लेके जा रहा हूँ. No? Okay, let me reveal the name. And the winner for the gold is Adfactors PR for Spinny. Thank you so much. Congratulations, team Adfactor PR. Thank you so much. Next category, it's time for me to reveal the next category for tonight. That is Excellence in Communication, Arts, Media and Entertainment. So time for us to reveal the bronze winner in this category. And the bronze award goes to none other than Genesis BCW for Ant TV. Huge round of applause for the team Genesis BCW. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Huge round of applause. Come on, guys. Thank you. Next up in this category, we have a silver winner. And the silver winner in this category is none other than 21 grams for business today. Please give a huge round of applause for Team 21 grams. Huge round of applause. Welcome, Team 21 grams. Congratulations. Also, an interesting fact, these two are the pillars behind this event also. So please give it up for both of them, Amit and Megha. Thank you so much for being on stage. Thank you so much for joining. All right. Next up, in the same category, we have a joint winner. So there's another silver award for tonight. And the award goes to our very own, our very favorite PR professionals. Give it up for the team PR professionals for Kathakar. Congratulations. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए जनाब. Come on. Congratulations. Superb. Now, in this category, we have a gold. Any guesses for the gold? Arts, media and entertainment. Any guesses? Random लगा लो यार, पैसे थोड़ी कटेंगे, बता दो. हाँ? Rudafin. Anybody else? मैं बता दूँ? मैं ही बता देती हूँ. All right, and the winner for the gold is, किसने बोला था Rudafin? खड़े हो जाओ एक बार. जोरदार तालियां बजाओ अपने लिए because the award goes to Rudafin. Yes. Congratulations, Rudafin. This one's for Disney Plus Hotstar for the campaign Sab Hai Sivaye SRK. Congratulations for that. Well done. And indeed, this was a very interesting campaign. I think all of us saw it. So congratulations. The next category is super interesting because the next category is Excellence in Communication BFSI Services FinTech. And the first award in this category is for the bronze. And the award goes to... Aman, are you still here? Aman Dhal? Okay, he's not. But I'm sure he'll be proud. The award goes to Comms Credible for Basic Home Loan. Campaign Ghar Ka Loan Ab Basic Hai. So huge round of applause for Team Comms Credible. Congratulations. Thank you for joining us. Also, a kind request, please try and be in the room and try and listen so that whenever, if and when I take your name, you guys can quickly come to the podium because we have lots and lots of awards set for you tonight. Next in the same category is the Silver Award, and the award goes to Chachi Communications for MobiKwik and Proteum Finance. Huge round of applause for Team Chachi. Can we please have you on stage? Thank you so much. Congratulations. You're going back home with a silver. That's superb. Thank you for joining us. This is Team Chachi Communications. Thank you so much. Next up in this category is running for a gold. And the gold award seems to be a hot seller with this team because this is none other than our very own. Nikita, you will be proud. Adfactors PR once again. Give it up for Adfactors PR. This is for the brand Upstocks. Congratulations. Well done. Adfactors PR slaying already. बजा दो यार, जोर से बजाओ. क्या बात है. A lot of hard work goes in, तभी awards मिल रहे हैं, तो तालियों में कमी नहीं होनी चाहिए यार, दिल खोल के बजाइए. चलिए, let's move ahead towards the next category for tonight, which is excellence in communication, cause-related public awareness. But before I begin this category, I would request both of you to please take your seats. You have been really kind. Thank you for joining us. Once again, give it up for Bhavya, Suri and Reshma Nandi. Thank you so much. Next up, to felicitate the next set of awardees, I would request Bhavya Sharma from Urban Company to please come on stage. Bhavya Sharma, can we please have you on stage? Also along with Bhavya, I would request Priyang Agarwal from Beto to join her on stage. Priyang Agarwal, can we please have you on stage? Thank you so much. Please give it up for Bhavya and Priyang. Also joining them, we have with us Tanushri Roy from India Today Group. Can we please have Tanushri Roy on stage? Give it up for Tanushri Roy. Congratulations to all the first set of winners. As we begin towards the next category, all I can say is brace yourselves, keep your fingers crossed. Let's begin. So, like I said, this category is cause-related public awareness, and the bronze in this category goes to Practice Strategic Communications India for Arogya World. So huge round of applause for Practice Strategic Communications India. Congratulations, ma'am. Next up, in this category, we are running for a silver. And the silver goes to GCI Health for Dr. Shroff's charity Eye Hospital. Come on, team GCI Health, can we please have you on stage? पीछे वाले भी ताली बजा दो यार, आपकी भी बारी आएगी. Thank you, that's very sweet. Thank you so much. Once again, congratulations to the entire team. Next up, we have running for a gold. So I would request all of you to please pay attention for the gold. Any guesses who wins the gold category? So, उतरते ही क्यों यार, stage पे ही रहो ना. This one actually goes to Adfactors PR. And this award is for HelpAge India. Huge round of applause, team Adfactors PR. Woohoo! आपके लिए चेयर लगवा दे स्टेज पे. I think up and running for too many awards tonight, being lucky, also being a very hard-working team at Factors PR. Next up, let's move towards the next category, which is Excellence in Communication, Consumer Products FMCG. Consumer Products FMCG, brace yourself. And the first award in this category is for bronze, and the award goes to none other than Kaizen for Fresh to Home. Huge round of applause to Team Kaizen. Come on stage. Aajo yaar. Go for it. Congratulations, Team Kaizen. Brilliant win. This is for Fresh to Home. Also in the same category, next we are running for a silver. And the silver for Consumer Products FMCG goes to, any guesses? We have with us none other than Team Avian We. Please give it up for Team Avian We for Sunfeast Super Milk Biscuits. Congratulations. Can we please have Team Avian on stage? Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. Team Avian We, congratulations once again. Next up, in the same category, we are running for a gold. Any guesses for gold? Could be, you never know. Any guesses? Come on. Ad factors इतना confident है आप में से कोई और नहीं? कोई तो बोल दो, अपनी टीम का नाम ले लो यार. ऐसी promote कर लो. क्या कुछ सुनाई दे रहा है मुझे क्या? अच्छा मैं बता देती हूँ. The next award goes to very special team, Media Mantra. Go for it, team Media Mantra. This one is for Blopong. Come on stage, team Media Mantra. Team Media Mantra from Blopong. Please come on stage. आ जाते यार, सारे ही आ जाते. घर तो एक ही है ना. चलिए, let's move ahead and let's move towards the next category. Next category is Excellence in Communication CSR activity. And we are running for a bronze right now. So the award for the bronze goes to Teamwork Communication Solutions. Congratulations, go for it. And this one's for IHW Council and Reach Each Child Wreckage. Can we please have Teamwork Communication Solutions on stage? Congratulations. हाँ, आप आए सह परिवार. Congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us. Seems like a all-girls team accompanied with a very kind gentleman. Okay. All right, next up in this category, we have running for silver. And okay, let's do one thing. I have something super interesting. I have a twist here. What I'm gonna do is right now I'm just gonna announce the gold winner. And I'll tell you why later. So right now, the award for the gold goes to Mondelez India for Cadbury Dairy Milk. Huge round of applause for team Mondelez India. Do we have Mondelez India in the house? Okay, let's move ahead. It's time for us to introduce a new category. And the next category is Excellence in Communication, E-commerce. And the bronze in this category goes to, any guesses? Well, we should just say it's always the right when it comes to the right PR. Huge round of applause. Right PR. This one's for Space Mantra. Welcome, sir. Come on stage. Congratulations, Team The Right PR. Next up in the same category, we are running for a silver. And the silver award goes to, once again, your very own, your very favorite, Kaizen for Fresh to Home campaign. Give it up for Kaizen once again. Team Kaizen back on stage. Congratulations once again, Team Kaizen. All right, next up, this we are running for a gold once again, and of course this is the category of Excellence in Communication, E-commerce, and the gold award goes to Avian We. Once again, give it up for Team Avian We. This one's for Amazon India for the campaign #FindLife and Amazon Meta World. Congratulations, Team Avian We. Come on stage. So good to see you guys. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations. Give it up. Come on, come on, come on. Congratulations.
Bring it back.
All the beautiful ladies from Team Avian We. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please take your seats. With this, I would also request all three of you to please take your seats. Thank you so much for your valuable time and for the kind gesture. Thank you. Thank you so much. Give it up for all of them, yeah. Come on, ताली बजा दो यार. ताली बजती रहनी चाहिए. I can see you guys, huh? Hands up in the air. Chalo. Now it's time for us to introduce the next category. But before we do that, I would like two very special people to come on stage. Please put your hands together for Nikhil Day at Factors PR. Also Team B का lead यार, पीछे वाले भी ताली बजा दो. Welcome Mr. Nikhil. Joining Mr. Nikhil we have Khushbu Mehra from Times Bridge. Can we please have Khushbu Mehra on stage? Give it up for Khushbu Mehra. Do we have her in the room? Okay. Meanwhile, I would request Ekta Bhaskar to join Mr. Nikhil from BLS International. Ekta Bhaskar. Can we please have you on stage? Is Ekta in the room? Thank you so much. Please join in, ma'am. And while we do that, it's time for me to introduce you all to the next category. The next category is Excellence in Communication, BFSI Services. And the bronze in this category goes to 80dB Communications for Scriptbox Advisors. Give it up for 80dB Communications, also our gold partner. Huge round of applause. Thank you for joining in, guys. Thank you. Next in this category, we are running for a silver. And the silver award goes to, once again, Teamology Softtech and Media Services for Pesa Bazaar. Can we please have Teamology on stage once again? Kya baat hai? Congratulations, Teamology. You have won silver for Pesa Bazaar. Thank you so much for joining us. Next in this category, we have a winner for the gold. And the award for the gold goes to none other than Value 360 Communications for Angel 1. Please give it up for Value 360 Communications. Are you guys here? Join in. Once again, congratulations team Value 360 Communication. शोर तो मचा दो अपनी टीम के लिए यार. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Next category, we have cause-related public awareness healthcare. Cause-related public awareness healthcare. And the bronze award in this category goes to Concept Public Relations India Limited for Manipal Hospitals. Do we have Concept Public Relations in the house? Okay. Meanwhile, we'll move to the next then. Now it's time for us to actually reveal the silver, and the twist comes right here. The silver is actually a joint award, and two different brands are gonna join this award. And the first name in this category is, the award goes to Genesis BCW for brand O3 Win. Huge round of applause for Genesis BCW. And the silver award is also shared by, once again, Teamwork Communication Solutions for Entored Pharmaceuticals. Huge round of applause. क्या बात है, bronze भी, silver भी, gold भी तो आप ही नहीं लेके जा रहे हो. You never know. आजो 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 आजो. Congratulations. Seems like a lucky day for teamwork. You have won 2 awards in the same category, so congratulations for that. Next up in this category, we have a gold. And the gold award goes to PR Hub for Borderless Healthcare Group. Huge round of applause for PR Hub. Team PR Hub, can we please have you on stage? With this, it's time for us to move towards the next category set for tonight, which is Excellence in Communication, CSR Activity, Infrastructure Sector. And the gold award in this category, okay? Now it's time for us to reveal the gold award in the CSR activity. It goes to This is going to be interesting. The gold award goes to Aegis India for Aegis in India Green Plantation. Can we have a huge round of applause for Team Aegis? Thank you for joining us. Welcome, sir. Congratulations. And with this, we move towards the next category for tonight. And the next category is a super interesting category. It's excellence in communication, gaming, and e-sports. As we talk about gaming and e-sports, it's time for us to reveal the winner for the bronze in this category. And the winner for the bronze is once again Kaizen for All India Gaming Federation. Give it up for Team Kaizen. Welcome, ma'am. Congratulations. Both of you are looking really beautiful tonight. So all set for your awards. Thank you. Okay. Next up in this category, we are running for a silver. And the silver award goes to, once again, give it up for Media Mantra. Huge round of applause, Team Media Mantra. This one's for Super 4. Congratulations. Woohoo! क्या बात है, Team Media Mantra. Superb, huh? I love the zest. Next up in this same category, we are running for a gold. And in this category, the gold winner is, again, one of our sponsors, Hill and Knowlton Strategies India. This one's for Zupi. Give it up, Team Hill and Knowlton Strategies. Congratulations. Well done, Team Hill and Knowlton Strategies India. Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. With this, I would also request both of you to please take your seats. Thank you so much for joining us and doing this for us. To deliver the next set of awards, now I would request... Kya baat hai, Hill and Knowlton? Love the zest. Okay, next up, I would request all of you to please welcome Dinesh Joshi from HP India on stage. Can we please have Dinesh Joshi? And of course, joining Dinesh Joshi, we have Bhaskar Majumdar from Aegis India. Huge round of applause for Mr. Bhaskar. Can we please have you back on stage? After a wonderful panel discussion, Bhaskar Majumdar is back on stage to deliver some interesting awards for tonight. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Okay, so the first category is excellence in communication, content marketing. So I don't know how many of you are here from this domain, but buckle up because it's time for me to reveal the bronze winner. And the bronze goes to a very interesting name. Glad you came because I'm really glad that you came here for Biodharma. Huge round of applause, team. Glad you came. Congratulations. Thank you for joining us. Ladies in black. And we are twinning. Chaliye. Next up in this category, we are running for a silver, and the silver goes to, once again, Team Value 360 Communications. This one's for Aqua Connect. Huge round of applause for Team Value 360 Communications. Please, can we have you on stage if you guys are back? Thank you so much. Congratulations, Team Value 360 Communications. Thank you for joining us. Next up in this category, we are running for a solid gold, and it's time for me to reveal the winner of the gold in the category Excellence in Communication Content Marketing. Now this one's super interesting because this one goes for the campaign Crushed by So Cheers for Amazon Mini TV. So huge round of applause. Team So Cheers, cheers to you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Well, the next category is super interesting as well. The next category is something which I personally love. So for all the travel freaks here, the next category is travel and leisure. And the bronze in this category goes to, once again, none other than PR Hub for Royal Orchid Hotels. Huge round of applause, team PR Hub. This one's for the campaign empowering Royal Orchid Hotels pan-India brand presence in the new normal. Very, very interesting. Congratulations, team PR Hub. Next up in this category, we are running for a silver, and the silver award goes to, once again, team Kaizen. This one's for Deltine. Can we please have team Kaizen back on stage? Congratulations, team Kaizen. Seems like your office wall is gonna be jam-packed tonight. Congratulations. Now, once again, we are running for the gold. Any guesses for the gold for this one, travel and leisure? Any guesses? Any campaign that you can think of? All right, time for me to reveal it then. And the gold goes to, once again, a team full of zest, full of power, Hill and Knowlton Strategies India. This one's for Qatar Airways. Congratulations, Team Hill and Knowlton Strategies India. This one's for Qatar Airways. A beautiful, beautiful campaign, Road to FIFA. Thank you so much. That's the spirit. All right, time for me to introduce you to a brand new category. And this category is best use of PR by a brand in education and edtech. And the bronze in this category goes to, once again, back in the game, Adfactors PR for Leadership Boulevard. Can we please have a huge, huge round of applause for the team Adfactors PR. Congratulations, guys. Well done, well done. Next in this category, running for yet another bronze. Joint winners once again. This award is also shared by Gracell PR for Triumphant Institute of Management Education. Can we please have team Gracell PR on stage? Congratulations. You have also won a silver. बजा दो ताली, बजा दो यार. पीछे वाले बजा दो. Thank you so much. With this, let's move towards the silver in this category. And the silver award is once again won by someone, I think, like I said, who is going back home with a jam-packed wall full of awards and trophies tonight. Team Kaizen once again for IILM University. Please give it up for Team Kaizen. Back on stage, up and running. There's no stopping. I think all the teams here are unstoppable. Congratulations on that note. And it's time for me to quickly reveal the gold winner in this category as well. And the gold winner is none other than Media Mantra for LPU. Huge, huge round of applause. Team Media Mantra. Love the energy of Media Mantra and Hill and Knowlton, huh? क्या बात है यार, superb. Congratulations once again, Media Mantra. This one's for LPU, lovely professional university. Thank you, superb. Next, we have healthcare prescription-based category. So this one's is Excellence in Communication, Healthcare Prescription-based. And the bronze award goes to, once again, Genesis BCW for Cipla. Give it up for the team, Genesis BCW. Can we please have you back on stage? Come on. Congratulations. Congratulations for that award. And that beautiful smile as well. Next up, running in this category, we have the winner for a silver. And the silver goes to Value 360 Communications for Blue Semi. Huge round of applause. Value 360 Communications. Can we please have you on stage? इतनी कंजूसी तालियों में बजा दो यार. Let's encourage each and everyone present here in the room. After all, we are a one big family sitting here tonight celebrating not just our companies but each other. So let's celebrate each other, let's make the most of the moment. And it's time for me with that to reveal the gold winner in this category, which goes to once again a team full of zest and power, Media Mantra. This one's for Apollo Fertility. Go for it. क्या बात है? Congratulations. हाँ, फोटो बहुत ज़रूरी है. Do tag all the partners, of course. Thank you so much. Congratulations. This is gold winner Media Mantra for Apollo Fertility. With this, I would request both of you to take your seats. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Give it up for all of them, guys. Next up, I would request Sam Hosseini ji, from Procreal Genie. Can we please have you on stage? I hope I'm pronouncing the name right. Sam Hosseini ji, thank you so much for joining us. Next up, I would also like to invite Pradeep Kumar from Snapdeal to felicitate the next set of awardees. Pradeep Kumar from Snapdeal. Welcome, sir. That's a very hero entry, by the way. दो handshake इधर, दो handshake उधर. क्या बात है, star entry. More like that. More like that. I have to say that I can see an SRK personality right here. Okay, chaliye. Next up, we have the category Excellence in Communication, IT and Technology. And the bronze winner in this category is once again Team Kaizen for Adverb Technologies. Team Kaizen, quickly up on stage. Congratulations, Team Kaizen. This one's for the campaign Adverb, a catalyst of growth for businesses. सब अपने official paparazzi साथ ला रहे हैं, हाँ? Paparazzi in the house. Thank you. Next up, we are running for a silver, and this is once again a joint award, joint winner. So 2 lucky teams sharing this award. Number 1, please put your hands together for Zeno Communications India. This one's for Lenovo ISG. Huge round of applause for Team Zeno. And the award is shared once again by our gold partner, ATDB Communications. Give it up for ATDB Communications. This one is for Sinler. Please come on stage. Both the teams, congratulations. Thank you so much. Once again, give it up for Zeno. And of course, give it up for ATDB Communications. And I must say, all of you are looking fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. Next up, we have a gold winner in the house. And please, 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 please. Come. Baja do yaar. Tali to bajao. Thank you so much. Next up, like I said, we are running for a gold. And the gold in this category goes to Candor Communications. This one's for open text. Give it up. Come on, can we have you on stage? Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations once again. This was the category for Excellence in Communication, IT and Technology. Next up, from the house of IT, we swiftly move towards the house of skincare and beauty. So all of those who are a part of this domain, skincare and beauty, brace yourselves up because it's time for me to reveal the silver in this category. All right, give it up for the team in the house, PR Pandit. Huge round of applause, Team PR Pandit. This one's for Kaya Clinic. Team PR Pandit, can we please have you on stage? Amazing. Thank you so much for joining us. Team PR Pandit, the campaign is beautiful, is you. Thank you so much for joining. Next in this category, we are running for a gold. And the gold goes to Once again, Genesis BCW for Gillette, India. Huge round of applause. Genesis BCW, welcome back. Well done, congratulations. Next category. Now we are swiftly moving from skincare to sports. So all the sports fanatics in the house, the bronze for the sports goes to Media Mantra for Indian Racing League. Huge round of applause, team Media Mantra. Congratulations, Team Media Mantra. This one's for Indian Racing League. Next up in this category, we are running for a silver, and the award goes to, any guesses? It's time for me to reveal the name, and the award goes to Artsmith Concepts and Visions. This one's for Puma. Huge round of applause, Team Artsmith Concepts and Visions. Can we please have you on stage? Okay. Meanwhile, we are waiting. We'll also quickly move meanwhile to the next award. That's a gold. And the gold winner is once again Team Kaizen. And this one's for Adidas India. Team Kaizen up on stage. Congratulations. This one's for Adidas India. Ladies in black, congratulations, well done. Time for me to move towards the next category, and the next category is best use of content. Best use of content. And the bronze in this category goes to, once again, Candor Communications. This one's for Near Velocity. Back on stage. Congratulations, team Candor Communications. I can't hear a huge round of applause, by the way. Huh? That's more like it. That's the spirit. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. The next in this category is running for a silver, and the silver goes to Ruder Finn. This one's for Adobe. Ruder Finn back on stage. Huge round of applause for Team Ruder Finn. Congratulations. Congratulations. Next in this category, we are running for a gold, and the winner is Zeno Communications India, Lenovo ISG. Come on, this one's for Lenovo ISG once again. Congratulations. पीछे वालों, तालियां कहाँ हैं यार? Hands up in the air, come on, hands up in the air. जोर से बजाओ यार. Let's support each other, come on. Brilliant, thank you so much. Also time for me to introduce the next category. I would request the sound to please go down a little so that there's clarity in the content. The next category is Excellence in Communication, Best Use of Media Relations, CPG. And the winner for the silver goes to Mondelez India for Cadbury Celebrations. Give it up for Mondelez India. Next in this category, we are running for a gold, and the gold goes to one of my favorite teams as well, Hill and Knowlton Strategies India. This one's for LG Electronics India. Congratulations. Hill and Knowlton Strategies India. Congratulations.
I get deep, I get deep, I get deep, I get deeper.
Amazing, congratulations. Time for me to reveal the next category. The next category is Best Use of PR by a Brand M&E, and the award goes to, for the silver, PR Professionals. This one's for PVR Limited. Huge round of applause for the team PR Professionals. If you guys are here, please join us on stage. PR Professionals, are we here? Alright, next up in this category we are running for a gold, and the winner is Rudafin once again for Spotify. Huge round of applause for team Rudafin. Congratulations team Rudafin. Brilliant, superb, well done team Rudafin.
I get deeper.
Thank you so much. With beautiful smiles on their faces, I would request with this, sir, both of you also to please take your seats. Thank you so much for joining us. Pleasure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to reveal the next category. But before I do that, I would request all of you to please welcome Mr. Akshay Chaturvedi from Video.ai on stage. Mr. Akshay Chaturvedi, can we please have you on stage? Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Joining Mr. Akshay, we have once again Tanushri Roy from India Today Group. Can we please have her back on stage? Tanushri Roy. Joining him, we also have Girish Huria from Avian We. Can we please have Mr. Girish Huria on stage? Is Mr. Girish here? All right. Huge round of applause, please. Come on, for Mr. Girish Huria. So Mr. Akshay and Mr. Girish will deliver the next set of awards. And the next category is Excellence in Communication, Best Use of Social Media. A very interesting category. And the bronze in this category goes to Team Genesis BCW for Eno. Huge round of applause. Team Genesis BCW. Congratulations once again, Team Genesis. This one's for the campaign Eno, a plate full of laughs. Next up in this category, we are running for a silver, which is a shared award. And the first one in this shared award, we have Team Chachi Communications for IGP.com. Team Chachi, can we please have you on stage? Come on. Give it up for Team Chachi. And I'm so happy we have a full house here from the Team Chachi. Also, this award will be shared by another brilliant brand, Z Entertainment Enterprise. This one's for Z Zest. Huge round of applause. Can we please have Team Z Entertainment Enterprise on stage? Team Z, if you are here, please join us on stage. Okay, meanwhile what we'll do is we'll move to the next award, and it's time for me to reveal the gold award in this category, which once again goes to none other than Adfactors PR for Tata Housing. Huge round of applause, Adfactors PR. Can we have someone on stage?
Wow.
Congratulations. Thank you for joining us, Team Adfactors PR. Next in this category we have, thank you so much. Next we have Excellence in Communication, Best Use of Video, and the bronze in this category goes to SAS Communications for Bella Vita Organic. Congratulations Team SAS Communications. Huge round of applause for Team SAS. Can we please have you on stage? Kya baat hai, congratulations, looking lovely, fantastic, all set for the award. These are the bronze winners. for tonight in the category Best Use of Video. Next up, we have silver winner. Once again, I think you shouldn't have gone down so early because the silver winner is once again Ad Factors PR, and this one's for Pearson Education. For the campaign #LearningCompany. Congratulations, Team Ad Factors PR. Superb. Next up, we have a gold contender. And the gold goes to, once again, Hill and Knowlton Strategies India. This one's for Zupi. Congratulations. Thank you for joining us. Time for me to reveal the next category. And the next category is Excellence in Communication in Influencer Marketing Campaign Pharma. Congratulations to all the winners. And it's time for me to reveal the silver in the category Influencer Marketing Campaign, which goes to Hype Squad by Team Pumpkin. This one's for Prega News. Go for it. Hype Squad by Team Pumpkin. Can we please have you on stage? Chalo jaldi se for this award, a very, very well-deserved award. Team Hype Squad by Team Pumpkin. Thank you so much for joining us. Next in this category, we are running for a gold. And the gold in the same category goes to, once again, Teamwork Communication Solution for Entourage Pharmaceuticals. Time for you to get back on stage and get back in the game, team. Teamwork Communications Solutions. Congratulations. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you for joining us tonight. Time for me to also reveal the next category. And the next category is Reputation and Issues Management. Reputation and Issues Management. And we are talking about a silver first. So the silver award goes to PR Professionals for Goa Mineral Ore Exporters Association. Go for it, Team PR Professionals. Can we please have you on stage? Congratulations. Well deserved, well done. Thank you for joining us tonight. Next up, we have in the same category a gold winner. And it gives me immense pleasure to actually give you this news that the gold award is shared by two different teams. So time for me to reveal the first name. And the winner in the gold category, the first winner is the team, once again, Media Mantra. Give it up for Team Media Mantra. This one's for Indian Racing League. Go for it, Team Media Mantra. Congratulations. Also, this award, congratulations. Thank you so much. So happy, Team Media Mantra. Really glad that we have a full house here on stage. Loads of wishes, loads of luck, and of course, time for celebrations. Once again, Team Media Mantra, thank you. With this, I would request, sir, to please take your seats. Thank you so much for joining us tonight on stage. Next, to give the next set of awardees, I would request all of you to please give it up for Kamaljeet Ji from Basic Home Loan. Huge round of applause for Kamaljeet. Do we have you here? Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Please give it up for Mr. Kamaljeet. Joining Kamaljeet, we have with us Anoop Sharma from Media Consultant WHO. Huge round of applause, Mr. Anoop Sharma. Can we please have you on stage? Thank you so much. Mr. Anoop and Mr. Kamaljeet will deliver the next set of awards. And to begin with the next category, we have with us cause-related public awareness, M&E. And the gold in this category goes to, once again, PR Professionals. This one's for Network 18. Go for it, PR Professionals. Back on stage, hit it up. Congratulations, team PR Professionals. Kya baat hai? Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, ma'am. Love the spirit. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Congratulations. Also, with this, it's time for me to introduce you all to the next category. And the next category is Excellence in Communication Promotional Activity. And the award in this category goes to, the silver award goes to Genesis BCW. Once again, this one's for Ant TV. Give it up for Team Genesis BCW. Huge round of applause. Congratulations once again. Seems like Wall of Fame पूरा तैयार होता जा रहा है. Congratulations. Next up, in this category, we are running for a gold. And the gold award in this category goes to Teamology, Softtech and Media Services. Once again, this one's for Prachi Dhabal Deb. Huge round of applause. Teamology, can we please have you on stage? Can we have a huge round of applause? Come on guys, for Teamology. जोरदार ताली तो बनती है यार. पीछे वालों, I can see you, huh? Huge round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. The next category is Excellence in Communication PR Tech Platform. And in this category, the gold winner is Team Newsreach for platform Mickey Kumar. Do we have Team Newsreach here? Team Newsreach? Okay. Meanwhile, let's swiftly move on. Next category is Excellence in Communication IPO Launch. I would request the sound team to please dim the music once I'm speaking. Excellence in Communication, this one's IPO launch, and the award goes to, once again, Adfactors PR. This one's for Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank Limited. Huge round of applause, team Adfactors PR. Congratulations, looking dapper in the suits, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Next, in the same category, IPO launch, we are running for a gold. And the gold winner is, once again, Team Right PR. This one's for Cool Caps. Team Right PR, the Right PR. Once again, back on stage, sir. Congratulations, heartiest congratulations. Well done, well deserved as well. Go for it. This one's for the campaign Cool Caps IPO launch. Thank you so much for joining us. Next category is multi-channel marketing, 3 channels or more. And the first award is a bronze award, which goes to, once again, Hill and Knowlton Strategies India. This one's for Zupi once again. Kya campaign banaya hai, boss? Multiple awards for Zupi tonight. Well done with Zupi, yaar. Well done. Superb. Again, a stellar campaign, 10 minute में game हो जाए. क्या बात है? Superb. Next in this category we have Excellence in Communication, once again multi-channel marketing, 3 channels or more. And the silver goes to Team PR Hub for Zayed Sustainability Prize. Huge round of applause for Team PR Hub. Ajo, Team PR Hub, congratulations. Well done. Amazing, well deserved. Thank you so much for joining us today. Next in this category, we are running for a gold, and the award for the gold goes to Avian We once again for Wreck-It. Huge round of applause, Team Avian We. Thank you so much for joining us. Wonderful win, Team Avian Week. Congratulations once again. With this, I would actually celebrate the moment. Congratulations. Next up in this category, we have Best Use of PR by a Brand, Food and Beverages. And in this category, we have a very, very interesting winner. We are running for a silver here. And this one goes to Media Mantra for Samosa Singh. Huge round of applause, Media Mantra for Samosa Singh. Well done. Congratulations on the win. I think आपकी wall ही छोटी पड़ जाएगी अब. Well done. Congratulations once again. Also, competing in this category, we have a gold runner. And the award for the gold goes to a very, very interesting campaign. This one goes to Chachi Communications for Burger Singh. Made in India, Matte for India. Huge, huge round of applause. Team Chachi Communications back on stage. Hop on. क्या बात है. That's more like a ramp walk. आप modeling try कीजिए. Thank you so much for joining us, Team Chachi Communications. Next, time for me to reveal the next category, but before I do that, I would request both of you also to please take your seats, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Once again, give it up for them. Thank you so much for felicitating all the awardees. Now, before I jump into the next category, I would request all of you to please put your hands together once again for Mr. Yatish Rajawat, Center for Innovation in Public Policy. Can we have Mr. Yatish on stage, please? Joining Yatish, we have Prashant Ray from Silver Push. Huge round of applause for Prashant Ray. Also joining them, we have Ajay Maharaj from Fortis Healthcare. Huge round of applause for Ajay Maharaj, Fortis Healthcare. Can we please have you guys on stage? I would request Bijoy ma'am to please come on stage to felicitate this category. Can we please have you back on stage? Give it up for Bijoy Ghosh. Come on, huge, huge round of applause. All right, so in this category, the first award is for Excellence in Communication, Experiential PR, and the award for the bronze goes to Adfactors PR. This one's for Tanishq. Go for it, Adfactors PR, Tanishq. Inky pinky ponky kar rahe hain sab. Once again, give it up for Adfactors PR. Thank you so much, Nikita, for joining us once again on behalf of your team. Next in this category, we are running for a silver. And the award goes to, once again, Kaizen. This one's for Heritage International Experiential Learning School. Give it up for Team Kaizen. Can we please have you on stage? Thank you for joining us. Next up, in this category, we have a gold winner, and the gold winner goes to, once again, PR Hub. This one's for Say India. Huge round of applause, Team PR Hub. Give it up for Team PR Hub. Kya baat hai. Congratulations, guys. Back on stage, Team PR Hub. Congratulations once again. Well deserved, well done. Next category is Excellence in Communication, Influencer Marketing Campaign. CPG, and the bronze winner in this category is once again Team Avian Week. This one's for ITC Febel Chocolates. Please give it up for Team Avian Week. Huge round of applause for Team Avian Week. Congratulations. Well deserved. Please join us on stage. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next in this category, we have a silver winner. I don't know if you have any more space in your room, but the award once again goes to Hill and Knowlton Strategies India for LG Electronics India. Huge round of applause, team Hill and Knowlton. Well deserved, guys, well deserved. Amazing. Next in this category, we have a gold winner. And interestingly, the gold winner is Genesis BCW for Biz Cafe. This one's for the campaign hashtag Coffee Ka Better Half. Kya baat hai? A super interesting campaign, I must say. Hashtag Coffee Ka Better Half. Well done. Amazing. The next category is PR event, and the bronze in this category goes to, once again, team PR professionals. This one's for Lulu Mall. Give it up for PR professionals. Back on stage, back with a bang, guys. Next in this category, we are running for a silver, and the silver award goes to, once again, I think winning the hearts and the houses, Team Media Mantra for Indian Electrical and Electronics Manufacturers Association. Well done, team. Congratulations. This award is also shared by yet another team, जिनको कुर्सी लगा देनी चाहिए stage पे by now. Hill and Knowlton Strategies India, once again for LG Electronics India. This makes me want to talk about the campaign. इस campaign को इतने awards मिले हैं, तो इसके बारे में बात करनी तो बनती है. Music a little bit down. And this is a very, very interesting campaign. LG 2022 Home Entertainment Lineup India launch. Kya baat hai? What a campaign, what a team. Marvelous, fantastic. Thank you so much. Now we have a gold in this category, and the gold winner is Team Kaizen. This one's for Entrepreneurs Organization. Huge, huge round of applause, Team Kaizen. Congratulations. Well done. All right. Now the next category is also super, super interesting. But before I reveal the next category, I would request both of you to please take your seats. Thank you so much for joining us on stage. Thank you for being so kind. Next up, I would request all of you to please welcome Mr. Aman Dhal on stage from Comms Credible. Aman Dhal. Mr. Aman Dhal, if you are here, please join us. Also joining Aman Dhal, we have Navneet Anand from Grey Matters. Navneet Anand. Can we please have both of you on stage? Do we have Navneet Anand here? And do we have Aman Dhal in the room? Meanwhile, I would request Reshma Nandi to please join us on stage from Metro Cash and Carry. Reshma Nandi, do we have you on stage? Thank you so much, ma'am is here. Please join us on stage. Great. Next up, also, I would request once again Bijoya ma'am to please join us on stage. Vijoya ma'am, can we please have you back on stage? I think the team loves you. They really need you on stage 24/7. And also I would request Reshma ma'am to please be around. Please be around. There's a surprise for you, which is why a twist, I've just been informed. So I would request you to please be near the stage. I don't want you to walk again. Pass mein rahiye, because soon anyways you're gonna come up. Alright, next up in this category, we are going to reveal the next set of awards. Okay, so the next category once again is cause related public awareness, BFSI. And the award goes to, once again, Adfactors PR for Metro Cash and Carry. Huge round of applause, Adfactors PR. Can we please have you on stage? I see you guys doing tippy tap before every award. कि कौन जाएगा इस बार stage पे? Beautiful. Once again, well done team Adfactors PR. Thank you so much for joining us on stage. Next in the same category, we are running for a gold, and the gold award goes to none other than Concept Public Relations India for SREI Group. Do we have team Concept Publication Relations India here? If you're here in the house, please come up for your award. Next category, meanwhile, is Excellence in Communication, Internal Communications. And the gold in this category goes to... क्या कहते हो? मैं बोलूँ इस बार या खुद ही उठ जाओगे? Team Hill and Knowlton Strategies India for Urban Company. Go for it, go for it. Well done, well done. Congratulations. Next, we have Best Use of Analytics, a very interesting category, Best Use of Analytics. And the gold winner in this category is Concept BIU for Tata Tiago.ev. Huge round of applause for Team Concept BIU. Are we here? Team Concept BIU on stage. Okay, I think the team is not here. Time for me to move ahead towards the next category. And the next category is Excellence in Communication, Corporate Publication. And the gold award in this category goes to, once again, 80dB Communications for OLX Autos. 80dB on stage. Give it up for the team 80dB. Alright, time for us to jump into the next category, and the next category is Best Use of PR by a Brand Fashion, and the silver award in this category goes to Hype Squad by Team Pumpkin. This one's for Candier. Huge round of applause, Team Hype Squad. ताली नहीं बज रही यार. Congratulations, Team Hype Squad. Well-deserved win. Thank you so much. Next up in this category, we are running for a gold. But before I reveal the next set of winners, congratulations, thank you. Before I reveal the next set of winners, मुझे कुछ हिंदी में कहना है आप सभी के लिए. Music a little bit down. क्योंकि तालियों की आवाज़ नहीं आ रही है. So this one comes straight from the heart. And for both of you, everybody in the room, just a kind request so that, all of us can support each other. थोड़ा सा गौर ज़रूर फरमाइएगा. बहारों की ये महफिल सुहानी रहेगी. बहारों की ये महफिल सुहानी रहेगी. लब पे खुशियों की कहानी रहेगी. चमकते रहेंगे यूं ही खुशियों के सितारे. अगर आप सबकी तालियों की थोड़ी सी मेहरबानी रहेगी तो बजा दीजिए यार और बजाते रहिएगा. With this, let's welcome the gold winner in the house. Please put your hands together once again for the team Adfactors PR. This one's for Tanishq. Huge round of applause, team Adfactors PR. Nikita is like, मैं कितना आऊँ और कितना जाऊँ. Well deserved win, well deserved win. Superb. Time for me to move ahead and introduce the next set of category, which is corporate branding. And in this category, corporate branding, running for bronze, we have team Rudafin. This one's for Tata Play. Team Rudafin, come on, बजा दो यार, दिल खोल के बजा दो, क्या बात है. Team Rudafin on stage, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us today, Team Rudafin. Next in this category, we are running for a silver, and the award once again goes to. आप क्यों नीचे उतरे यार निकिता? Time for you to get back on stage because the award goes to Ad Factors PR for Kess Corp. Huge, huge round of applause. Team Ad Factors PR. Next, in the same category, we are running for a gold. Please put your hands together for Team Kaizen. This one's again for Fresh to Home campaign. Congratulations, team. Well done. All right. Thank you so much for joining us. With this, I would request both of you to also take your seats. But ma'am, आपकी ज़रूरत कभी भी पड़ सकती है, आपके बिना तो होगा नहीं, आसपास रहिएगा. All right. Next up, I would request all of you to please put your hands together. Finally, we have Aman Dhal back in the room. Comms Credible. Please put your hands together for Mr. Aman Dhal. Can we please have you back on stage? Mr. Aman Dhal, if you can hear me, we are really missing you. We need you back on stage. Joining Mr. Aman Dhal, this time we need you back on stage, ma'am. Reshma Nandi, Metro Cash and Carrie. Reshma ma'am, can we please have you back on stage? Also with this, I would also request Mr. Sam Hosseini, Pro Creal Engines, to please come back on stage. Sam Hosseini, can we please have you on stage? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Also joining him on stage, I would request Mr. Ajay Maharaj from Fortis to please come back on stage. Congratulations to all the winners, जितने भी अभी तक हो चुके हैं और जितने अभी नहीं हुए हैं. Time for me to jump to the next category quickly. And the next category is Excellence in Communication Education. And the bronze in this category goes to Commune Brand Communication for Mahindra University. Huge round of applause for Commune Brand Communication. Can we please have you on stage? Commune Brand Communication. Are you guys here? Thank you. Join us on stage. Next in this category, we are running for a silver. And the silver, once again, is, I think हम थक जाएंगे पर ये brands नहीं थकेंगे because इनकी मेहनत नहीं थकती है. Once again, Media Mantra for LPU, Lovely Professional University. Congratulations. Congratulations to all the winners. Please join on stage. Next in this category, we are running for a gold. And the gold goes to, once again, our very favorite Kaizen for UFIS Learning. Huge, huge round of applause, Team Kaizen. Aajao, aajao, aajao. टीम काइजन के पास उनका ऑफिशियल पैपराजी है. Viral Bhayani is right here amongst us. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations once again. Also joining us on stage, I would request finally Mr. Aman Dhar. We really missed you, sir. कहाँ थे आप? आप ही का इंतजार था हमें. चलिए, now that Mr. Aman is also here, time for us to move towards the next category, which is Excellence in Communication, Health and Wellness. And the award goes to, Silver goes to SAS Communications for Pro Touch. Huge round of applause, SAS Communication. If you guys are here in the house, please come up for the award. You guys are here. Thank you so much for joining in. Congratulations. This one's for the campaign Pout Perfect with Pro Touch. A brilliant, brilliant campaign. Thank you so much for joining us. Next in this category, we are running for a gold. And the gold award goes to, once again, Teamwork Communication Solutions for JB Chemicals and Pharma Plus IHW Council. Can we please have you on stage? Quickly, Teamwork Communications. Go for it, go for it. Kya baat hai. Alright, time for us to move towards the next category, which is Excellence in Communication, Best Use of Digital. And the award for the bronze goes to none other than, oh my god, you don't have to go back, Teamology, Softtech and Media Services. Back on stage, this one's for snapsave.app. Can we please have you back on stage, Teamology, Softtech and Media Services. Next in this category, we are running for a silver. Time for me to reveal the name. Best Use of Digital Silver Award goes to, once again, Team Adfactors PR for Tanishk. Go for it. This one's for the campaign Romance of Polki. Team Adfactors PR. Congratulations once again, Team Adfactors PR. Also, this award is shared by yet another esteemed brand. Yet another, once again, इस बार तो खड़े ही हो जाना boss. Hill and Knowlton Strategies India once again for Urban Company. क्या बात है, क्या बात है. Congratulations. Once again, congratulations, Team Hill and Knowlton. Next in this category, we are running for a gold. And the gold once again goes to Avian V for Wreck-It. Huge round of applause. Come on, Avian V. Can we have you on stage? Congratulations, this seems like a full house. Team Avian V, kya baat hai, Seh Parivar. Congratulations to the entire team for their stellar work. Congratulations on the win. Thank you. Baja do tali yaar. Thank you so much, guys. With this, I would also request all of you to please take your seats, including sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, all three of you. Once again, give it up for these gentlemen. Thank you so much for being kind. Next up, I would request all of you to please once again put your hands together for Bhaskar Majumdar from Aegis India. Can we please have you back on stage? Bhaskar Majumdar. Joining Bhaskar, we have Viral Pandya from Cork Culture. Can we please have both of you on stage? Bhaskar Majumdar and Viral Pandya. Also, I would request Udit Pathak from Media Mantra to join on stage. Udit Pathak, if you can hear me, please join on stage. Thank you so much for joining in. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, time for me to reveal the next category. And the next category is Excellence in Communication, Public Sector. All right, finally we have the trio. Let's actually hit it up for the Public Sector Award, Silver, and the award goes to PR Professionals. This one's for GSTN. Go for it. This one's for the campaign driving India's growth using people's participation. None other than PR Professionals. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Time for me to reveal the next set of awards. And for this category, we are running for a gold. And the gold winner is none other than also one of our sponsors, Value 360 Communications. This one's for ONDC. Aajo, aajo, yaar. Congratulations. Team Value 360 Communication. Next category is Excellence in Communication Real Estate. Very interesting category, very interesting winner. For bronze, we have with us the right PR for Goyal Ganga Developments. Please come back on stage, the right PR. Fourth award for the night, sir. Congratulations. Third, क्या बात है? चौथा क्या पता लाइन में ही हो. बहुत जल्दी. चलिए. Next up in this category, we are running for a silver, and the silver goes to none other than. This one's interesting. MSL for WeWork India. Huge round of applause for Team MSL. If you guys are here, please join us on stage. Team MSL. Next up in this category, we have, once again, running for a silver, and the award goes to, once again, Adfactors PR. This one's for Tata Realty and Infrastructure Team Adfactors PR. I am telling you, we need to keep a permanent chair for you guys here. Thank you so much once again for joining us and for your stellar performance for this beautiful campaign, #Unburden. Next in this category, we are running for a gold, and the gold winners are PR Professionals for DLF Limited. क्या बात है, आ जाइए. Congratulations, Team PR Professionals. Stellar win. Thank you for joining us tonight. Next in this category, now we are running for Excellence in Communication Environmental. Now this is yet another interesting category, and the award goes to Commune Brand Communication for ThinkAs. This one's a bronze. Commune Brand Communication. If you are here in the house, please come to collect your award. Once again, Team Commune Brands Communication. Huge round of applause. We have the team right here. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए इनके लिए. क्या बात है. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. In the same category, running for silver, we have with us Grey Matters Communication and Consulting for Network 18. Grey Matters Communication and Consulting. Please join us on stage if you guys are here. Grey Matters, are we here? Superb, thank you. Congratulations once again for the win. And of course, the gold in this category. I can't help it, Adfactors PR. The gold goes to Adfactors PR once again for Schneider Electric. Kya baat hai. Congratulations. A house full once again for Adfactors PR. Shall we put that chair on now? I think all of us will agree. Chaliye. Thank you so much. Next category is Excellence in Communication, Food Tech and Beverages. And once again, that super interesting campaign that has got you 4 awards already. Once again, Fresh to Home by Kaizen. Huge round of applause. Kaizen, bronze winner for Fresh to Home. Can we please have you back on stage? A stellar campaign, Fresh to Home, hungry for more. Indeed, a beautiful campaign, already fetched you 4 awards tonight. Next in this category, we are running for a silver award, Food Tech and Beverages. And the winner, once again, is Team Media Mantra. This one's for Barista Coffee Company. Team Media Mantra, go for it. Kya baat hai? Also, time for me to reveal the much anticipated gold winner in Food Tech and Beverages. And of course, very favorite, hum sabka Value 360 Communications. Time for you to get back on stage. This one's for Rage Coffee. A beautiful campaign, #Brew Kranti. Kya baat hai? Third wave of caffeine revolution. What a brilliant idea. #Brew Kranti. Love the name. Time for me to actually reveal the next category as well. Excellence in Communication, Best Use of PR by a Brand, IT and Technology. Time for me to reveal the first award, that's a bronze winner for tonight. And the award goes to Archetype for Western Digital. Team Archetype in the house. Do we have you guys, Team Archetype? Alright, in that case, swiftly moving on to the next set of winner. We have a silver winner in the house. And the award goes to, once again, Teamology Softtech and Media Services. This one's for CSS founder, Teamology, back on stage. तालियों की आवाज नहीं आ रही है guys. मैं बोलते हुए नहीं थक रही, आप ताली बजाते हुए कैसे थक सकते हो यार? जोरदार ताली बजा दो, come on. Thank you. Next up, in this category, we are running for a gold. And the gold award goes to, very interesting, Grace LPR. This one's for Info Chips. Go for it, Grace LPR. Can we please have you back on stage? Once again, congratulations, Team Gracel PR. This one's for Info Chips. Next category is also super interesting. Now we are moving ahead towards brand development, product and services. Oh, Archetype is back. अरे क्या बात है? हाँ, आप ही को ढूंढ रहे थे हम. आ जाओ. Congratulations once again. Give it up for Archetype. Much awaited. आप ही का इंतजार था. And while we do that, I think we need a huge round of applause in the room, and we need some noises in the room. Come on, guys, come on. Like I said, the next category is best use of... Like I said, please give it up for Teamology once again. Huge round of applause. क्या बात है, ये आप Teamology वाले हो ना? तभी. Also, we have Gulreez in the house. It's his birthday. एक बार जोर से happy birthday तो बोल दो यार. Huge round of applause for Gulreez. A lucky day for you indeed. A very happy birthday. May you have a fantastic year ahead and may you keep winning such awards throughout the year. Time for us to move on. We have with us... अरे क्या बात है, आ जाओ यार. Grace LPR, huge round of applause. This one, like I said, this one's for best use of PR by a brand, Info Chips. Congratulations, Grace LPR. Congratulations. Once again, a house full of beautiful ladies. Congratulations, all of them looking stellar. Superb. Grace LPR. Great. Thank you so much. Next up in this category, we are running for a bronze, and this is a very, very interesting category, brand development, product and services. And the bronze in this category goes to Team Comes Credible. This one's for basic home loan. Huge, huge round of applause, Team Comes Credible. Kya baat hai? Congratulations. Next in this category, we are running for a silver, and the silver is won by once again a very, very interesting team. Glad you came, guys. I'm really, really glad you guys came here. This one's for Aste. Congratulations, team. Glad you came. We are very, very glad you came. Aajo फटाफट से award लेने. Thank you so much for being here with us. Congratulations. Next in this category, of course, we are running for a solid, solid gold. And the award goes to none other than Kaizen. Once again, this one's for Aiva. क्या बात है, ये हुई ना एनर्जी. आ जाओ दोस्तों, क्या बात है. This one's a fantastic win. We have here with us Kaizen for Ava. Congratulations, team. Thank you so much for joining us and for winning the award, of course. Now, the next category is a very, very interesting category because this one's excellence in communication, best use of VR, AR. And the winner in this for gold is once again Adfactors PR. This one's for Tata Realty and Infrastructure. Huge round of applause, team Adfactors PR. Thank you. Time for you to get back on stage. Also, huge, huge round of applause for Mondila. It's her birthday today as well. Kya baat hai? Huge round of applause. A very, very happy birthday. May you have a superb, superb evening ahead. Huh? Chaliye, zordar taaliyan ho jaye. God bless you. Lucky day. Happy birthday. Next up, we have Excellence in Communication COVID Awareness Campaign, and the award goes to Teamwork Communication Solution. This one's a gold for IHW Council and JK Tire. Kya baat hai, teamwork. Daud ke aa jao. Brilliant, brilliant campaign, right for saviors. Once again, a stellar win by Teamwork Communication Solutions. Thank you, gorgeous ladies, back on stage. Time for me to meanwhile let you know about the next category, which is a very, very important category. This one's Excellence in Communication COVID Awareness Campaign, and this one's actually crisis management. So, to put it in better use, crisis management silver goes to PR Professionals. And this one's for Goa Mineral Ore Exporters Association. Huge, huge round of applause, team PR Professional. Superb when it comes to crisis management. Thank you so much. Please join us on stage, team. A fantastic win. बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो to the entire team. Time for us to also reveal the gold winner in this category. Time for us to reveal the gold winner in crisis management. And this one goes to, once again, our very, very favorite in the room, Media Mantra. This one's for Indian Racing League. Give it up for Team Media Mantra. Can we please have you back on stage, Team Media Mantra? Thank you for joining us. This one is for Gold, Excellence in Communication, Crisis Management. Congratulations, Team Media Mantra. One for the team. Kya baat hai, Team Media Mantra. Love the energy. Thank you so much. With this, I would also request all you guys to please take your seats. Thank you so much for the gesture. Thank you so much for delivering the awards. And now, just because we are done with this category, कहते हैं ना दोस्तों, ये तो ट्रेलर था, पिक्चर अभी बाकी है. So time for us to reveal the much awaited special awards for tonight. ये बहुत खास है. I know all of you were waiting for this one. So time for me to jump into this category, time for me to reveal this category for all of you and to deliver this set of special awards. I would request all of you, इस बार जोर से ताली बजाइएगा please. Please welcome on stage Khushbu, Agrahari Mahindra University. Can we please have you on stage, Khushbu? Joining Khushbu once again, हम सबकी favorite Karta Dharta of Adgully, Bijoya Ghosh. Can we please have you back on stage, ma'am? Also joining her, we have once again K. Yatish Rajawat, Center for Innovation in Public Policy. K. Yatish Rajawat, sir, can we please have you back on stage? We already miss you. We cannot do it without you. Thank you. We have Khushbu already here. We have Bijoya Ghosh, and joining them we have K. Yatish Rajawat, once again back on stage. Alright, thank you so much. Chaliye, let's move ahead towards this category of special awards. Now, special awards में सबसे पहला award बहुत ही ज़्यादा important है because this award is for PR Agency Head of the Year. PR Agency Head of the Year, and the award goes to... Any guesses for this one? क्या बात है, फिर अपने लिए ताली तो बजा दो यार. Award goes to Pooja Pathak, Founder and Director, Media Mantra. Can we please have Pooja Pathak on stage? Well done. Congratulations.
So Pooja is not in town, guys. I would request entire team to come up because this is dedicated to all of you. This would have not been possible if you guys would have not been there. Please come up on the stage.
All right. Team Media Mantra on stage. Thank you so much. Entire team, come on. Give it up for Team Media Mantra. Beautiful pose, Team Media Mantra. Congratulations. Give it up for Team Media Mantra. Time for us to reveal the next category. And the next set of awards is for the Best Working Culture of the Year Corporate. Best Working Culture, any guesses? And the award goes to Cheers for Socheers. Go for it, Team Socheers. Can we please have you on stage? Team Socheers. Time for Team Socheers to get back on stage. Congratulations. Well deserved. And thank you for keeping your work culture so fabulous. Well deserved. Thank you, thank you. Next category is Best Independent PR Agency less than 5 years. Any guesses for this one? You have already banged a lot of awards tonight. Come on. All right, let me reveal this one. Teamology, Softtech and Media Services. Huge round of applause, the entire team on stage. Come on guys, everybody on stage for this one. Best Independent PR Agency less than 5 years. Kya baat hai, commendable journey. Hard work truly pays off. Come on stage, let's collect your set of beautiful award. Best Independent PR Agency, less than 5 years. Well deserved, team. All right, time for me to move towards the next category so that you guys can actually be ready. अच्छा इसमें थोड़ा सा twist है. Since these guys are best independent PR agency less than 5 years, we also have a best independent PR agency, Adgully's Choice. And the Adgully's Choice Award goes to Commune Brand Communications. Huge round of applause for Commune Brand. If you guys are here, please join us on stage. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Team Commune Brand. Entire team on stage. Come on, everybody from Commune Brand on stage. Congratulations. Next category is also a very similar category. Best Independent PR Agency, Medium Size PR. And the Medium Size PR in the Best Independent PR Agency goes to none other than our gold partner, 80DB Communications. Give it up for team 80DB. Can we please have you on stage? ताली तो बजा दो यार 80DB के लिए. Huge round of applause. That's more like it. Thank you. Media mantra बस अपने लिए बजाओगे, दूसरों के लिए भी बजा दो यार. चलो, all right. Media mantra. Team Media mantra. I don't know if you are tired by now or not, but best independent PR agency large size goes to Media Mantra. Give it up for Team Media Mantra. Come on stage. Give it up for Team Media Mantra. Once again, the star performer. Thank you so much for joining us, Team Media Mantra. Now the next category is a very, very special category. It's Specialist Consultancy Firm of the Year Creative Communication. So, कुर्सियों की पेटी बांध लीजिए क्योंकि Firm of the Year का award जाता है. Once again, I know you guys are here. Teamwork Communication Solution. Huge round of applause. Also, I would request Mr. Sam Hussaini to please join us back on stage. Sir, प्यार इतना ज़्यादा है आपके बिना होगा ही नहीं. आ जाइए. Thank you. All right, चलिए. Teamwork Communication Solution, can we please have you on stage? Congratulations, Firm of the Year Creative Communication. क्या बात है यार, superb. Brilliant, well deserved, congratulations. And the next category is also a similar category, just with a little bit of twist. Specialist Consultancy Firm of the Year, Digital PR. And the award goes to, you have already won plenty of them tonight, but you cannot go back home without this one, Team Kaizen. Huge round of applause. Team Kaizen in the house. Come on, come on, come on. Woohoo! क्या बात है Team Kaizen. Big family, I must say. Huge family tonight from Team Kaizen. Thank you so much everybody for joining us. ये पूरा हम साथ साथ है का परिवार लग रहा है. हम साथ साथ है on stage by Team Kaizen. Guys, आप लोग इतने सारे हैं. Why don't we actually do a hip hip hooray? Come on, hip hip. ये हुई ना बात. चलिए, thank you so much. Congratulations once again, Team Kaizen. Next category is also a very interesting category. This one's Specialist Consultancy Firm of the Year, IT and Technology, and the award goes to Candor Communications. Do we have Candor Communications in the house? क्या बात है. Team Candor, a very very special win. Special Consultancy Firm of the Year, IT and Technology. Can we please have you on stage? आ जाओ. क्या बात है. ये हुई ना बात. Stellar win. Hop on. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Next, we have another very, very interesting Adgully's Choice Special Consultancy Firm of the Year Award. And the award goes to PR Professionals. Huge round of applause for Team PR Professionals. Adgully's Choice. Do we have the team? क्या बात है. आ जाओ Team PR Professionals. You really need to come dancing on stage. Come on. Keep grooving. ये हुई ना बात. Team PR Professionals on stage. What a team. Well deserved win. Thank you so much for joining us. Woohoo! So let's do this, okay? 3 cheers for your team. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Thank you! Well deserved. Congratulations once again, PR Professionals, the entire team. Thank you so much for joining us. Next up, we have a very interesting award for tonight. PR Agency of the Year Award, Global Network. Now let's see who's running for PR Agency of the Year Global Network. I think, sir, आपको पता है, आप यही हैं. Once again, give it up for Avian We. Huge round of applause, Team Avian We. That's a big win. PR Agency of the Year Global Network. Congratulations to the entire team. आ जाओ यार. Come on. Love it. Once again, come on guys, come on. Give it up for Team Avian We. शोर अपने लिए तो मचा दो थोड़ा सा. Come on. 3, 2, 1, Team Avian We. Let's make some noise for the picture. 1, 2, 3, make some noise. Go for it. 2. Woohoo! Well deserved, Team Avian We. Superb. The lady in golden is actually matching the trophy as well. Pretty much a trophy in herself. She knew it. Big गई है ये government, huh? चलिए, let's move ahead towards the next category, and the next category is PR Agency of the Year Adgully Choice, and the award goes to BCW India Group. Huge round of applause, Team BCW. Beautiful ladies coming back on stage. Congratulations. Thank you, gorgeous ladies from BCW, for joining us, and of course for the award as well. Thank you so much for joining us. This is PR Agency of the Year, Adgully Choice. Congratulations to the entire team for this award. Next category is also the PR Agency of the Year, but this time, this award is for PR Agency of the Year, Medium Size PR. So, I think this award of Medium Size PR goes to none other than Gracell PR. Gracell PR in the house. Come on, Gracell, Team Gracell, can we please have you on stage? Team Gracell. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the fantastic win. You guys are the PR Agency of the Year, Medium Size PR. बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो. Congratulations. Well deserved, must say. Alright, time for me to reveal the second last award of tonight. Second last award, PR Agency of the Year, Large Size PR. Any guesses for the PR Agency, Large Size PR? सुनाई नहीं दे रहा, come on! तो आ जाओ फिर स्टेज पे. Give it up for Hill and Knowlton Strategies India, PR Agency of the Year, Large Size PR. What a stellar win. I think record-breaking win for tonight. Going back home with multiple awards, and of course the PR Agency of the Year. ये तो हम साथ है से भी बहुत ऊपर है. I think this is yeah, please. This is more like हम 17 हैं. Go for it. Team Hill and Knowlton. Time to give some paparazzi looks to the camera. The winner, and of course, the star performer of this evening, going back home with multiple awards, Team Hill and Knowlton. Give it up, शोर तो मचा के जाओ यार. Amazing, congratulations, PR Agency of the Year, Large Size PR, Hill and Knowlton Strategies. Now it's time for the last award for tonight. I would request everybody to come a little ahead. थोड़ा सा music कम कर दीजिए. I would request everybody to please come ahead. Last award है, सब आगे आ जाइए. थोड़ा आगे आ जाइए. जितने भी लोग पीछे बैठे हैं, यहाँ पे आ जाइए. Let's gather around the stage area. I'll tell you why. आ जाओ, जल्दी से आ जाओ. Come on, everybody. जितने भी लोग मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं, all the esteemed guests, all the awardees, all the winners, I want you all to come a little ahead. आगे यहाँ खड़े हो जाइए. A kind request, ma'am, sir, आ जाइए. फटाफट से आ जाइए. Come on. Let's not delay this. A kind request for you to come a little ahead as we wrap this evening. थोड़ा सा आगे आ जाइए. Ma'am, group of 4 beautiful ladies out there, थोड़ा सा आगे आ जाइए. आ जाओ. इतना क्यों सोच रहे हो? आ जाओ. हाँ जी. Everybody in the back, a little bit in the front, a little bit here. I want you all for a group photo. Please आप आगे रहिए. Before I call you on stage, I just want you to gather here. And before we do that, it's time for me to reveal the last award for tonight. Last but not the least, this is the PR Agency of the Year Award, India. Any guesses for this one? Well, goes without saying, none other than Adfactors PR. Huge round of applause for team Adfactors. Can we please have you on stage, Adfactors PR? Bagged multiple awards for tonight. Another star performer of this evening, Adfactors PR. Amazing. A beautiful win, a well-deserved win. Team Adfactors PR, जो कि शायद अवार्ड लेते हुए थके नहीं है आज. I think it's time to make a little bit of noise, Team Adfactor PR. That's more like it. Team Adfactors PR, give it up for them. Congratulations. All right, time for a selfie. Congratulations. Adfactor PR, what a stellar win, what a stellar win and a stellar day for you. Thank you so much. Now I would request all the winners to please come in front. All the winners, can I please have you here around stage area? All the winners on stage, come on. जितने भी awardees हैं, if you can hear me, जितनी भी teams हैं, everybody in the room, and I would request you, ma'am, to please be here. Everybody, can I please have you on stage, ma'am? Please on stage. On stage. All the teams on stage. All the teams. At Factor, please stay behind. Hill and Knowlton, can we please have you on stage? Teamology, Value 360. All the teams on stage. Come on, everybody. Everybody on stage. It's a house full. Let's wrap it up. Come on, let's wrap it up on this beautiful celebratory note. Ma'am, आप क्या सोच रहे हो? Stage पे आ जाओ यार. Hill and Knowlton on stage. Beautiful, beautiful team. Men in black, lady in pink. Can we have all of you on stage? Come on. Thank you so much. Together, everybody, once again, give it up. All right. The photographer is waiting. Thank you. Join us. Thank you. Thank you. Chaliye, one last photograph. Together, everybody together. Thank you so much. Give it up. Give it up. आप लोग भी join कर सकते हैं. Everybody on my left, please join. Also, I would request entire team Adgully to please come on stage. Team Adgully, everybody who has worked really hard for this event. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Superb, brilliant. Calls for a huge, huge round of applause for all these beautiful teams. Thank you so much for joining us. Can we please have team Adgully also on stage? Everybody who has worked really hard for this event. Everybody, time to come up on stage. Everyone who has worked really, really hard, I would request all of you to please join us. All your team Adgully, I would request everybody on stage. Also, everybody from the production, it's time for all of you to come on stage. And on behalf of everyone, on behalf of the entire team today, Adgully, Imagexx, Ad Factors, everyone, this gives me immense pleasure to thank all of you tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for making time for us today. Thank you so much for, of course, giving us your valuable time, insight, everything. All the awardees for tonight, congratulations on the big win. And with this is your host, Mini Devan, signing off for this evening. Thank you so much for being a fantastic audience. Please give it up for yourself. Thank you. Team Adgully is here. Kya baat hai? Can we please have the rest of you, Nehal, request you to please join on stage with the others as well. And if there's anybody else, please call them as well. And of course, once again, all the winners, I hope you have had the food. Thank you so much for your valuable time. Congratulations, ma'am. I would request you to stay on stage. Team Adgully, come on. चलिए जोरदार तालियां एक बार प्लीज पूरी टीम के लिए तालियां सबने बहुत मेहनत करी है टुगेदर एवरीबॉडी चलिए लेट्स पोज ऑल राइट थैंक यू सर प्लीज डू द ऑनर्स एंड ऑल दोज हु कैन हियर मी आई थिंक let's give credit where credit is due. Huge round